Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Becomes Funniest Pirate? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He was cursed. That was the only thing that explained it. Whatever higher power there was, karma, fate, God, he didn't know, took one look at him and said, I'm going to F this kid up for life. From having the worst possible SPRM donor in the world to his current predicament, Ace had the worst luck. The only good thing in his life were his brothers, and he honestly didn't know how he hadn't F'd that up yet. Every cell in his body ached. He swore his hair hurt too. Did hair even have pain receptors? He realized as soon as he thought it that it had been a dumb question. Cut him some slack, he was exhausted. His back was pressed up against the wall, his head buried into his knees. It had been 2.5 weeks and his attempts at killing the old BSTRD kept failing. He'd lost count a week in, but he'd heard someone say that he was up to 55 attempts on the old captain's life. He leaned back, banging his head against the wall a few times. If the amount of complete fails wasn't embarrassing enough, the DMN crew was going out of their way to PSS him off. Hey, have you ate yet? Don't make Commander Thatch hunt you down. Hey, the doc's looking for you. Don't want you fighting injured. This booze is great, man, why don't you join us? It might help you relax a bit. He wanted to scream. No one on this DMN ship treated him like he was a threat. He'd gone through the East, Paradise, and into the New World in less than 9 months. He'd been offered a position as a goddamn warlord, though he had to wonder if his shitty gramps had anything to do with that, for FS sake. He was a captain, a Logia user, and had a basic understanding of hockey. He wasn't weak, damn it. But next to these guys, he felt like a child playing at pirate. He was 10 years old again, back on Dawn Island with Luffy and Sabo, dreaming of what they'd become. Except, he was 17 going on 18, and instead of his brothers, he was surrounded by strangers he didn't like or trust. He hadn't seen anyone from his crew since being dragged onto the Moby Dick. He was alone. Being alone is more painful than being hurt. Once again, his little brother was right. Being alone was worse than any physical pain his body could be put through. Hey, Marco? The 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates turned to face his brother, already knowing what he was going to say. No, I haven't seen Fire Fist since his last attempt on Pops, he said. Thatch scowled. DMN it. He's not in the room we gave him and it's past dinner time. Marco sighed. The brat, Marco was guessing he was about 20 years old, though those freckles threw him off a bit, barely ever slept, stole meager portions from their food storage and fished for the rest, refused medical treatment, and continuously attacked their father at least 3 times a day. Anyone who tried to approach him would get snapped at. Though, besides Pops, the kid hadn't attacked anyone else, so there was that, at least. Why don't you use observation Yua? He asked. The 4th Division commander shrugged. I don't want to sneak up on the guy, he might not take well to that, and I'm very fond of my hair. I'll go in the morning, when he's less pissy. He reached up to pat his ridiculous pompadour proudly. Marco sighed and held out his hand. With a grin, Thatch handed him the plateful of food. Thanks, bro. Yeah. The trials of being an older brother. With his observation hockey, it didn't take long for him to find Fire Fist. The kid had holed up in one of the Moby's storage closets of all places. He knocked on the door. Fire Fist, it's Marco, Yua. I have something for you. The door remained stubbornly closed. He sighed. I know you're in there, Yua. For both of our sakes, open the door. Trust me, you don't want Thatch coming to find you because you've skipped out on meals. And I'd rather not be harassed by him either. I thought I made it DMN clear I don't want your food. He'd made it DMN clear he didn't want anything from them other than their pop's head. But what was wanted and what was needed were 2 very different things. You did, he agreed. Then why are you here? There was a wealth of suspicion in his voice. Would you believe it's because I don't want you keeling over suddenly, Yua? It would make Pops upset and, yeah, Marco was a pirate, but he wasn't an a-hole. Even he could tell something deeper than just a bid for fame was behind the kids' attacks on the Yonko. They were way too desperate, more rage than focus. He'd racked his brain for anything that could cause that, but the kid was from the East Blue apparently, and his crew hadn't been there in years. The kid interrupted his thoughts with a derisive snort. Would make it easier on you if I did. No, 'cause then they'd have to treat the reckless idiot. We're not out to get you, Yua, he tried to explain patiently. Yeah, right. I'm trying to kill your captain, moron, I know what that means. He had the feeling that telling the kid he was about 100 years too early to kill Pops wouldn't help the situation. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he asked something he'd been wondering for a while now. Why do you act like you have a grudge against the world, you are? The silence that met his question was heavy. Marco sighed again. Fine, you are. I'm going to leave the food out here, so at least take it when I'm gone, alright? He sat down the plate carefully by the door and left. Ace waited until he couldn't hear footsteps anymore, and then waiting for another 2 or 3 minutes for good measure. Then, he cracked the door open a bit. Sure enough, a plate of food sat waiting there to the side. He wanted nothing more than to toss the DMN thing right back in the a-hole's face. But a childhood of having to fight for every scrap he got and his own rumbling stomach stopped him. He let out a low growl of grudging surrender as he picked up the plate and began to eat. DMN it. As annoying as he was, Ace had to admit Thatch was a good cook. Why do you act like you have a grudge against the world? Ace stared down at the food, seeing countless faces in countless bars and hearing echoing laughter. The fork started to turn cherry red in his hand as it heated up. When the world begrudged your very existence, how did you not begrudge it? The man trembled, knowing his life could be measured in hours at the moment. One wrong move and everyone on the ship could die. SS sir, he stuttered. The hulking figure turned to him. Ah, there you are. How far away are we, then? About half a day, sir. Were his knees knocking together? His legs felt weak. The other man laughed. Good. The mask hid the man's face, but he could feel his gaze on him. You look a bit ill. Why don't you report back to your supervisor and tell them I told you to go get some rest for the night? We'll need you up and at the ready tomorrow. He went to bow, but thought better of it. He didn't want to end up on the floor. So, he quickly nodded. Yes, thank you, sir, he ended with a squeak of terror. Closing the door behind him, he practically sprinted down the hallway. Why did he have to be assigned to someone this crazy? The tall man sat on the deck of the ship, munching away calmly at the rice crackers he held in his lap. Everyone around him ran to and fro, preparing for what was to come. The older members of the crew moved quickly, but confidently, having known him long enough to not be fazed by his eccentricities. The newer ones moved erratically, panicking. Still, the man paid no attention to the hustle around him. The only thing he did need to worry about was locked up in his room, hopefully asleep by now. Looking down at the report that had been given to him about a week ago, he couldn't help but feel a smidge of concern. But not enough to divert him from his path. The old BSTRD may be a criminal, but he knew he wasn't a bad person. He grinned. Little brat better have a good explanation for this. Bwahahaha. F-. Fossa chugged back the coffee in his hand, trying his damnedest to wake up. For the last 2.5 weeks, the Whitebeard pirate's wake-up call had been a certain fire brat crashing through various parts of the ship. And it was his division's job to fix all that damage. As it was, he had been awoken at 5:42 in the goddamn morning by the sound of the kid getting flung through 6 walls. He was halfway tempted to make the brat fix the DMN things himself. Another cup was set down beside him. He murmured his thanks and picked up the fresh drink. Man, I have to say, kinda wish the kid would wait until the sun is up, Thatch said cheerfully. Fossa grunted. He loved his brother, but morning people, honestly. Grumbling, he said, don't even get me started. 6 walls, Thatch. 6. I'm going to need more materials before long and we were supposed to have a solid 3 months before we needed to restock. Kid hasn't even been here for one. Thatch patted him on the shoulder. He sure is lively, that's for sure. That's one word for it, he growled. Well, it's about time for my morning ace hunt, Thatch said, looking at the time. Don't want the kid fainting on us. He whistled his way back into the kitchen, where he'd prepare a to-go breakfast for the brat. Fossa wished him luck. Somehow, the kid had managed to find all the hiding spots on the Moby even some most of the crew didn't know about. Pair that with the kid's literally explosive temper and Fossa was already smacking his head against the table at the thought of more things having to be repaired. Thatch whistled his way down the hall, a covered plate of breakfast, an extra protein version of his Sea-King steak omelet, because he'd noticed that the kid went for the meat before he touched anything else on his plate. Unlike the previous night, Thatch was confident in bringing Ace the food himself. Morning Ace was milder tempered than afternoon Ace. Enough so, at least, that his precious hair would likely survive the encounter. He nodded and waved to his crew mates as they greeted him. Soon enough, he'd tracked the kid down. He was in yet another storage room. Why did they have so many empty storage rooms? Thatch knocked on the door and then quickly got out of the way of any potential fiery outbursts. What the hell do you want? Ace growled from inside. I come bearing gifts of sustenance, Thatch said grandly. Ace wasn't amused, from the groan he heard. God damn it. Are all you idiots deaf or something? I've already said I don't want your sheet. Thatch ignored the less than pleasant review of his food. Nah, we just have selective hearing. The thump he heard then must have been from the kid banging his head in frustration. A lot of his brothers tended to do that around him. He knocked again. What? Can I open the door? A sigh. Fine, whatever. Thatch didn't waste any time, not wanting to give the kid a chance to change his mind. He opened the door and stepped into the storage room. Taking his first good look at the kid for the first time in a couple of days, Thatch barely held back a wince. Bruises decorated tanned skin. The freckles sprawled across his cheeks gave him a youthful look, which was in spite of the, admittedly, impressive glare Thatch was being given. Dark bags gathered under his eyes, giving the impression that he hadn't had a good night's sleep in weeks. He swore the kid's already baggy clothes hung off him even worse than before. It was the kid's eyes that really gave him pause though. The dark gray gave him the picture of a wild animal. His mind jumped straight to a tiger, for some reason, injured and knowing it was at the not-so-tender mercy of humanity. But it was still unwilling to lay down and die just yet, not without ripping a few throats out first. Ignoring his newfound uneasiness, he sat the plate down in front of him. There you go. Chow down. Ace eyed the plate with heavy suspicion. Thatch sighed. Kiddo, I thought we finally got past the poison idea. Those wild eyes snapped back up at him. I'm not a kid. He snarled. So, they didn't know his exact age. And the freckles didn't help anything. But Thatch was betting on 19. Which, to most people on the crew, made him a kid. Thatch wasn't old, damn it. He was a youthful 37, thank you very much. Thatch shrugged. Alright, how old are you? Ace's mouth clamped shut. Yeah, he figured that'd be his response. For some reason, the kid refused to give any personal information. They didn't even know what island he came from, just that it was in the East Blue. Ace looked away. Don't you have to go be stupid somewhere else? Thatch didn't miss a beat. Not until 4. The scowl that earned him was expected. Thatch sighed. Even with all his optimism, the kid was starting to wear him down. He plopped down in front of him. I didn't say you could stay. Thatch didn't point out that Ace didn't have the ability to say where he sat or went. Do you really want to be alone? He asked. With all the people on the Moby Dick, Thatch was rarely alone and he liked it that way. He was a people person. He just couldn't understand wanting to be all by yourself. As minute as it was, Thatch still saw Ace's shoulders draw inward, making himself look smaller. He felt bad, but he continued on. You won't even look at your old crewmates. Pushing everyone away isn't going to solve anything, you know. The kid flinched, but didn't respond. After a few moments, Thatch sighed and got up. Leave the plate there. I'll come get it later. He was reaching for the door when Ace finally said something. Don't take it personally. Thatch's hand stalled on the doorknob. I shut everyone out, he continued. It's easier that way. Thatch didn't know what to say to that. So, he said nothing. After the commander left, Ace sat there, staring at the food he'd prepared for him. A waste, really. He leaned back, closing his eyes. He hadn't been lying. He really did shut everyone out. Not even his crew, as much as he cared about them, knew much about him. And Ace preferred keeping it that way. He knew all too well how vicious people could be when secrets came out. He trusted 2 people and only them with his biggest secret. With just whose blood ran through his veins. Even with that evil blood, they still loved him. Ace would do anything, to protect them. Because without his brothers, he had nothing. Marco walked into the kitchens and immediately thought of turning around. He had plenty of paperwork to do. Why pirates would even have paperwork, he didn't know. Marines should be saddled with the sheet, not him. Honestly, nobody had even noticed him yet. Bang. He sighed. Thatch. What are you doing, you are? I'm an idiot, the 4th Division commander muttered into the counter. Yes, I know that, Marco replied promptly. But why are you smacking your head against the counter, you are? He did it again. Ace. God damn it. Marco rubbed the bridge of his nose. What did you do? His face still plastered to the countertop, Thatch raised his hand and waved it around aimlessly before dropping back down with a thump. That doesn't tell me anything, you are. He lifted up his head and immediately dropped it into his hands. I'm an idiot, he repeated, very unhelpfully. Marco waited. He'd get to it eventually. Hopefully, it'd be sometime this century. I'm an idiot, he said again. I said something stupid and I think I pushed him too far. What did you say? Marco asked. Thatch, while a kind person at heart, was prone to running off at the mouth. He might have to do damage control, depending on whatever it was. I went to go take him his breakfast. When I found him, we got to talking. Well, I talked and he told me to go away, but hey, that's improvement, right? Yeah, it was. I asked him if he really wanted to be alone, he continued. And just looking at him made me feel like I'd kicked a puppy, for God's sake. Someone trying to assassinate Pops should not look like that, damn it. Yeah, Marco wouldn't have compared Fire Fist to a puppy, that's for sure. Maybe a hellhound pup, cute only because it was small and small things tended to be cute. I should have shut up there, but I didn't. I told him that pushing people away wasn't going to make anything better. I mean, the kid won't even look at his old crew. That was true. Other than demanding their safety after they attacked the Moby to retrieve their captain, Ace hadn't said one word about his crew. When they brought the Spade captain's doctor aboard, after they'd realized he wasn't going to accept treatment from any of them, he didn't look at her or even acknowledge her beyond answering her medical-related questions. Any attempt at contact made by the other Spade pirates would end similarly. It had confused a lot of the Whitebeards, who remembered the captain willing to die to protect his crew. Marco, however, thought he understood. The younger captain had challenged Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Until he beat him, he couldn't even look at his crew, who had come to save him despite being so much weaker. He was trying to save face. He wasn't saying anything, Thatch went on, so I got up to leave. I wasn't expecting him to answer. He looked up. He told me not to take it personally. That he pushed everyone away, that was easier. What the hell? He's only a kid. Crossing his arms, Marco leaned back against the table and let out a sigh. What? He gave his brother a look. Thatch, I think you're forgetting something, you are. The cook looked confused. We're pirates, he clarified. And most crews aren't like ours, remember? He, too, tended to forget that the Whitebeard pirates were a bit weird. It makes sense for a pirate to have his guard up, no matter how old he is. Marco had heard of pirate captains and even entire crews being betrayed and turned into the Marines by one of their own, for money, fame, or pardons. And that wasn't all that could happen. The era they were in did not typically allow for a happy-go-lucky adventure. Thatch glared at him, apparently not appreciating his logic. It's still wrong, DMN it. Marco shrugged. Didn't say it wasn't. Just understandable, you are. Thatch's head dropped back down to the counter with a groan. If I knew what the kid liked, I'd bribe him with food. But the most I've got is that he's basically a carnivore and isn't all that fond of vegetables. He didn't have anything to say to that, so he kept quiet, allowing his brother to gather his thoughts. As he waited, he was startled by a frantic knock on the door. A crew member, one of the 7th Division, popped his head in. Sorry, commanders, but Pops needs you on the upper deck. We have visitors. Who in the world? Marco and Thatch both froze when they sensed who it was. And then Marco started swearing. God DMN it, why did it have to be that crazy monster? The Vice Admiral held on tight to his burden. It squirmed and yelled, but they all knew it wasn't going anywhere. The rest of the crew, experienced sailors and newbies alike, stood at attention behind their captain, hoping to God they weren't about to die. The Moby Dick, flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, was still a fair distance away. And it would stay that way, hopefully, considering that the captain had commanded them to sail past the ship once it was in range. The younger members of the crew kept glancing at the writhing body in the man's right hand. From what they knew, they were sure that devil fruit or not, the kid was about to die. There was no way he'd survive being flung over 500 feet onto another ship, and that wasn't counting the pirates aboard said ship. A few of them had even started praying for the kid's soul. The older ones, that had been there at least a year, were less concerned. Really, they were more exasperated. This was the 5th time in 6 months. They were Marines, not babysitters. A man puffing on a pipe walked up. We're within range, sir. Bwahahaha. Good man, Bogard, good man. All right, men, look lively. I'll just be dropping this brat off quickly and then we're on our way back to base, so Senny can keep his hair on. He gave another laugh. Stupid Gramps. Put me down. The Marine looked down at the boy. How many times do I have to say this, call me Grandpa? The kid stuck his tongue out at him. The crew collectively winced at the punch to the head that earned him. Aizu stood with his brothers and father as they stared at the Marine ship. Normally, they wouldn't even worry. Marines tended to take one look at the ship and the flag and run screaming in the other direction. This one, however, was a special case. Vice Admiral Garp was paying them a visit, whether it was for one of his and Pop's random get-togethers to reminisce on the good old days or to start a fight, he didn't know. Is he just going to sail by? Haruta asked incredulously. No way, Marco refused. He must be planning something, you are. He's holding something. Thatch said, looking through the spyglass. What is it? Marco asked, not taking his eyes off of the ship. It looks like a kid? A kid? Haruta asked. Why would he be holding on to a key? Holy sheet. Thatch hissed, dropping the spyglass and lurching forward. The other commanders, thinking that they were about to be attacked, reached for their weapons. Marco snapped out an order to the crew, right before a dark shadow landed in front of them, cracking the atom wood deck. Aizu calmly aimed his pistol at the wreckage. Behind him, he could hear someone, probably from the 15th Division, groaning about having to repair the deck again. Thatch, apparently knowing something he didn't, rushed forward. "Hey! Are you Oka?" Marco yanked him back. "What are you doing, you ah? Crazy BSTRD just threw that kid." Garp threw a child over 500 feet, onto their ship? He had to be dead. Aizu lowered his gun as everyone started talking at once. Pops remained silent, staring down at the hole in their deck. "Holy sheet, holy sheet, holy sheet," Thatch kept muttering. "Marco, DMN it, let go of me. The kid is probably dead, you ah," their older brother finished bluntly. "And if he's not, then he might be an attacker. You going in with your guard down wood?" A loud groan interrupted his speech. Aizu stared, wide-eyed, at a hand popped out of the hole. "Stupid Gramps, that hurt." A strangely familiar straw hat came up, followed by a dark head of hair as the kid dragged himself up. Plopping down in front of them, without a care in the world, he grabbed his hat off his head and examined it carefully. "He could have hurt my hat." Everyone was silent as the kid continued making sure his hat was okay, his hat. An inanimate object. After he'd just gotten launched 500 feet onto an enemy pirate ship. What the hell? Finally, Thatch shook off Marco's hand and stepped forward cautiously. "Hey, you okay, kid? Huh?" The boy finally looked up, seeming to finally notice them. "Oh. Hey, who are you?" He looked around, setting his hat back on top of his head. Aizu couldn't sense any hostility coming from him, but he kept a hand resting on the handle of his weapon. Innocent as he looked, the kid had somehow survived getting thrown from another ship by a man who treated cannonballs like baseballs. He definitely wasn't normal. "I'm Thatch," his brother said slowly. "Do you know where you are?" Kid shook his head. "Nope. Gramps just said he was dropping me off here. But this doesn't look like the lady." "Dropping him off. What?" Marco growled, utterly done with the situation already. "Hell no, you are." He stepped forward, reaching out to grab his arm. "No!" Marco hissed, yanking his hand back, now set ablaze with his healing blue-gold flames. Thatch had stumbled back, throwing his arms up protectively as an inferno sudden burst into being between them and the kid. A figure appeared in the fire, glaring at them from inside the blaze. "What are you doing?" Fire Fist hissed at them. What the hell was going on? Ace had never attacked anyone besides Pops. Marco's eyes cut to where, if he were visible, the kid would be standing. Huh. Maybe Fire Fist was fond of kids and thought they were going to attack him? The guy was practically a kid himself. Thatch, in a rare moment of insight, must have come to the same conclusion, because he cautiously tried to wave the brat down. "Hey, calm down. We weren't going to hurt the kid. We were just confused. Not every day we have someone hurled onto our ship." The living flame scowled. "Hurled?" Right then, the crazy monster of a vice admiral yelled from the retreating marine ship. "Hey, brat. I was just dropping him off. Take care of him till the other brat gets here, got it?" Before Marco had the chance to yell back, Ace had grabbed the kid and dragged him over to the railing. "Damn it, you shitty geezer. Take him back yourself, I can't do this right now," he screamed, brandishing the kid up by his arm. "I have to go take care of some things, so just watch him for a little while." Garp replied. "You motherfucking smuncher." Thatch winced. Kid, are you trying to PSS him off?" he muttered. Marco had to agree. He was fully expecting the old Marine to come over to teach the brat some respect. Instead, Garp just yelled back, "If I had the time, I'd teach you to have some respect for your elders. I'll have to do that later. Newgate, take care of those little shits for me or I'll beat your butt." Pop snorted behind him. "Why would I?" Ace, the reckless fool, cut him off, screaming words at the shrinking ship and its captain that even Marco had never heard before, and he'd been a pirate for a long time. As he continued, everyone's eyes grew wider and wider. Where in the seas did he hear that? Haruta asked, somewhat amazed at a particular insult that wished for chickens to peck at a particularly sensitive part of Garp's body. Thatch cringed at the image. "I don't know. And I fart in your general direction, you empty-headed animal food trough wiper." And then the crazy rookie held up a, literal, flaming middle finger. "What does that even mean?" Someone asked behind them, sounding absolutely dumbfounded. Yeah, Marco had definitely never heard that one before. The Straw Hat Kid giggled. "Nice, Ace." He then turned to the ship, and Marco was sure they couldn't even be heard at this point, and yelled, "And you're so ugly you made an apple cry." "What?" Ace sighed. "Lou, it's made an onion cry, not an apple. That doesn't even make sense." "It doesn't?" "No." Oops, shishishi. Ace just covered his face with one hand and shook his head. Thatch, the idiot, started laughing. "Well, you tried, Kid. What's your name? The kid turned to look at him. Me? I'm Mon. Ace covered his mouth, glaring at the rest of them. Marco noticed something different in his eyes. He looked ready to take every single person in front of him on. The commander's eyes rested on where the kid's upper arm, where Ace's hand held on so tightly, his knuckles were white. That's none of your DMN business, he growled, pushing the younger kid behind him. The other wasn't making it easy on him, preferring to stand beside him. Yupadake, the kid tried to say past the hand. Gururara. Everyone quieted down. Ace got even more tense. The kid, either not noticing the sudden tension in his companion or not caring, kept struggling. Pops leaned back in his chair. Since the brat is on my ship, I think I have a right to know who he is. Ace glowered and looked about ready to snap something back at the older captain, when a flash of pain went across his face and he yanked his hand away from the kid's mouth. DMN it. Did you seriously just bite me? The kid stuck his tongue out. Eh? Stupid Ace. The older boy wrapped his arm around the little sheet's neck and squeezed. Marco noticed that it wasn't even a fraction of what Ace could do if he actually wanted to hurt the kid. What was that? He growled. Ace is stupid. Stop that. And, they were being absolutely ignored. Haruta finally stepped forward. Hello? Could one of you please explain what is happening right now? Ace finally turned and scowled at them. Garp is a thrice-med sheet-eating government bootlicker. That's what's happening. Marco's eyebrows shot up at the venom in his voice. Pops just laughed. He swore, his father was taking this way too lightly. So, are you going to tell me who this is or not, brat? Ace sneered. How about no? I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I'm going to be king of the pirates. Who are you, Mustache? The entire deck almost choked in shock. Thatch sputtered behind him. Aizu almost dropped his gun. Haruta whispered a bewildered, what the F dash? And Marco himself just stared as Ace froze, mouth open, gaping at the grinning kid beside him. And Whitebeard, the strongest man on the seas, one of the 4 emperors who fought with the pirate king himself, with a crew of thousands. Simply laughed. Ace woke up, something niggling in his brain. He scowled down at the mostly empty plate in front of him. At least he hadn't done a faceplant into it when the attack had hit. Looking around, he tried to find what had woken him up. There was no one else in the room, but his senses still screamed at him to move. It almost felt like .no. There was no way. The shitty old man wouldn't do that now. Not even he was that big of an a-hole. Still, he got up and left the room, moving quickly towards the upper deck. The feeling only grew the closer he got and he sped up, practically sprinting. His observation hockey was a load of crap most of the time, but there were a few presences he'd always recognize. Though, he really hoped his hockey was just going on the fritz at the moment. He threw open the door and stepped out, squinting for a moment at the bright sunlight. When his eyes readjusted and he looked around, his heart almost stopped and then leapt clear out of his chest. His hockey wasn't on the fritz, because there stood his idiot little brother. The idiot was well within arm's length of 2 of the commanders. And Marco, the 1st Division commander, was reaching for him with a scowl. He didn't stop to think, or, more accurately, all brain function shut off. Only one thing remained. No. Ace stared at Luffy, kind of hoping that he didn't just hear what he thought he did come out of his mouth, but knowing he absolutely had. His little brother had managed to actually shock a Yonko's crew silent, with just a few sentences. He didn't know whether he should be proud or furious. Whitebeard finally finished laughing. You're a cheeky brat, aren't you? Luffy crossed his arms. You have a banana mustache. Ace heard Thatch wheezing as he had to take his own deep breath. He did end up feeling a slight bit of pride when he saw the usually unflappable Marco looking utterly dumbfounded. The a-hole had annoyed the shit out of him with his cool, calm, and collected attitude while Ace had felt like climbing the walls. And it's white, Luffy added, because the little sheet could never leave things alone. Bananas are yellow, you know. Even I know that. Holy F dash, does this kid stop? Someone asked quietly. Ace could have answered them. And that answer was, no. No, Luffy did not know the meaning of quitting. Or what a brain-to-mouth filter was. Whitebeard laughed again. Monkey D, huh? Garp's grandson, then. Why did he throw you onto my ship, brat? Luffy shrugged. I don't know. Gramps is crazy. True. Luffy turned away from the Yonko and peered up at Ace. Hey, Ace? Why are we here? Where's the lady? And didn't that feel like a kick to the gut? The Black Lady, Ace's ship, was being kept under lock and key by the Whitebeard crew. He missed the girl. She's fine, Ace told his little brother. She's being taken care of. The glare he gave the old captain said she'd better be. He hated that the old BSTRD nodded back in understanding. What about Dummy? And the others? Ace sighed. Lou, how many times do I have to say this? His name is Rummy. Oh, so where's Dummy? He wasn't fighting this battle right now. Rummy could just deal with it. They're not here right now. They're fine, though. That had been one of the first things Ace had made sure of when he woke up on this godforsaken ship. Luffy nodded. Oh, okay. So, why are we here? Ace wasn't getting out of this one, was he? He rubbed his eyes. I challenged Whitebeard. Seeing the confused look on his face, Ace pointed to the massive man behind him. Luffy looked, nodded, and said, White banana mustache guy. Choosing to not even touch that, Ace continued, and it may be taking me a while to finish him. Luffy blinked. Wow! He exclaimed suddenly. He spun back around to face a still amused-looking Whitebeard. If you're beating Ace, White banana mustache man. When did I ever say that? You must be really strong, Luffy continued, ignoring him. He's Whitebeard, you are, Marco said slowly. Most consider him the strongest man in the world. Haven't you ever heard of him? Nah, Luffy said plainly, picking his nose. Ace couldn't help the snort that left him. In Luffy's defense, they were raised by mountain bandits on an island in the back corner of the East Blue. Also, Luffy wasn't that big on reading anything, much less the newspapers that they rarely got on MT Corvo. How do you know Fire Fist? Aizu asked. Luffy turned to the 16th Division commander and, in true Luffy fashion, immediately said the first thing that popped into his mind. Wow! You're pretty. Are you a guy or girl? The gunslinger blinked. I'm a man, thank you. Ace snorted again. The look that the crew gave him then was borderline nasty. Oh, don't give me that look. He didn't say it to be nice, he asked because he was genuinely confused. Nobody's that stupid, Haruta muttered. Ace flipped him off. Call him stupid again and I'll set your butt up in flames, midget. He could call Luffy stupid, but nobody else here could. What was that? Oh, for FS sake. Ace almost started out of his skin and spun around, stumbling as the feeling left his right knee. Sheet. He quickly and expertly shifted his weight to his left leg and mentally started counting. Hopefully, it wouldn't last too long. His first mate, Rummy, stood there, staring at Luffy with an absolutely fed-up look on his face. Again? He demanded, gesturing to him. Luffy smiled and waved. Hey, dummy. How many times do I have to tell you it's Rummy? He turned to Ace with a scowl. DMN it, Captain, this is getting out of hand. You don't need to tell me that. Ace immediately retorted, feeling put on the spot. I keep telling the old man to stop. Well, obviously he's not listening. Ace pointed to Luffy. Have you met Luffy? Shitty Gramps is 100 times worse. Pot, kettle, Rummy snarked back. I'm not nearly as bad as they are. You're as stubborn as a brick shithouse. He gestured around them, to the watching crew. Exhibit A, here we are. Oh, F you. No, thanks, you know you're not my type, Captain. Huh? They both turned to a very confused Luffy. Ignore that, Ace told him. He was not going to be the one to have the talk with Luffy. Nope. Nah. Not going to do it. Let Dayton have that embarrassing headache. Luffy nodded, listening to him for once. Rummy, the jackass, then turned to him and said, see? Even Luffy listens better than you and he's Luffy. That was accurate, but it didn't mean Ace was just going to let it go. Luffy only listens once in a blue moon, when all the stars align perfectly and it stops snowing on Drum Island for a split second. Okay, stop. All three of them turned to face the Whitebeard chef, who had his hands up, shaking his head. I hate to interrupt this very interesting conversation, but could one of you please explain why Garp dropped his grandson off on our ship? Rummy, despite his attitude, was loyal to the bond, and kept his mouth shut. Ace glared at the irritating man. How about you mind your own DMN Boosie? Oh, Ace is my big brother. Ace cursed every single thing he could think of for Luffy's inexplicable trust in random but strangers. Rummy sighed beside him. Well, we both know he wouldn't have kept it a secret for long. Kid has no filter. Ace could attest to that. The idea had been niggling in the back of Thatch's mind, but even with that inkling, he was still shocked. Ace, the feral, barely an adult, explosive, literally and figuratively, little sheet of a captain, who had repeatedly tried to take Pop's head and scoffed at the idea of becoming part of their family. Had a little brother. And to make matters weirder, the kid seemed actually kind of adorable and nice, if a bit blunt and empty-headed. He hadn't tried attacking Pops, he hadn't insulted anyone really, he had a feeling that the kid just had no filter and the ex-Spade pirate just confirmed that, good to know, and had been just generally chill. It was even weirder since Garp the goddamn fist was his grandfather. Oh shit, did that mean he was Ace's grandfather too? Alright, he realized how stupid that question was as soon as he asked himself. Still, though, no wonder the kid had some screws loose. Now that he was looking, they did look very similar. Both had black hair and tan skin, though the kid's was a tad bit darker than his older brother's. The kid, Luffy, right, had brown eyes so dark they looked black, while Ace's was more of a silver gray. Luffy was more wiry than Ace, but he was younger, so he might grow into it. It was a bit weird they had different surnames, but whatever, he's heard of weirder. Thatch's observations were cut short by a loud rumble. Luffy looked down at his stomach and then turned to his brother. Ace, I'm hungry. Ah. Here was his moment to shine. Thatch laughed. Well, kid, you're in luck. I'm the lead cook on this ship. Why don't you follow me? The kid's face brightened and with a huge smile, he chipped, okay, poofy head. What? As he tried to wrap his head around that, the kid didn't even get one step towards him before his brother yanked him back with a scowl and a dark look for Thatch. Luffy looked up, a strangely adorable pout on his face. Ace. Food. What have I told you about taking food from strangers? But, Ace. Thatch tried adding his own wheedling. Come on, Ace, the kid's hungry. You've eaten my food before, you know it's good. Ace shot a look at him that said, shut the hell up. He was used to those. Luffy twisted around in what looked like a very uncomfortable manner. Stingy. I want Poofy Head's food. Thatch wasn't sure he liked that nickname. It's a pompadour, kid. And my name is Thatch, by the way. Luffy thought about it for a second and then nodded. So, you're Pom-Pom Head. No? Rummy, Ace's old second-in-command, snorted. Yeah, good luck with that, Whitebeard. If he doesn't remember my name after 6 months, he's definitely not remembering yours. Ace gave a quick snort, which had Rummy giving him a dirty look. Jackass, he muttered under his breath at his former captain. Ace shrugged and accepted the term without protest. Ace, the kid whined. Didn't Shitty Gramps feed you? Ace asked. That's normally the one thing he does right. Luffy pouted. Yeah, but that was breakfast. Thatch almost said that breakfast had only been 2 hours ago. Then he remembered the Marines' ridiculous schedules and breakfast had most likely been 6 hours ago for them. Ace sighed. God damn it. Fine. I'll fish for you, alright? Come on. He picked the kid up and carried him away, slung over his shoulder. Rummy looked from the two brothers, to the Whitebeard crew, and then repeated the motion with an indecisive look on his face. Finally, he gave a long, drawn-out sigh and shook his head. Looking back to Thatch and the others behind him, he said, you guys honestly don't know what you've just gotten thrown into. So, because I do know, I'm going to give you some tips. Marco huffed, walking up beside him. I think we can take care of a child, you are. Rummy gave him an almost pitying look. Monkey D. Luffy is not a child. He is a hurricane, during an earthquake, during a tsunami. He is a force of goddamn nature, as you're soon to realize. Thatch blinked. The kid? He seemed so naive. Rummy squared himself up, looking up into their father's eyes. You've given your word that you wouldn't hurt the rest of the crew for our captain's attempts on your life. You've also taken care of the lady, right? I have. And you won't hurt Luffy either, right? He pushed. Thatch was actually offended. They were pirates, not monsters, DMN it. The brat is safe here, Pops agreed. I'll make sure the rest of my children know that. The other pirate's shoulders relaxed a bit. Good. Also, Mr. Fourth? Yeah? Thatch asked. I suggest you prepare yourself and your cooks. Those two are bottomless pits. It couldn't be that bad, right? Ace plopped Luffy down on the floor of the bathroom, looking over his little brother for any potential injuries. He scowled when he saw the bruises. Their shitty grandfather. Who uses hockey on a 14-year-old, DMN it? That was the rubber-brained idiot could get bruises, so that must have been what happened. But other than that, Luffy looked okay. Even as stressed as he felt, he couldn't help smiling back at the huge grin beaming up at him. Hey, Lou, he greeted softly, finally able to after he got over the initial surprise. Hey, Ace. This ship is susu big. It's bigger than the lady. And it looks like a fish. He sighed. Motormouth at it, once again. A flash of white caught his eye. A piece of paper, tucked into the band of Luffy's beloved straw hat. Ace reached over and plucked it out of the red fabric, as Luffy continued talking. He halfway listened to his tale of getting kidnapped, again, as he unfolded the paper and read the note on it. Hey, brat. I've already talked to the other one and he'll be there to pick up Luffy in 2 weeks. Try not to die in the meantime. Love, Grandpa. His nose wrinkled at the love part, but he continued reading the small note underneath. P.S. Make sure to review the lessons on how to be a proper Marine, I'll be testing him on it later. He growled. Like hell he would. There was more. P.P.S. How dare you become a pirate, you ungrateful little brat. Now he's even more determined. You know how he idolizes you. You've made it worse. He smirked at the paper. Ha. Take that, BSTRD. Ace? He moved the paper to see big brown eyes staring up at him, having finally realized he wasn't listening anymore. Do you think White Banana Mustache Man poops? Or he was coming up with absolutely ridiculous questions out of the blue. That was also a possibility. He shook his head. Luffy. What the hell kind of question is that? Of course he poops. Are you sure? Well. There was really no way of knowing unless he asked, but no way in hell was he doing that. So, it's apparently going to take Sabo 2 weeks to get here, Ace said, trying to change the subject. It appeared to work, because Luffy brightened at the mention of their other brother. Cool. I get to stay with you longer. Hey, Ace. Are they your friends? No. He clipped. I'm trying to take out their captain. We're definitely not friends. Oh. Okay. Ace looked down at his little brother, who was way too trusting, way too weak to be here, in the New World, on a Yonko's ship, surrounded by people his big brother had and was continuing to PSS off. He bit his lip. Risking his own life was easy, it didn't matter much to begin with. But Luffy. What would he do if the BSTRD's crew decided to take out their frustration with him on his only family? His crew had made their choice to stay, no matter how he felt about it. They were a capable bunch, at least. Luffy just got dropped into this mess. Chewing, he looked to the side, gathering his thoughts. He wanted the old man's head. He wanted to prove, to the world, to himself, to a man long dead but still looming over him like a dark cloud, that he was strong, that he could do this. He didn't need anything from him, not his name, not his legacy. He'd take down someone who'd fought toe-to-toe with him and he'd finally lay the ghost to rest. But Ace wasn't willing to risk one of his brothers, his little brother at that, for that. His goal here didn't matter as much as Luffy's safety. He'd never let him get hurt again. He'd never feel that feeling of losing someone he loved again. He couldn't go through that. He'd rather Ace? He turned back. Luffy studied him, eyes searching his, looking for something Ace never knew how he found. He suddenly tilted his head to the side and held up his hand, pinky finger outstretched. No regrets, right? He asked. Ace took a deep breath and wrapped his own pinky around his. No regrets. Holding on, Luffy met his eyes with a serious expression, something he rarely wore. We promised. You'd regret it if you left, wouldn't you? Sheet. Luffy smiled, the little sheet. Don't worry. I'll be fine. They're not bad. I listened. He drew in another deep breath, held it for a moment, and then let it out all at once. DMN it, Luffy. What have I told you about doing that? Shishishi, he giggled, absolutely unrepentant. It's fine. We're alone. Ace was slightly, greatly, embarrassed that his baby brother, weak, crybaby Luffy, had better observation hockey than he did. But that wasn't the problem right now. Pressing his fingertips together, he sighed into his hands. He knew that trying to lecture him would do little to nothing, so he threw that idea out the window. Defeatedly, he asked, Are you sure about this? Luffy nodded his head enthusiastically. Yep. Well, he'd never been wrong before. Luffy read people like their other brother read books. Ace shrugged. All right. But if you hear anything that says differently, we're leaving immediately, got it? Another round of head nods. And, because he was a big brother, and because his little brother was Luffy, he pulled him into a hug. Unlike most teenagers, who might pull away, Luffy giggled and wrapped his arms around and around like only he could do. I love you, little brother, Ace thought. I know. I love you too, Ace. Alright. So, he might have made a mistake here. Ace had, somehow, forgotten just how much Luffy ate. He remembered, he just didn't want to ask these BSTRDs for favors. But Luffy mattered more to him than his pride, he always would. Ace had been fishing for over an hour and he'd barely caught enough to count as a snack for Lou. His own stomach grumbled, but he ignored it. He was older and stronger, he could go a while without a full meal. Luffy, however, couldn't. In a rare show of tact, Luffy wasn't complaining or asking for more besides what he got, but Ace could still hear his stomach growling. He hated, absolutely hated, admitting it, but it was obvious what needed to happen. He cursed under his breath, using words that would have earned him a punch to the head had the shitty old man heard them, and pulled up the fishing pole, laying it to the side. Ace? He held out his hand. Come on, Lou. We'll go get you something else to eat. Luffy didn't move at the mention of food. Ace's heart wrenched at the memory of another time Luffy went hungry. I'm okay, he said, smiling up at him. Ace waved his hand, anxiety making the movement sharp. Luffy. Come on. Now. Luffy stared at him and then took his hand, letting him pull him up. He then kept a hold of it, pulling the younger towards the kitchens. Anyone they met along the way was given a harsh glare, just daring them to say anything. Between Ace's dark looks and taking a shortcut with very few people along the way, they got to the kitchen quickly and with little to no hassle. The Moby, a big ship with an even larger crew, had an appropriately sized kitchen. But, behind the main kitchen, where most of the crew's meals were cooked, was a much smaller private kitchen, where the fourth commander spent a lot of his time, tinkering with different recipes and ideas. Ace started to kick down the door, but stopped, rethought his approach, and, grudgingly, knocked politely. "I'm coming, just give me a sec." The door opened and Ace had to fight himself not to immediately punch the man in the face. "Breathe, Ace. Time to put all those lessons in good manners to work." Thatch almost swallowed his own tongue when he saw who was knocking on his door. Ace stood there, scowling, his little brother holding on to his right hand. He would call that adorable, if he didn't know doing so would end with his butt being lit on fire. "What's up?" he asked instead, pretty sure of the reason they were there, but choosing to be polite. Ace's scowl deepened and Thatch could already hear the scathing reply he would be getting. But, to his surprise, the kid stopped himself, took a deep breath, and then bowed. Thatch, in his shock, absently noted that it was a perfect bow, his hands by his sides and his back straight, his upper body bending exactly 70 degrees forward. "My apologies for disrupting your afternoon," he said, as if he hadn't given the man enough of a heart attack. "If I may ask for a favor, I would be exceedingly grateful." Sure. What else was he supposed to say to that? Another deep breath. He could practically see the tension in the kid's shoulders. The younger boy, Luffy, looked up at him, something in his eyes that made Thatch slightly uncomfortable. He was pretty much an open book in general, but it felt like the kid was looking into his soul. "If my brother may have something to eat, I would be much obliged." A bit freaked out from the fiery brat's sudden politeness and the other's weirdly knowing look, Thatch still agreed instantly. Like he'd ever let someone go hungry on his ship. "Sure, come on in. It is greatly appreciated." Ace straightened and led his brother inside, past a somewhat dumbfounded Thatch. He blinked. "All right then. That just happened." Thatch wanted to cry. Rummy hadn't been exaggerating. At all. The kid ate as much as 10 full-grown men and Thatch could already see the problem this would cause. He'd have to talk to Pops and Marco and find an island to buy more supplies at, which would throw off the budget sheet. Ace stood next to his brother, tense with his back ramrod straight. He'd watched Thatch's every movement like a hawk and the cook had a feeling that if he did anything that could be remotely perceived as threatening in any way, he'd be the next one on the fire user's hit list. Despite both his and the kid's best attempts to get him to join in, Ace had refused any offers of a meal himself, content to watch his brother eat. If Ace ate as much as Luffy did, Thatch was 1, even more worried about his diet now and 2, completely screwed. The kid kept on scarfing down the meal he'd prepared and Thatch noticed in dismay that he wasn't slowing down, even as the food steadily disappeared. Once again, he turned to look at his older brother. Before he could ask, yet again, if he wanted anything, Ace shook his head silently. The kid frowned, but continued eating. Thatch watched with dread as the last piece of meat vanished down his throat. As Luffy stopped and looked down at the empty plates in front of him, Ace cleared his throat. "You good, Lou?" Luffy turned to his brother and smiled widely. "Yep. It was really good." He jumped up out of the chair. Ace pointedly looked at him and tilted his head towards Thatch. "Luffy." "Oh, yeah." Spinning around, he clapped his hands together. "Thanks for the food, Pom-Pom Head. It was great. I hope my cook will be as good as you." Thatch couldn't help preening at the praise. "Thanks, kid." The grin that earned him made him almost melt. How was this kid so adorable? It should be illegal, goddammit. Then again, he was a pirate and everything he did was illegal, so. Ace, still looking like he wanted to be anywhere but in this room, bowed once more and quietly, politely, thanked him again. With that, he took a hold of Luffy's hand and led him out as the kid waved to him. Thatch waved back. When the door shut, Thatch finally collapsed back into a chair, deflating like a balloon. Well, that just happened. When Marco opened the door to Thatch's private kitchen, he was expecting. He didn't know what he was expecting, but Thatch staring blankly at the door as he walked in wasn't it. He stopped, sighed, and closed the door. Turning around, he crossed his arms and looked down at the dumbstruck man, resigning himself to another long talk. "What happened, you want?" Thatch blinked, still wide-eyed. I think my brain's broken," he said. Okay, he couldn't really help what came out of his mouth. Did it ever work to begin with? The middle finger that retort earned him was a well-practiced motion. He waited. After a moment, Thatch deflated, hanging his head. "Ace came by with the kid. Wanted me to make him lunch." Marco's eyebrows went up. That was surprising. Ace would, sometimes, take the food that they gave him when they hunted him down. He fished and stole whatever else he needed. But he'd never asked for anything. Marco got the idea that the kid was fiercely independent, so the idea that he'd ask Thatch for anything, including food, was surprising. He still wouldn't eat anything, he clarified with a grumble. Both me and the kid tried to get him to, but no luck. Yeah, that fit. Still. He asked for his brother. Thatch nodded. Yeah. And let me tell you, that rummy guy wasn't embellishing at all. The kid can eat, we're going to need to talk to Pops about supplies, he added. Marco felt the urge to facepalm. Great. First the shipwrights griping about lumber and now potential food stock problems. All right, you are, he said. He paused. I doubt that was the only thing. What else happened? Rubbing his face, Thatch groaned. A lot. I was not expecting the kids to show up, knocking on my door. And then Ace. The stress he put on the name drew his attention. What did he do, you are? Thatch looked up at him, shock still written all over his face. He was polite. Marco blinked. What? He was so formal, I didn't even know he could be so civil. He said, much obliged. Who even says that? He wanted to make sure he got this right. He broke your brain, by being polite? Thatch must have come back enough to hear the skepticism in his voice, because his head popped up with a look. If he came up to you with a, I beg your pardon, or something after the last 2.5 weeks, would you just shrug it off? Marco started to say something, thought about it, and shrugged. Point taken, you are. Thatch nodded. And then, if that wasn't enough, the kid eats enough to feed 10 grown men and Ace is standing beside him, stiff as a board and glaring at me so hard I honestly expected to catch fire. And he probably would have set my butt ablaze if I made a even slightly threatening move. Kid watched me like a hawk. And speaking of kids, that Luffy kid is adorable, and I can't believe I'm saying that, but I am. Marco pet an eyebrow as Thatch finally paused. Want to take a breath, now, you are? He waved him off shortly. My point is, while I still don't buy into that whole force of goddamn nature thing Rummy said about the kid, I'm starting to think that they're about to make things very interesting. Ace tried to think up something, anything really, to head off the approaching disaster. But nothing was coming to mind and the threat was looming closer and closer. It twisted and sulked. He braved himself for. Ace, I'm bored. That? I know, he said, but I need you to stay with me, okay? Luffy pouted, drumming his feet against the deck. All we're doing is sitting here. I want to have fun. Ace took a deep breath. I know, Lou, but this isn't the place, alright? Stay with me at all times, remember? The pout deepened. Ace sighed. Luffy plus boredom equaled an Aqua Laguna-sized problem. He needed to come up with a way to keep him busy, quick. Luffy tapped on his shoulder. Can we explore the ship? He asked. Ace thought about it. While that'd have them running into a bunch of people, he was sure that at this point, most of the crew knew to leave him alone. Ace excelled at emitting F-off energy when needed. And that, at least, would get Luffy up and moving. He'd have to keep a very close eye on him to make sure he didn't get into any trouble, but he was used to that. Alright, fine. Let's go. Fasa aggressively puffed away on his cigar, scowling down at the paperwork he was having to fill out way too goddamn early. A request for landing at an island, so he and his division could get supplies to repair everything getting broken. The Moby was built with a mixture of regular lumber and the extremely difficult-to-find Adams wood. As such, they tried to keep a stockpile of both in case of emergencies. Between Pops, Fire Fist, and now the new brat crash landing onto their deck, he needed more of both. And Adams wood was expensive, DMN it. Regular lumber wasn't exactly dirt cheap either. Goddamn brats and their goddamn assassination attempts, he grumbled. He was willing to bet money this brother of his was going to be just as much trouble as Fire Fist was and he wasn't putting up with it. The second the kid broke something else, he was throwing him a hammer and making him fix it his goddamn self. Jabbing his quill to the paper, he continued muttering to himself in frustration. Since everyone was avoiding the aggravated commander at the moment, he almost jumped out of his skin to hear the door open and someone yelling into the room. So cool. F-. Not this brat. This is the shipwright's workroom, another familiar voice said. Don't touch anything. And the other punk was here too. Great. His temper ignited and he stood up, stomping over to where the main troublemaker was standing. The kid stared him down, moving and planting himself in front of his brother. What do you want? He asked coldly, jaw set. Fasa scowled down at him. I want you to stop attacking Pops, DMN it, he growled. Silver eyes narrowed. Are you going to make me, then? I thought your Pops was supposed to be the strongest. What, he needing his underlings to intimidate people into kissing his butt now? The older pirate gritted his teeth, biting down into the end of the cigar. Pops can take you on a sleep, remember? I'm just tired of dealing with all the damage, you little piece of shit. The kid's face twisted in anger and he started what was probably going to be a nasty retort. But, he stopped, froze really, as his eyes went wide. He breathed. Fasa was so confused as the kid started spinning around, running around the room and frantically checking behind everything he could. "What the F are you doing?" he demanded. "Where is he?" the brat exclaimed. "Where is who?" "Oh, sheet." During their however brief argument, the younger brat with the weirdly familiar straw hat had disappeared. That probably wasn't good. The young man rubbed his eyes, barely holding back an irritated sigh. The report was going on and on and on. It wasn't even important info, it was complaints and sidetracks. Was this idiot serious complaining about the food? It was a war-torn country, dumbass. Finally, he had enough. With a sigh, he held up a hand, signaling the man to stop. Thankfully, he did. "I beg your pardon for the interruption," he started, "but I do believe that there is a tree out there who is hard at work, producing the oxygen that you are currently squandering. Please go find it and apologize. Then come back and apologize to me for wasting my time and what limited patience I had." The man stopped, stared at him, dumbfounded, then turned and left. Quickly. "Chief," his friend exclaimed at his side, sounding horrified. "Huh," he said, ignoring the tone. "Do you think he's actually going to do it?" "No." "Too bad," he said lightly. "Chief." He groaned, dropping his head into his hands. 2 weeks, he said, rubbing his eyes vigorously. 2 weeks before we're done here, and that's probably being optimistic. Do you know how much trouble he can get into in that amount of time? He could already feel it. That sensation of knowing his brother was pulling something stupid. His idiot twin wasn't responding to any of his calls and he'd heard the rumors that Whitebeard had picked him up. He'd told him not to PSS off the Yonko. He told him that it'd end badly. And what did he do? Go challenge one directly. Absolute dumbass. When he mentioned this, she rolled her eyes. "There's no way. You're just making yourself anxious." She didn't understand. Nobody really believed him when he said his brothers were crazy, reckless idiots. They had no idea. He took a deep breath. 2 weeks, he thought to himself, and hoping it'd somehow transmit to his brother. Just please don't do anything stupid for 2 weeks. There was no chance they wouldn't. Sheet. Luffy. Ace ran down the hallway, shoving aside anyone in his way. He got a lot of angry yells and questions, but he ignored all of them. They weren't important. Luffy was. He stretched his awareness out, trying to find any trace of his brother's aura. But, with his limited control of observation, he couldn't sense very far, and he cursed himself for not practicing more. Sabo had warned him it would come back to bite him in the butt one day, and, sure enough, here it was. So, he ran up and down hallways, searching for him. He had to find him, and quick. The amount of trouble Lu could get into on this DMN ship was infinite, and that wasn't even counting what would happen if he ran into someone who decided they wanted a bit of payback against Ace. "Luffy, DMN it. Don't you dare get hurt." Rummy was walking, just heading out from the bathroom, when he was barreled into. He was thrown on his butt, yelping as his poor tailbone hit the floor. Sheet, that was going to hurt later. "What the F? Rummy?" he started, looking up at the frantic tone. His captain stared down at him, panic in his eyes and a certain rubber boy missing from his side. God damn it. He vanished, didn't he? Ace reached down and yanked him up to his feet. "No time. Help me search for him. Go right, I'll go left. If you find him, do not let him out of your sight and bring him to me." Rummy immediately nodded. "On it, Captain." They split up from there, Rummy taking the hall on the right while Ace went to the left. He had no idea where the kid could be, and he knew that the kitchen would have been the first place Ace would have checked, so that was out. He checked in every room that wasn't locked, apologizing to anybody inside. Luffy, most likely, wouldn't be in the barracks anyway. But then again, who knew what the kid was thinking at any given moment? He racked his brain, trying to think of the craziest, most ridiculous thing a child could do on a Yonko's shii.it. Oh. God fing DMN it, kid. Hey. Hey. Giant white banana mustache man. Whitebeard, Emperor of the Sea, looked down. And down. And down, at the little squirt frowning up at him. The boy's brother was nowhere to be seen. "Are you lost, child?" he rumbled. "I'm not lost." He obviously lied through his teeth, not meeting his eyes. "I just can't find Ace." Whitebeard laughed. "You're a terrible liar, kid." The cheeky brat stuck his tongue out. "No, you are." He couldn't help it. He just kept laughing. Bold as brass, he was. The kid pouted, making himself look even younger. "Stop laughing, you bstrd." Whitebeard shook his head, still chuckling. "You're an impudent little punk, aren't you?" The little one frowned. "I don't know what that means, but my name is Luffy." Whitebeard pet an eyebrow. You don't know my name, but you want me to call you by yours? Where's the fairness in that, eh? Not that there was fairness in this world, but he doubted one that Young knew that. His head tilted to the side. Oh? I guess you're right. So, giant white banana mustache man, what's your name? Whitebeard thought about which one to give. He doubted the boy would call him Pops, with his own brother's adamant refusal of the title. Whitebeard was so formal, he got the feeling this brat didn't do formal. How about Newgate? He asked. That should be informal enough for the kid to remember, but still distant enough to not irritate the fire brat. Big brown eyes blinked. New.Gate? He shrugged. All right, but now you have to call me Luffy. He held out his hand. Whitebeard bent down, extending his index finger for the key, Luffy, to shake. All right, then, Luffy, we have an agreement. Luffy nodded. Yeah. The Yonko's yellow eyes were then drawn to the straw hat hanging by a string around the kid's neck, bobbing with each movement. Say, Luffy, where did you get that hat from? The kid blinked in surprise. He reached around the back of his head and grabbed onto the hat, bringing it forward. Staring down at it, he said. This was given to me by a friend. I told him I'd give it back to him someday. Whitebeard hummed in thought. You come from the East, right? Yeah, why? The red-haired brat had been in the East around 7 years ago. He remembered the first time he'd seen the brat after he returned to the Grand Line, missing an arm. What enemy did you give that left arm to? Don't worry, I gave it to a kid. He laughed. So, then, red hair, this was the kid. What's so funny? Pops? Whitebeard turned to his son, who was staring a bit incredulously at him and the brat. Marco, come here, is there something you needed? I was just what are you doing here, you are? He asked, turning to Luffy. Where's your brother? The kid shrugged. I don't know. Whitebeard had to laugh at his son's expression to that. Luffy laughed with him. With a highly put-upon sigh, Marco dropped his head down and shook it slowly. You are most definitely trouble, you are, he muttered. Luffy nodded. I hear that a lot, you are. Marco froze. What the hell? Are you making fun of me, you are? The kid grinned at him. It sounded cool, so I wanted to try it. But I think it sounds better when you do it. His son obviously didn't know what to say to that. Whitebeard chuckled. Maybe you should go find your brother before he starts panicking, he suggested. Luffy shrugged. He'll find me. He always does. He had to commend the boy for having the utmost faith in his brother. He said as much to him. The look he gave him at that was honestly hilarious. Marco choked next to him at the utter, "Are you stupid?" expression the child had. Of course I do, he said, he's ace. He's the best. How so? Whitebeard asked, not challenging the statement, but wanting to know more. Luffy shrugged. He just is. Ace is ace and that's all ace needs to be. Fair enough, the captain conceded. Luffy. As the captain and his first mate looked up, the kid grinned and spun around, waving. Dummy. It's Rummy. The man sprinted towards them, stumbling to a halt in front of Luffy, looking him over. The younger, either not noticing the other's concern or not caring, giggled up at him with a wide smile. The man dropped his face into his hands with an absolutely fed-up groan. God damn it. With a put-upon sigh, he reached down and picked the child up like he was a sack of flour. Come on, the captain's losing his mind right now. Let's go before he sets the entire ship on fire. With a quick bow to Whitebeard, the pirate turned and jogged towards the door. Thrown over his shoulder, Luffy was waving energetically. Bye, Newgate. Bye, Pineapple Head. Did you just, nope. Nah. Leaving that to Ace to deal with, Rummy muttered as the door closed. Pineapple Head? Marco muttered. Seriously, you are? Whitebeard started chuckling. Gururara, interesting brat, there. I guess. Marco stopped and took a deep breath. Pops.no. The old pirate looked away. I don't know what you're talking about, son. Marco scowled, his hands coming up to set on his hips in the picture of disapproval. Don't even try to deny it, you are. I know that look in your eyes. No. We already have to deal with Fire Fist, we're not, no. Whitebeard hummed. Pops. Rummy made sure he had a good grip on his captain's little brother as he ran through the hallways, trying to find him. He knew from experience that Luffy was a slippery little BSTRD and could disappear in the blink of an eye, which was probably why Ace tended to just pick him up and carry him places. It was definitely less stressful. As he searched, he couldn't help thinking that, after almost a month on this DMN ship, the only time his captain actually talked to him was when he needed his help with Luffy. It stung, it definitely stung, but at this point, the entire crew knew where they fell on Ace's list of importance. His brothers would always be first. They were lucky to be second, even if it wasn't a particularly close second. He had to admit, at least to himself, despite the irritating nickname and the infuriating tendency to get into absolutely ridiculous situations, he could help liking the kid either. Luffy was normally a ball of positivity and sunshine, even if he lived and breathed chaos like it was air. Once he decided he liked you, that was it, you were his for life, whether or not you'd asked for it. How could you not like the kid, unless you were a complete and utter a-hole, that was. Lost as he was in his thoughts, Rummy tripped and almost landed on his face when Luffy suddenly squirmed around, bending himself around his back, to his other shoulder. He giggled as Rummy righted himself, and pointed to a door down the hall, to the right. Ace. Finally. Ace was rooting through the laundry room. Don't ask why Luffy would be in there, it's Luffy, typical logic need not apply, when his observation, which he had been stretching thin over as wide an area as he could, finally picked up on the faintest hint of his brother's aura. He froze, holding his breath as he concentrated more. The feeling grew, and just as he was about to turn and sprint out of the room, a joyful shout reached his ears. Ace! He turned around and started to the door. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he was smacked into by a laughing, rubbery body. You idiot, he thought, both to himself and to the giggling troublemaker in his arms as he hugged him back as tightly as he could. Found him, Rummy said drily as he walked the rest of the way leisurely. Ace looked up and nodded to his first mate, his gratitude in his eyes, even if he didn't say it out loud. There'd be time for that later. Grabbing a hold of him, he pried his clingy brother away and looked him over. There were no injuries he could see, but with Luffy's fruit, that didn't necessarily mean he hadn't been hurt. Not to mention the grin Luffy was giving him was one that Ace had learnt meant I did something I thought was exciting but will probably give you a heart attack. What did you do? He asked cautiously. I met G.I. Newgate. New. His face went pale as he realized what Lou meant. His head snapped over to where Rummy was standing, his hand covering his face and shaking his head. No, he said, horrified. Rummy sighed. Yep, I'm afraid so. I found him planted in front of the captain, as bold as anything. Ace withheld a scream as Luffy, unaware of the chaos he created, just grinned. What the F dashed a? His shipwright brother, Fasa, turned to face them at Thatch's relatively quiet exclamation. His face, which was already ruddy and affixed with almost permanent scowl normally, was approaching volcanic. Thatch could see why, since the entire workshop was upturned like a hurricane had gone through it. What happened? Izo asked. Fasa took a deep breath and let out a large puff of cigar smoke. I had visitors, he growled. Thatch went to ask who, only to be stopped by one of Izo's elbows jabbing into his ribs. He scowled at his brother, but kept his mouth shut. Then, Fasa continued. The fire brat came by with the other kid. I may have gotten into an argument with the other one and the little one disappeared while we were distracted. This, he waved a hand towards the mess, was the result of him trying to find the kid. Thatch whistled. All right then, Hurricane Ace. And you just stood there and let him? Izo continued, flabbergasted. Yeah, one of the things everyone on the crew knew not to mess with, it was Fasa's workshop. Along with him kicking your butt all over the huge ship, it was also just generally a bad idea to mess with anything that could be needed at a moment's notice. Every commander had something like that. Marco would punt you into South Blue if you messed with his medications, Izo would plug you full of holes if a single speck of his makeup was missing, Thatch himself was borderline neurotic about provisions, etc. Fasa coughed. Well, by the time my brain caught up and I threw him out, he'd already done all of this. Wow. Kid worked quick. Izo let out a groan and facepalmed. Both Thatch and Fasa turned to him, confused. What? Thatch asked. So, he replied. You are telling me that we have a child missing, running loose on our ship with no supervision, while his volatile older brother wrecks everything in his path, trying to find him? Oh. It's not like anyone will hurt the kid if they run into him, Thatch argued. He couldn't really say anything about Ace destroying things. He hadn't heard of anything getting demolished, but that didn't mean it hadn't happened. This was a big ship. You and I know that, but does Ace? Izo demanded. Boy doesn't trust us with his own safety, why would he ever trust us with his brothers? He hated to admit he had a point. Well? He asked again. We need to split up and find the kid. Even if we'll need to keep our distance, at least we can guide him in the right direction. Thatch nodded along with Fasa. Izo pointed a finger at the large man and said, You, stay here. If you got into an argument with Ace, then I doubt either of them are going to want your help now. Thatch, go get Haruta or Marco and tell them. That's not necessary. They all turned as Marco walked in, grimacing as he saw the state of the room. The kid's already been found and returned to Fire Fist, Yua. Where was he? Fasa asked. Marco shook his head with a sigh. I found him planted in front of Pops, not cowed in the slightest by facing what most consider the strongest man in the world. Are we surprised? Izo asked under his breath. Kid didn't blink an eye at him earlier. Fasa groaned loudly. Please tell me he wasn't picking a fight with Pops, too, for FS sake. Marco shook his head, a slightly ironic smile on his face. No. Pops actually got him to call him Newgate, Yua. And the kid waved by as he was carried away. The Spade's second-in-command found him. He seems to be a nice kid. My question is, how is Luffy so sweet and Ace is so not? Thatch ended weakly. Izo rolled his eyes. Just because they're siblings, doesn't mean they have to act the same, Thatch. I know that. He replied. But I don't know, I just feel like there's something we're missing, alright? He didn't know what it was, but there was definitely something Ace was hiding, and they weren't going to get anywhere with him until they found out what it was. Rummy sat there, sipping his drink, some really good alcohol Ace snatched from the kitchens while he had watched Luffy, as Ace lectured Luffy once again about staying within sight. He was pretty sure it was going in one ear and out the other, judging by the smile on his face. Finally, Ace threw his hands up in defeat. God damn it, Lou. I swear, he muttered the rest under his breath. Luffy reaches over and patted his head. Rummy scooted back as Ace erupted into action. Grabbing the kid in a, relatively, gentle chokehold, he aggressively rubbed his knuckles into his idiot brother's head. Don't pat my head like that, you jackass. Listen when I'm telling you something. Luffy yelled, squirming violently to try to get out of Ace's hold, but Ace just squeezed tighter. Rummy sat outside of the range of potential collateral damage from the brothers wrestling and watched, a smile creeping onto his face. Yeah, despite how much it may sting, he couldn't be mad about Ace's priorities. Luffy deserved it. But, he grimaced as he took another drink. Mr. Bloody was not going to be happy about this. The Vice Admiral might be about to die. Why did I agree to this? Sabo asked himself. All he got from being Chief of Staff was a moderately cool title and a ton of stress. Are you done, Chief? The passive-aggressive question came from the woman standing at the door with her arms crossed. Sabo groaned, smacking his head against the table. DMN it, Koala, fine. I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have been so short with everyone. You asked Dusty if he could take one day off from being a moron. And earlier, you told Sam to apologize to a tree for wasting the oxygen it produced. She scowled. That's way worse than just being short, duh. Sabo rolled his eyes. Don't roll your eyes at me. Sam had the audacity to complain about the quality of the food we were being given by a war-torn country trying to free itself from oppression, he snapped, still angry remembering the conversation. And Dusty. Alright, that might have been a bit much, but he literally asked what sound a donkey made as Danaka was giving her report. He continued, speaking over her, proceeded to bay like an actual DMN donkey and laugh. Danaka was humiliated. One of their infiltration experts, Danaka's a fruit model, Donkey was very well suited for her job. Such a common animal would normally be overlooked by people, making her capable of hearing discussions no one else could. Dusty's actions had been uncalled for. Koala shut her mouth and sighed. He realizes he messed up and has already apologized to Danaka multiple times. Now, he just looks like someone kicked his puppy. You know how much he looks up to you. He may make inappropriate comments sometimes, but he's just trying to relieve tension. Sabo started to say something, but it was now Koala's turn to interrupt him. And, it's not just those two. You've been angry and snappish with everyone since you got that call. I understand you're worried and frustrated and probably more than a little said, but we're not going to get anything done if you can't get your head in the game. So, calm yourself the F down and do your job right so we can get out of here and you can go see your brothers. He couldn't say she was wrong. Alright, you're right, he admitted, holding his hands up in surrender. I've been a JRK. I'll apologize to everyone later. And I'll talk privately with Dusty, alright? But I'm not apologizing to Sam. He added with a hard glance. She rolled her eyes. Of course not, Sam was a dumbass. I've already told him that if something like that happens again, he's being sent back to headquarters for sensitivity training again. Sabo scowled. Then why did you add him to the lecture? He was an example. He deserved it. Sabo. Koala. She threw her hands up. Fine, whatever. Let's just move on. Have you heard anything from Ace? He shook his head. No. From what I was told, the idiot probably lost the Den Mushi I gave him, along with his ship, when he challenged Whitebeard. And judging from his Vivre card, he's also not taking care of himself. Lose is fine, for the most part. There'd been a few singes on the paper that had given him a minor heart attack when he saw them, but they disappeared quickly. Probably that crazy jackass using his fist of love on him. Koala shook her head. Sorry, I just can't believe Ace would be that stupid to attack a Yonko. There must be another reason he's not answering. He gave her a slightly pitying look. My dear brother was on his best behavior when you met him. You have no idea how reckless he can be. I doubt as reckless as you, mister. I'm going to give my private Den Mushi number to a vice admiral. He looked away. I just wanted to make sure I knew if my brothers were in trouble. Besides, it's not like he'll turn me in or anything. This is Monkey Dick Garp we're talking about. I don't care who he's related to. He's a high-ranking marine who's best friends with the goddamn fleet admiral. I'm just glad you've released that Den back into the wild. We couldn't have used it again. Sabo, she growled. You did release it, right? I did. After I called him again. You did what? She grabbed a hold of his shoulders and shook him violently. What the hell is wrong with you? I just wanted to make sure Luffy was with Ace. I set it free as soon as I finished. Erg. He was glad when she finally let him go, spinning around on her heel to pace around the small room in agitation. I can't believe you. I just thought what the hell? She asked herself. At least, he was pretty sure she was asking herself. He wasn't going to say anything just in case. Finally she took a deep breath. All right, fine. Just I thought you were too sad at him to want to call him. He shrugged. I'm willing to overlook that to make sure my brothers are okay. But, yes, I am greatly considering committing parricide. He admitted nonchalantly. She stared at him, eyes wide at his casual admission. Seeing that she really did not want to address that, he handed her the papers he'd been working on. She took a breath and looked at them. What's this? He remained silent, letting her read through what he had. Her eyes darted across the pages and she grew still. Sabo. Yes? He yelped as she whacked him with them. What? What the hell are these? If this is your assault plan, you can forget it. It's way too risky. But it would work. He argued, trying to dodge her attacks. We'd rescue the hostages and take down the opposition all at once. She just hit him harder. If nothing goes wrong. And that's a huge if. You say Ace is reckless, look in the mirror, you lunatic. Ow. Koala, stop. Not until I knock something back into place in that jumbled mess you call a brain. Namor grimaced as Fasa hiccuped, drunk off his butt. Is this really necessary? A plate set down on the spot next to him and Jiru sat down. Yes, he's been working too hard and he's stressed out, thanks to the brats. The amount of sheet that gotten damaged has skyrocketed. I don't know how someone that small can be so destructive, really, it's amazing, he said, all without pausing or taking a breath. Namor just nodded. Another plate touched down on his other side and Thatch plopped into the chair. Yeah, for a kid who's so weirdly adorable, he's definitely a handful. It had been 2 days since Garp had dropped his grandson on the Moby Dick, and it had been 2 straight days of mayhem. Ace had, admittedly, stopped attacking Pops. But he was twice as irritable and twice as stubborn. Anyone who came near the brothers was immediately snapped at. Thatch was the only one who could get close and everyone knew it was because he was feeding Luffy. Ace still refused most of their food, and now, anything Thatch made for him would most likely be given to Luffy. Luffy, on the other hand, was very cheerful and welcoming to basically everyone. But, as Jiru had said, the kid was way too destructive for someone his size. In the 2 days he'd been there, he'd wrecked just as much as his brother had in almost a month. They'd quickly realized the kid had a devil fruit, because he'd flung himself over every square inch of the ship, crashing into things and, occasionally, people. Thankfully, he mostly threw himself at Ace, but the unlucky few that had gotten body slammed had ended up in the infirmary. And, to bring back the food issue, the kid was evidently a bottomless pit that was demolishing their food stores. That wasn't counting the ridiculous sheet that had come out of the kid's mouth. Unlike Ace, he hadn't been purposely rude or unfriendly, he just had no brain-to-mouth filter. And the nicknames. Curiel had almost choked when he was asked why he was wearing a watermelon on his head. And, now, his name was Melon Hat. Rakuyo had been asked why his mustache was so spiky and if he could stab people with the ends. His name was Spiky Mustache. The list went on and on. Most of them, when asked these absurd questions, were too stunned to answer, so the kid proceeded to draw his own conclusions, which he just took and ran with. The brat was somehow convinced that Stefan could talk. Namor didn't know where he'd gotten that idea from, but he knew the kid had been seen talking to the K9 as if he were responding to his comments. The commander had to wonder if the kid wasn't a bit mentally impaired. Fasa interrupted his thoughts with a groan. Why me, he whimpered. Wow, he's not looking too good. Haruta said, stopping to stand beside Thatch's chair, his own dinner in his hand. Thatch winced in sympathy. I think he's a bit depressed. Could one of you take him to his room? I need to eat and get back to the kitchen. Getting ready to fix the kid's dinner, Why don't you just make the fire brat listen to you and make him stop being such a JRK? He might listen to you since you're feeding his brother, it could help Fasa out, Jiru pointed out. Thatch sent him an uncharacteristically harsh glare. I'm going to ignore the idea that you just basically asked me to use food to blackmail someone. Ace already doesn't trust us, how worse do you think it would get if I even hinted that I wouldn't feed his brother, who he obviously cares about, if he didn't do what I said? As bad as I feel for Fasa and the rest of the 15th, I'm not going to do that, got it? Jiru's hand shot up in SBMSN. Sorry, I wasn't thinking, my bad, yeah, you're right. Thatch nodded in acknowledgement of the apology and continued eating. Namor sighed as Fasa swayed in his seat. I'll take him to bed. Don't let anyone steal my food, got it? The others agreed as he threw Fasa's arm around his shoulder and started half walking, half dragging him away. Thatch, after finishing his dinner, had immediately started on Luffy's, and, what hopefully would be Ace's. He'd figured out by now the kid was a total carnivore, so meat was a must. Thankfully, he wasn't picky, so he'd eat vegetables, just after all the meat was gone. As he'd been doing with Ace, and now Luffy, he was trying all dishes from the East Blue, trying to find something Ace would like. Tonight, it was a dish from the Central East, a stew of black beans and several kinds of pork. They were passing by a winter island currently, so it was a bit chilly. He thought Luffy, at least, could use something warm to eat. He'd set the stew to simmer before starting on the crew's dinner, so everything should be nice and tender. Now, all he had to prepare was the rice to serve it with. He had 30 minutes, so he better get started. He was just plating up the rice when he heard the door open. With a deep breath, and a whispered prayer that Ace was in a good mood, he turned to face the brothers with a smile. Hey, Luffy, Ace. Ready for Dindadiar? Luffy waved ecstatically at him, a big grin on his face. Hey, pom-pom head. Hey, Luffy, he said, trying to peer behind him into the hall. Where's Ace? Luffy shrugged. He's sleeping and I was hungry, so I came by myself. Oh. Sheet. Since Luffy's impromptu meeting with Pops and Ace's desperate search for him, the fire user hadn't let his little brother out of his sight for more than a millisecond. Thatch really hoped he didn't wake up to find Luffy gone. Nobody wanted a repeat of the shipwright's workshop disaster. Oh, well, come in and eat. I'm sure he'll be worried if he wakes up and you're not there. Luffy plopped down in the chair and was shoveling the first spoonful into his mouth without any hesitation. 3 bites in, however, he abruptly stopped and looked down at the plate and bowl in surprise, almost giving Thatch a heart attack. As he had quickly learned, once Luffy was eating, he didn't really stop until there was nothing left or he was full. What is it? He asked worriedly. Luffy's face suddenly lit up and he gave Thatch a huge grin. Pom-pom head? How did you get Makino's food? This is great. He started eating at double the speed before. Thatch blinked. Makino? Luffy nodded. She am an Ace friend. She mak fu like dis. Thank God for all Thatch's experience in the language of full mouth. That was the only reason he understood what he was saying. Oh, cool. I've been trying to find something your brother would eat. Do you think he'll eat this? Luffy swallowed and looked at him with a frown. Ace has been eating though. He's been fishing plenty and he's gotten vegetables and stuff from you guys. Oh. I wasn't supposed to say that. Just forget it. Thatch shook his head. It's fine. It really wasn't, but whatever. And if he's anything like you, I'm worried he hasn't been eating enough, even with fishing and stealing stuff from our pantries. Luffy's head ped to the side as his frown deepened. So, Ace is being stupid. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Luffy nodded once, his expression saying that he'd made a decision, though Thatch didn't really know on what. Pom-pom head, I'm going to finish this, but can I have a bowl to take to Ace? Thatch smiled as he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. He had the feeling that if this kid couldn't talk Ace into something, nobody could. All right, you finish eating, I'll prepare some for Ace. Luffy nodded and went back into double time, shoving the food in almost faster than Thatch could see. It was really simple, preparing a to-go dinner. Finding a container took longer than actually ladling the stew and packaging the rice did. Despite only taking maybe 6 minutes, Luffy had already scarfed down his meal and was leaning on the counter, staring at him. All right, Luffy, here's Ace's dinner, he said, setting the food inside a paper bag and handing it to him. Do you need help getting back to him? He shook his head. No, I better go, Ace is awake and he's really mad. Bye. With that, the kid raced out the door with a shouted, thanks, coming over his shoulder. Thatch just wondered how he knew his brother was awake. Ace started awake from his nap, already cursing himself. He hadn't meant to fall asleep, but then Luffy decided it was cuddle time and Ace was so comfortable, he dozed off without realizing. DMN it, Lou, why didn't you wake? Wait. Something was missing here. He looked around the room, an abandoned living space in the bottom of the boat. There was no one else around. Not again. Luffy! He shouted, jumping to his feet, his heart almost jumping out of his throat. Immediately, he fell over, losing all feeling in his body. His jaw hung open, unable to form words. Not this. Not now. He knew fighting it was useless, he couldn't fight his own messed up body. His mind went a mile a minute, though. Luffy, where was he? Did he get taken? Did it finally happen, were they hurting his brother because of him? Was it going to be his fault that Luffy got hurt? No. Not again. Not again. He didn't. He swore, never again. Ace. His spiral came to a screeching halt. On my way back. He breathed. Okay. Then, his mind was empty and he waited in anxious suspense, for Luffy to get back. He was going to strangle the kid for worrying him. Luffy jogged his way towards where his brother was, following the strange sense he had. During his journeys with Sabo back to Dawn Island, his other older brother had taught him the basics of something he called hockey. It took a few explanations and finally an actual demonstration for Luffy to understand what he was saying, but once he did, Sabo had been surprised how quickly Luffy learned. Luffy didn't really get what was so surprising. It was a lot like when he talked with his friends in the forest and see or heard his brothers talking without them actually talking. Nobody knew how he did that, but Sabo understood hockey really well, so it was really easy. Sabo had fallen down when he told him that. When he got up, he muttered something about taking years to learn and his baby brother taking a few months. Luffy was just happy he was better at something compared to his normally very talented older brothers. He passed some of the white mustache pirates on the way. Nobody tried to stop him or talk to him, which was good, 'cause Luffy couldn't stop right now. He didn't know why Ace was so worried. Everyone he'd met had been curious, but really nice. He'd seen a few that were irritated with Ace, but Sabo also got irritated with Ace when he was being a dummy, so it didn't worry him. As he went deeper into the ship, he met less and less people and started feeling his brother's presence more. He followed it back to where they'd been napping earlier. Throwing the door open, he looked around. Ace. He ran over to him, setting the bag down on the floor. Ace looked like he was asleep, but Luffy knew better. He rolled him over and poked at his cheek. Ace, he said with each poke. Finally, his big brother let out a groan. You little sheet, he growled. Luffy grinned. Ace. Ace pushed himself up and immediately grabbed onto him, shaking. DMN it, Lou. Do not go anywhere on this ship without me, got it? You were asleep, Luffy pointed out. Then wake me up. Luffy felt Ace's agitation rising, so he grabbed the bag of food and plopped it in his lap. Ace started and looked down. What's this? Pom-Pom Head's food, he said. It's really good. Ace looked from it to him and picked up the bag. With a sigh, he handed it back to Luffy. You go ahead, Lou, I'm not hungry. Luffy frowned. Pom-Pom Head said you weren't eating enough. Ace rolled his eyes. Since when do you listen to what anyone else says? I say I'm fine and I'm the older brother, so I'm right. Liar. Luffy snapped. What? Liar. He repeated. Liar. Stop calling me that. Then stop being it. I'm not. You are. No. Aha. No. Aha. No. Aha. Ace growled, frustrated, but Luffy wasn't going to let up. And how do you know? 'Cause I can feel it. Luffy retorted. And he could. A combination of hockey and his weird talkie thing told him that not only was his brother lying to him, but his presence was flickering. It took Luffy a while to understand what that meant, but now he got it. You're hurting. I'm fine, DMN it. I don't need my little brother telling me what I am or am not. Stupid. Luffy hissed, his voice thick as tears started welling up. I'm your brother. We're supposed to look out for each other, right? His breath caught and he rubbed his eyes, hating the itching in his throat and eyes. He was 14, he shouldn't be crying like a little kid anymore. Stupid Ace. The little hiccup his brother let out finally shook something loose in Ace's brain. He was being stupid. Luffy could be naive and reckless and borderline insane at times, but he wasn't stupid. He was actually very good at reading people and getting to the truth of the matter. Whether that was just Lou being Lou, observation hockey, or that weird power he had, he'd always been like that. So, Ace bit his tongue and beat down his pride. Sorry, Lou. I just don't want you to worry about me, okay? It's my job to look after you. Luffy glared at him, the tears and snot taking away any actual menace that might have been had in the expression. Nah. I want to look after you too. Stupid big brother. Ace had to admit, hearing that made him happy. Nobody cared about him like Luffy and Sabo did. The majority of the world wanted him dead, just from the mere mention of his possible existence. He knew. Dayton and the bandits cared, he even knew that shitty Gramps of theirs cared, in his own weird way. But neither of them said it. He guessed Makino, too, but she didn't know who he really was, so did she really count? His brothers were the only ones he knew would miss him if he wasn't around. They were his family, the rest. He met Luffy's eyes. Ace was many things, but he wasn't an idiot, just too proud to admit what was obvious. He couldn't take care of Lou if he didn't at least try to take care of himself. What good would it do him if Ace were to get sick or collapse from hunger? He was already useless earlier thanks to his stupid illness. He sighed and gave up. Alright, fine. Give me the DMN food. Luffy's frown abruptly switched to a grin. Okay. He handed him the paper bag. Ace grudgingly opened it and took out the glass containers. He was surprised they had survived a trip that long with Luffy. And, honestly, the fact Luffy brought him food and didn't eat it himself meant that he really had been worried about him. The smaller was obviously rice, but the bigger container was harder to tell from a glance. He cracked open the lid and the smell hit him like a train. It reminded him of visits from a barmaid on a mountain in the East Blue. He looked up. How? Luffy shrugged. I don't know. But it's just like Makino's and it's really good. Ace ducked his head, concealing a smile. Alright, pom-pom head. Point to you. Koala knocked on the door. Chief, can I come in? In the last 2 days, she'd only seen him in passing, as busy as they were with preparations. They hadn't even said a word to each other. Koala had finally finished the groundwork for the first part of his crazy plan and she needed to report back. Might as well check on him in the process. Sabo? She said again, louder, when he didn't answer. A few more moments passed and she grew worried. She cracked open the door, sticking her head in. Sabo? He didn't even acknowledge her presence, bent over the rickety desk, writing papers. His left hand rubbed the side of his face incessantly, pressing hard. She was across the room and snatching the hand away. Sabo! He started. Koala? She bit her lip. He sounded so out of it. You idiot, she said, her tone soft despite the harsh words. Let me see. She slowly reached down, moving his hair out of the way as she tilted his head to the side. He grumbled absently, saying he was fine. She told him to shut up. The delicate scarred skin of the left side of his face was red and irritated. What was once a severe burn was now a pink scar that went from the middle of his forehead down to his cheek and wrapped around to his left ear. She knew there was more scarring on his arm and torso. But it was the one on his face that tended to bother him the most. On top of that, he looked more exhausted than she felt. The fact that he hadn't noticed her come in cemented it. Sabo was by far one of the most observant people she knew when he wasn't being a reckless dumbass. She sighed. Come on. Let's take care of that and get you to bed. He leaned away as she tried to help him up. I'm fine, he said again. I still have to write up reports, lay out a revised budget for this mission, decide who's going where afterwards, and make a call to Dragon to check up, and to tell him I'm going to have to take off for a few days following this mission. Out of those, the only one that needed to be done immediately was the call to the boss. I can make the call to the boss, she said. The rest can wait. She shushed him. Stop arguing, you aren't going to win. Come on, get up. He deflated and finally let her pull him up from his seat. Throwing his arm around her shoulder for extra caution should he tip over, she walked him out of the room and down the hall. Since they took turns sleeping and keeping watch, the bedroom didn't have much in it. 4 to 5 mats with pillows and blankets set off to the sides of the room were all they needed. She set him down on the one in the left corner, diagonal from the door. Stay there, I'll be right back. She ran to get his bag. Inside, including his clothes and a few important effects, was special supplies to deal with these kinds of things. She just grabbed the entire thing and brought it with her. Sabo, when she got back to him, was slumped over, leaning against the wall. Hey, don't fall asleep just yet, she said, gently shaking him. He made a non-committal noise, but at least she knew he was awake. Clipping his hair back, she spread a cream across his facial scars and down to his neck just in case. The cream was a combination of moisturizer and anti-irritant. It was nice and cool and Sabo sighed in relief as she applied it to the red, heated scar tissue. She took a deep breath, hoping what she was about to ask wouldn't set him off. How's your eye? Do I need to take a look at it too? She coaxed. He jerked and looked away, scowling. She waited and he begrudgingly tilted his head so she could look at his left eye. His right eye was a gorgeous midnight blue, so dark it could be mistaken for black in certain lights. His left, however, was a pale ice. The explosion he'd been in as a child had badly damaged that eye, not only changing the color, but leaving him partially blind. She knew that was the reason he'd grown his hair out, to cover the scar and eye. She looked over it carefully, but it didn't seem to be irritated, unlike his skin. So, she then gently wrapped the area with gauze, hoping to deter any more scratching. "All right, all done," she said, "lay down and go to sleep. I'll take care of calling the boss." He made a last attempt to protest, despite swaying side to side where he sat. She cut him off before he even finished. "No. You can't take care of anyone without first taking care of yourself. Go to sleep, or I'll knock you out." She held up her fist menacingly, absolutely bluffing. Sabo probably knew she was blustering, but he just fell over, asleep before his head even hit the pillow. She shook her head and wrangled him under the blanket. After he was tucked in, she sat and watched him breathe for a few minutes. For all the crap she gave him for his recklessness, Koala knew there was no one who could be a better chief of staff than Sabo. He was meticulous and smart, a good leader and an even better revolutionary. His drive to see their objective through was immeasurable. She just wished he looked after himself more. He needed a vacation, and not one to go pick up his little brother after Garp abandons him with Ace for the umpteenth time. She sighed. There were things to do, she didn't have the luxury of sitting around. Quickly and softly, she pressed a kiss on his forehead and left to give what would be a lengthy report to Dragon. Maybe she could talk him into making vacations mandatory for chief of staffs that worked 2DMN hard. Is that a good idea? Ace looked up from cleaning his knife to see Rummy enter the room, closing the door behind him. He nodded in greeting. "It'll be fine. I'll make sure he doesn't actually catch it." They both turned back to watch Luffy, who Ace was keeping entertained with his fireflies. A technique he'd recently come up with, firefly-generated ball of green fire. Typically, he'd detonate them around his target after creating them. But, he found that they were also good for keeping his hyperactive little brother occupied. They gave off light more than heat, but it was still fire, so Ace had warned Luffy multiple times not to touch them. Even with his warnings, Ace knew Luffy still might grab one, so he made sure to pay attention and keep moving them away if he got too close. He turned back to his friend. "Well?" Rummy looked at Luffy gleefully chasing potentially explosive fireflies, shook his head and sighed. "Okay, whatever. I'm never going to understand you two." He plopped down next to him. As soon as they found out Luffy was here, the others basically demanded to be able to come here. You know Canasta and Mao adore him. Blitz wants to make sure he's around just in case Luffy decides to get really destructive. Crib and Rook obviously want to help and Euchre. Ace snorted. "Is he still afraid of him?" Rummy gave him a look. "Kid scared the shit out of him that one time and he's never gotten over it. You could have warned him about his fruit back then, you know." Ace shrugged with a smirk. "Nah, that's not as fun." Rummy just shook his head with a groan. Ace grinned. As nervous as he was about having his crew on Whitebeard's ship with him, at least he'd have helped taking care of Lou. Pretty much everyone on the crew liked him, even Euchre, when he wasn't being freaked out. Canasta loved him and he was Mao's favorite cuddle partner after Ace himself. He'd definitely worry less with them there than without them. "I'll try to get back onto the lady without the Whitebeards knowing, but it might take me a while," he warned. "I'm sure Mr. Bloody has tried to call you multiple times at this point." Ace shook his head. "I still can't believe you all call him Mr. Bloody. Well, the three of you aren't very forthcoming with his actual name, and all we have to go on is his epithet." Ace would forever be set off that his stupid twin had a cooler-sounding epithet than he did. The Bloody Gentleman sounds FING awesome compared to Fire Fist, DMN it. He swore, Luffy better have some lame nickname or he was going to lose it. He was not allowed to be the one with the worst name. Also, Rummy continued, he's FING terrifying. He couldn't really argue that. Sabo, while definitely the calmest of the brothers, had a vicious temper when riled, even worse than Ace's. Whereas Ace blew up quick and got over it almost as quickly, Sabo would smile to your face and spend months preparing a suitable revenge. If he wasn't his brother, Ace would probably be scared of him too. Well, anyway, just get the den as soon as. The loud crash that interrupted him almost gave him a heart attack as well. "What the hell?" Rummy exclaimed as they both jumped to their feet. Ace partially melted into flames, ready to take on anyone if need be. He immediately also reached out for Luffy, intending to wrap him in flames to protect him from whatever was out there. Instead, what they got was a sheepish, giggling Luffy, pulling himself out of the debris that used to be a wall. "Oops, shishishi. Didn't see that there." Ace remanifested his body and just sighed. It was just Luffy, being a human disaster, as usual. Rummy breathed in deeply and let it all out in one breath. "I'm going to tell Blitz to get his butt over here." Ace put his head in his hands. "Yeah, that's a good idea." The little sheet just kept giggling. "This might not be a good idea, Marco warned his father. "They're not as strong as us, yes, but they could still pose a problem together. That's why we separated the crew in the first place." Pops just chuckled. "Gururara. I'm sure it'll be fine. Besides that one time, none of those brats have even tried attacking us, right? Marco sighed. That's right, you are. But still. Pops shook his head. Don't borrow trouble, Marco. Tell the other commanders if you want, but we're honoring their request. Marco lowered his head. His father and captain had made his decision. Understood, you are. Don't worry so, child. Pops! Pops! They both turned to the door of the captain's quarters as it flew open. One of the 15th Division, Enki, looked about ready to cry. Marco could guess what he was about to say. What is it this time, you are? He's destroyed one of the walls down in the hull. Marco jumped to his feet. Are we taking on water? The man blinked at him. Oh. No. It's just an interior wall. Why didn't you start with that, you are? He swore. His siblings tried to give him heart attacks. Thank God for his devil fruit. Pops just laughed. If it's not an immediate danger, don't worry about it. Go back to bed, child. Enki breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, thanks, Pops. How did it get destroyed, you are? Marco asked, curious. From what the others overheard, the small one was playing some kind of game with his brother and threw himself into it. Marco shook his head as Enki left, headed back to tell the other shipwrights what Pops had said. That kid is pure trouble, you are. Gururara. That he is. Marco cut a glance at the large captain. Pops. He said slowly. No. The older man huffed. You're 100 years too young to be trying to tell me what I can and can't do, son. You aren't going to try to forcibly adopt Garp's goddamn grandson, you are. No. Ace leaned against the railing with a sigh, taking in the quiet, calm air. He didn't know what time it was, but he knew it was stupid early in the morning. The only other people up at this ungodly hour were the ones on watch, and they were silent, more focused on the sea and staying awake than what was happening on the deck. So, he should have a few moments to just breathe. Luffy and Rummy had gone to sleep much earlier, but his DMN insomnia had kicked in and he'd laid awake for hours. Unable to stay in that room with nothing to do but think, he'd woken up Rummy and told him to keep an eye on Luffy while he stepped out to get some air. Still half asleep, his first mate had thankfully agreed. So, there he was, studying the stars and taking in the ocean air. It was chilly. Ace had overheard that they were passing by a winter island, but he didn't feel the cold. As stupid as he'd felt for accidentally eating the Maramara fruit, especially after giving Luffy so much shit for mistaking the Gomu Gomu for dessert when they were younger, he was glad he had. He'd always hated the cold, and fire was a pretty awesome power. Way better than rubber. Okay, so that may have been a bit petty. He sighed. Sabo was going to murder him when he got here. Ace knew who he was challenging, going in. Whitebeard had been rivals with the king of the pirates back before Ace had even been born. He was one of the Yonko, right alongside Shanks. Not even counting his own power, his crew was massive, and Ace knew commanders were each strong enough on their own to take him out. And then there were his allies. Yeah, he'd been pretty stupid. But, Ace had never really been smart. That was Sabo's job. He'd wanted so badly to prove himself, he ignored all the warnings and jumped into this headfirst. Though, admittedly, he hadn't expected to be kidnapped when he first set out to challenge Whitebeard. He fiddled with the medallion on his hat string. Something he'd picked up from the Grey Terminal. He found it soothing to trace the design with his fingers. Careful, you are. The only reason he hadn't jumped when the man spoke was because he'd heard his sandals on the wood decking. Ace pointedly ignored him. Apparently, though, the DMN BSTRD didn't get the point and leaned his back against the railing next to him. The Watchers might not see you if you fall in at this time of night. F off. Okay, so, the plan to stay silent had failed. He's been a contrary BSTRD practically since birth, okay? That's not very nice, you are. I was just expressing concern. Ace gritted his teeth. I don't need or want your goddamn concern. Go shove it up your butt with that old BSTRD's polearm. You'd need it to make it past the stick already up there. Marco hummed. Nice, you are. I'm impressed that someone your age knows so much profanity that even I haven't heard of. Ace snorted derisively. He was raised by mountain bandits, grew up right next to a trash heap with a population of crooks and no-gooders in it, and had a grandfather who was a sailor. His first word was probably, F-. You have no idea. He was silent for a moment, and Ace held out hope that meant he was leaving. What he said next made that hope crash and burn and his heart jump into his throat. Where's your brother, you are? He spun on him with a snarl, slamming his hand into his chest. Stay the F away from him. You touch him and I swear I'll burn you to ash. The commander met his infuriated gaze calmly. Calm down, you are. That was not in any way a threat. I was just asking because I was slightly concerned he might be unsupervised. Alright, that was a legitimate concern with Lou, but that didn't mean he was telling him where he was. Rummy was no slouch and he knew he could count on him to protect Lou in a pinch until Ace got there, but he was no match for most of the crew of the Yonko. "He's not alone," he said shortly. Marco nodded, infuriatingly understanding. "So, your vice captain's watching him? Good, you are. I've never seen someone get into that much trouble just by breathing," he said, shaking his head. Ace bit back a smile. He was not going to encourage this BSTRD in any way. But, man, the stories he could tell. You know. Ace held back a groan. Why wouldn't he take a hint? Nobody's going to hurt him. Pops has already told everyone you're a guest and that extends to your brother and your crew, you are. We especially don't mess with children, even if we were angry with you. That would reassure him, if one, he believed him or two, he didn't know Luffy as well as he did. If Ace was attacked, it didn't matter by who, Luffy would jump right in to watch his back. At that point, he doubted their word would hold true. Marco shook his head when Ace didn't respond. Pops approved bringing your crew here from the Moby too, you are. He changed the subject, a smart move on his part. They'll be here tomorrow afternoon. I hope that gives you some peace of mind. It did. At this point, his crew knew how Luffy was, even if they didn't quite understand him. What's it going to take, you are? The Phoenix asked quietly, cutting into his thoughts. To make you believe us? Honestly, Ace didn't know himself. Sabo and Luffy has earned his trust just by being stubborn little BSTRDS and not letting his horrible attitude run them off. They'd stayed, and they'd loved him despite all odds, which was more than he could say for most. There hadn't been an exact moment that made him believe in them, he just did. He shrugged. Hell if I know. The Spade Pirates arrived in the later part of the morning and a few of the commanders, along with some of their other siblings, came to watch the reunion. Pops, much to his disappointment, had been threatened with liquor deprivation to ensure he stayed in bed and rested properly, for once. Luffy. Canasta, the Spade Pirates' doctor, rushed across the deck and swung Luffy up into her arms. Unlike every other teenager Thatch had met, the kid didn't protest the affection, but soaked it up like a sponge, with a huge smile on his face. Pretty doctor lady. Thatch wouldn't have called her pretty. More like badass beat chic. She definitely had a "don't F with me" look to her and he knew she had some kind of devil fruit, what exactly, he wasn't sure. But he'd heard it was pretty crazy. Mao, the huge caracal cat, came up next, rubbing up against them while purring. The rest of the crew followed behind. Their shipwright, he was pretty sure his name was Blitz, already looked thoroughly done with everything upon just stepping aboard the ship. It hasn't even been a week, kid, how much destruction have you caused? He asked. So much, one of their shipwrights whimpered. So much. Blitz groaned, planting his face into his palm. I'm so sorry, he muttered. The two New World recruits stepped forward, Rook and Crib, the sniper and swordsman respectively. They both nodded to their captain and turned to the vice captain. How bad? One asked, somewhat drilly. Rummy sighed. It's Luffy. What do you expect? They both nodded in understanding. The last member stayed a fair distance away from where the doctor was hugging the kid, eyeing them cautiously. Come on, Euchre, Blitz said once he saw him. He's a Holba child. Stop being such a chicken. He's a humanoid disaster, Euchre declared slowly and clearly. Thatch had to agree with that. He honestly wondered if this kid had single-handedly caused a famine on his home island, and that wouldn't be much of an exaggeration. But he was also really sweet, so that made up for it. Canasta finally let the kid down and scowled over at the navigator. He's a precious FING child, Euchre, and you better not forget it. Ace groaned. Canasta. What have I said? She looked over at her captain, her eyebrow ped. I'm pretty sure that ship has already sailed long ago, Captain. Thatch's question as to what they were talking about was immediately answered and forgotten a few moments later, when Luffy started greeting the others with energetic waving. Hey, Blooper. Hey, Fritz. Hey, Stripey. Hey, HKR. Of the nicknames, it was the last one that made him choke. Rook buried his face in his hands as some of the other members of Thatch's crew snickered. Ace, for some reason, glared over at Blitz, who studiously avoided his furious gaze. It's Rook, Luffy, the sniper said, sounding utterly exhausted. Rook, he said again, slowly. Luffy blinked at him. But you're a HKR. Thatch choked. Behind him, Haruta was muttering, oh my god, under his breath repeatedly. Marco just looked dead inside. Rook gave a short, closed-lip scream as fire began flickering around Ace. That's not my fault, he protested immediately, pointing at Blitz, who began sputtering. Don't point at me. You're the one that said that within earshot of the kid. Rook threw his hands up. Now, I might as well change my name too. He cut himself off with a growl. Canasta snickered. I don't know, I think it suits you. Rook looked at her with a horrified expression. Why the hell would you think that? Luffy laughed. Thatch was fairly certain he was just copying Canasta. Or he might be laughing at Rook's expression. It was pretty funny. Can you idiots stop trying to corrupt my brother? Ace asked, irritatedly. Rummy, without missing a beat, responded with, Captain, he's dreamed of becoming a pirate since he was, what, 6? I'm pretty sure it's way too late to be preserving his innocence now. Yet he had a point. Ace apparently agreed too, because he had no response besides a sigh. He then turned to Marco. So, are we good to go? Or would you like to keep an eye on us? While it wasn't quite a glare, there was something cold in his eyes and biting in his tone. Thatch seriously didn't know how the hell they were going to get through to this kid. Marco shook his head slowly. No. You're all free to go wherever you like on the ship. Not in my workshop. Fossa cut in. And I assume you'll all want to stay together, so we've commandeered one of the larger rooms, Marco continued. I can show you the way now, if you'd like. Ace's face screwed up like he'd tasted something sour. Fine, he accepted. Lead the way, he gave a smirk, pineapple head. Marco went still, with a hand twitching, probably imagining strangling the cheeky brat. Thatch had to bite back a cackle. Luffy's nickname for his brother was right on the nose and he loved it. Shishishi, Luffy giggled from Ace's back, getting a piggyback ride as the first commander led the group away. I agree with the other one, Fossa grumbled. He's a total disaster. But a precious one, Thatch added. It was very telling that Fossa didn't try to argue with that statement. Nice, Crib whistled. The room was almost as long as the Black Lady's deck was and half as wide, meaning it was plenty big enough for them. Futons had already been laid out, one for each member of the Spade crew, plus Luffy of course. Marco stood off to the side, watching as the other pirates took stock of their new living space. Every so often, he'd catch Ace's gaze. The ballsy kid held it, making Marco the first to look away. He was a bit too old to play that game. Luffy, who was actually not hanging off his brother for once, was hugging the Spade's pet, a huge caracal cat named Mao. It was the size of a goddamn lion and Marco really had to wonder where they'd found the thing. It purred, sounding more like thunder than a feline. Luffy giggled as Mao liked his face and Marco barely stopped himself from smiling. As crazy as the kid was, that was pretty DMN adorable. Not that he'd admit that to anyone, ever, even under the pain of torture. A careful cough drew his attention away from the kid, and he caught Rummy elbowing his captain in the side with a pointed look. Ace growled, giving the man a scathing glance, but stepped over to where he was standing. Thank you for your generosity. We greatly appreciate the accommodations granted to us. He gave a short bow. Okay, yeah, Thatch was right. That was weird. Still, he had some manners, so he nodded back. You're welcome, Yua. As I said, you have full access to the ship. A thought popped into his head and he quickly amended that statement with, except for the workshop. Fossa would probably thank him for that. Thatch has already told me you're all welcome to eat with everyone else or, you can find him in the kitchen. He went on to explain where the bathrooms were, where to find extra bedding if need be, and where the laundry room was. When he was done, Ace rolled his eyes, opening his mouth to say something, probably that he already knew where all that was, with all the sneaking around he'd been doing since he was brought aboard, but a well-placed elbow from his first mate stopped him. He bit his lip and gave another bow. Thank you for your hospitality. We would greatly appreciate time to sort out our current living conditions. Marco has to bite back a smirk at the reluctancy he heard in those words. It must be killing him to speak so respectfully to someone he saw as an enemy. But he simply nodded and granted them the privacy that the kid had been angling for. Once the door had closed behind the pirate, Ace held up a hand to stop the onslaught of questions and comments that had no doubt been at the tips of his crew's tongues. After a minute or two, he cautiously checked outside. There was no one standing at the door, so he shut it again with a relieved sigh and went over to where Luffy was playing with Mao and plopped down next to them. His crew took that as the sign he meant for it to be and immediately began bombarding him. Why in the 6 seas is he here? Rook demanded, pointing at an oblivious Luffy. Your grandfather is absolutely insane, you know that? Blitz threw up his hands, pacing in front of him in irritation. Mr. Bloody's going to go on a rampage, Canasta noted, trying to light a cigarette. That's what I said, Rummy told her. Why does this always happen to us? Euchre cried. Crib just shook his head, whether at the situation or his crew, Ace wasn't exactly sure. He raised his voice to be heard over everyone. All right, be quiet. They all shut up. Yes, I'm perfectly aware the old BSDRD's insane. I've known him longer than any of you, he started. Who knows why he brought Lou here? It's Fing Garp. And S isn't going to go on a rampage, he'll just assassinate the geezer if he's really that said. And you're the one that decided to join my crew, Euchre. I told you when you got aboard that it would be a wild ride. They all stared at him. What? He asked. He had just answered their questions. Why were they looking at him like he was crazy? You do realize you just said that your brother would murder your grandfather without an ounce of hesitation or worry? Rummy asked. He did say he was considering parricide the last time he came to pick up Luffy, Rook reminded him. Oh, yeah. That's what they decided to point out? Ace shrugged. For all the times he's threatened, I don't think he'd actually do it unless Lou or I were really hurt. Rummy groaned, dropping his head down into his hands. You're all crazy. They probably were, but none of them cared. The monkey family definitely marched to the beat of their own drum. Sabo looked around the room. 20 revolutionaries stood around the table, solemn-faced. Most met his eyes, grim determination reflected back in theirs. One, that idiot Sam, looked away, but he wasn't worried about him. He had better people to rely on. I'm sure Koala has already informed all of you that the timeline for the plan has moved up, he addressed them. 2 days from now, we finish this. Before we leave this room, everyone will understand their part of the mission and will be able to follow it, to a T. While he didn't really have much faith that everything would go perfectly, he could at least hope for minimal complications. Yes, sir. So, he went through the plan he'd drawn up and everyone's place in it. And then we pack up and head out before dawn breaks, he finished. Any questions? Silence. Seriously, he could hear the crickets outside and nothing else. Koala sighed into her hands, shaking her head. A tentative hand slowly rose out of the crowd, like they were back in grade school. Yes, Aaron? He acknowledged. Sir, is this a joke? He scowled. No. Sabo was a little sheet sometimes, yes, but he wouldn't call a mandatory meeting in the middle of a very important mission for a joke. It was as if everyone in the room collectively took a deep, fortifying breath. Another hand went up. Sarah? He asked dryly. Sir, with all due respect, you do realize you're insane, right? It wasn't that bad. It's not that bad, Koala repeated his thought. He looked over at her gratefully, happy someone was seeing it his way. He should have known. It's worse. God damn it, Koala. Fasa looked down at the other shipwright, puffing away on his cigar. On one hand, he wasn't part of the crew, yet. On the other, they really needed the help. He weighed his options carefully, and with a heavy sigh, he went with the only choice that was readily available to him. Fine. We need the help, so I can't really say no. You can start on the backlog, he said, pointing to the dozen or so papers of complaints given by the crew in the last few days. The guy, Blitz, gave them a look and grimaced. Kid, you really don't hold back. All this in 4 days? He muttered. He started to correct him, it had been only 3 days, really, as nothing had been broken yet today, only to have one of his assistants walk up to him, silently hand him a piece of paper, and walk away with a defeated air to him. He glanced over it and immediately handed it over. Blitz took it and a moment later, groaned. What the hell? The rigging got torched? How? He read some more. Oh. Yeah. That'd do it. He sighed. Overprotective dumbass. Is that really any way to talk about your captain? Fasa asked wryly, though he absolutely agreed. The other shipwright rolled his eyes. The dumbass torched the rigging of a ship, something I thought I had beaten out of him, because the little monkey got himself tangled in it, instead of just stopping, thinking, and untangling him. He's a dumbass of the highest degree, he retorted. Again, he didn't disagree. Just why? He had to ask. Blitz looked to the side. It's Ace, man. He's overprotective to the umpth degree. There was something he wasn't saying, but Fasa hadn't really expected an answer. God damn it, that FING hurts. Marco sighed as he finished applying the burn ointment. Why did you think that was a good idea, Yua? Haruta scowled at him. I thought the kid was in trouble. So you approached him with a sword? Haruta rolled his eyes. I already had it out, I was training with Jozu. I didn't even think about it. I was just about to put it away when the kid went up in flames, along with the DMN rigging. And his forearm, which Marco was currently wrapping in bandages. Marco shook his head. Try to be more attentive next time, Yua. The kid might just go straight for the perceived threat next time. Yeah. I swear, what's that kid's problem, he grumbled, seeming to ignore how ironic it was for him to call Ace a kid. The 25-year-old couldn't be more than 5 years older than the kid in question. Haruta bid his older brother farewell and, hopefully, would remember his agreement to come back for a checkup on his burn before leaving. He swore, his family was going to drive him to drink, and he couldn't even get drunk. As much as Ace loved his little brother, it was times like these he desperately wanted to wring his little rubbery neck. Nah. He retorted, setting his jaw as stubborn as a pit bull. Ace is being stupid. For FS sake. I am not being stupid. I'm older and I'm right, so stop being such a little sheet. Luffy shook his head vehemently. No. Breathe. Just take a deep breath. Stay away from them, he repeated for the 1000th time. I can't look after you if you decide it's a great idea to ignore everything I say. Only when it's stupid. That's it. He reached over, grabbing the little sheet and shaking him. It's not stupid, stupid. He yelled. Ah! Ace is being mean. Ace's already frayed temper got shorter. Mean. He was trying to protect. That's enough. He stopped, looking up to find his doctor glaring down at him. All right, let him go. Canasta snapped. Ace was stupid, but not that stupid. He let go of his still squirming brother, barely withholding the urge to smack the little sheet himself when he stuck his tongue out at him. Luffy. Luffy immediately sat up straighter, sticking his tongue back in his mouth. Canasta sighed explosively, shaking her head. I swear, I love you too like you're my own family, but you are such dumbass sometimes. Luffy, I understand you like these guys, but the truth is, we don't know if we can trust them. But I know they're acting nice right now, she continued, and maybe they are nice and we have nothing to worry about from them. But this crew had hundreds of members and there's bound to be some bad ones. And even just a few bad apples can spoil a bunch. What does apples have to do with this? Luffy asked, confused. Canasta stopped and blinked. It's just a saying, Luffy. I'm not being literal. Luffy frowned. She sighed. The point is, don't just assume everyone's a good person. Ace is just trying to make sure you don't trust the wrong person and get hurt. See? Someone understood. Luffy pouted. But I'm not. Luffy, Ace interrupted. Luffy, actually listening and obeying for once, fell silent, looking down at the floor. Ace's irritation at his little brother was fading quickly, he never could stay angry with him, and he sighed. Why don't you go see if Rummy wants to raid the kitchen? I'm sure you're hungry. He'd at least admitted to himself that the cook could be trusted not to hurt Lou, even if Ace wasn't there. Besides, Rummy would be with him. Luffy immediately perked up. Oh, yeah. He sprung to his feet and ran off. Dummy. Let's go, I'm hungry. It's Rum, OOF. Ace winced a bit at his second-in-command's yelp and the crash that followed. Lou really didn't know how to hold back with normal people. Canasta covered her face with her hand. Fing hell, Ace. He's going to break him one of these days. Ace grimaced in agreement. That might be his fault. Growing up wild as they had on MT Corvo, the brothers had never really had a good example of the average person's strength. Ace had especially been rough, his short fuse and tendency to violence. See, Sabo, he was self-aware, starting more fights than either of the other two brothers ever had. The shitty old man's idea of training hadn't helped. Actually, let's just blame it on Garp. Ace started to get up to save his friend from his little brother, when Canasta grabbed his shoulder. He tensed, then forced himself to relax. He was so wired at the moment, he honestly might have punched her if he hadn't have known it was her. And she would have promptly handed him his butt, so all around, it was a good thing he controlled himself. I'm not done with you yet, my dear captain, she warned. Her eyes met his, more than likely seeing the turmoil in him. She looked away, towards Luffy, who was now dragging a still-winded Rummy out the door. He's almost 15 now. She said quietly, sounding somewhat amazed, as if she herself couldn't believe what she was saying. 5 more months. Not even half a year. He could have told her he sometimes had to remind himself too. That he sometimes looked at him, remembered that little 7-year-old crybaby that had been dropped off at Dayton 7.5 years ago, and wondered how they'd managed to make it here. I know, was all he said. I think you forget sometimes, she said, hitting the nail right on the head. It's all right to want to protect him, he's still got a long way to go. And he's nowhere near ready to take on this level of opponent yet. But don't hold on too tightly. He's a strong kid and he needs to have room to grow even more. He can't do that if you're crowding him. Ace watched as a flabbergasted Rummy was jerked out of the room with childish giggles. She sighed. What I'm trying to say is, have faith in him. He's your little brother, after all. Ace smiled. Yeah, he was. Now that that's out of the way. Ace froze. Why did he sense danger? Canasta bared her teeth at him in a smile that didn't look very happy. What is this I hear about you not eating properly? And I'm sure you know to take your naps on schedule, like I've told you so many times before. Sheet, he was so dead. Complete dumbass. Complete and utter dumbass, Blitz growled as he assisted in repairing the rigging. While he'd originally been asked to deal with the other things Luffy, and probably Ace, too, knowing his captain, had destroyed that weren't exactly emergent, it was all hands on deck right now. Even though he wasn't part of the Whitebeard crew, he was a shipwright and they needed all the help they could get. Fixing the rigging took priority. While he wanted to grab something heavy, it would have to have sea stone in it and he wasn't sure where he'd get that, and beat his captain over the head with it to hopefully make it sink in that you do not incinerate a ship's rigging, he could understand. Ace's brothers meant everything to him. He'd seen what happened when Luffy was put in danger before, his captain had totally lost it. He never wanted a repeat of that ever again, and not just because he didn't want to see his captain like that. For all Luffy's Luffiness, he was a good kid. Despite Euchre's terror of him. Seeing a Whitebeard commander come towards him, someone Ace was already wary of, and with a sword out, regardless of his true intentions. Yeah, Blitz could see why he'd went off. For once, he couldn't wait till Mr. Bloody got here. Now that was a truly terrifying person right there. The Bloody Gentleman was a perfectly apt name for him. He could describe in great detail how he'd crack a skull like it was an egg in the most genteel way possible, with a polite, almost gentle smile on his face the entire time. He wasn't sure if Ace was aware of it, but Mr. Bloody had given all of the Spade crew what basically amounted to a platonic version of a shovel talk when he'd met them. The only one who wasn't terrified of him was Canasta, and that was because she didn't have a single F to give, just in general. Still, for all of his scariness, they could all see how relaxed Ace became when he had both of his brothers around. They didn't know much about the three's childhood, but whatever it was, they trusted each other completely. And Ace and Luffy both needed him right now. So, hurry up already, Mr. Bloody, he thought. Sabo yawned. He'd been up most of the night, unable to sleep from anticipation and a not insignificant amount of anxiety. He'd gotten the majority of his paperwork done, at least. Reports had been written and organized, a revised budget had been drawn up to return back to the treasury. He might be in a bit of trouble with them later for his spending, and redeployment for his team had been decided upon. He was sending Sam's Happy Butt back to base for retraining, and he'd better not get any complaints from the man, or his pipe was going to stuck up somewhere he'd find very uncomfortable. He smiled down at the newly organized stack of papers, sensing just who was at his door without having to look. "Hey, Koala," she huffed, dropping the hand that had been posed to knock on the doorframe. "I see you're feeling better. Everything ready?" He nodded as he began filing things away for easier transportation. "All except for my formal request for time off," he said. While Dragon has already given his permission, it paid to maintain the chain of paper. It was just a formality at this point. His boss always allowed him time to take care of his brothers. He'd worked his butt off for his position, for sure, but it did come in handy sometimes that his baby brother was his boss' son. She hummed her understanding. "I talked to Hack earlier," she mentioned casually. "The first thing he did was ask me what the hell you'd done." Sabo pointedly looked through the documents and made a show of arranging everything slowly. She huffed. "I know you're listening, Sabo. I swear." "Who called him?" Sabo asked, not upset, but curious. Their fishman companion had stayed behind at Revolutionary Headquarters in Baltigo, giving fishman karate lessons to new recruits. It wasn't the same without him. Koala rolled her eyes. "When it comes to you, Hack and I can practically sense when you've done something stupid." Sabo pet an eyebrow at her. "Oh, really? And you don't believe that I can do the same when it comes to my brothers?" "I just don't believe that they're as crazy as you," she refuted. "Even Luffy has to have more sense than you do sometimes." He snorted. She really had no clue. "And if they are just as crazy, if not more so?" She gave him a look that just screamed, "I am so done with your bullshit." He got that look quite a bit. "Then the world is doomed," she retorted. He cracked up. "Bwa he. True. Don't say that with such pride, jackass." Koala really had no idea. He was just waiting till Luffy finally set out on his own. Just 2 more years. Then she'd see. They'd all see the concentrated ball of mayhem that his brother was. He couldn't wait. "Tomorrow," she reminded him, pulling him from his musings. He nodded. Tomorrow night, they'd finish the mission and he'd be making a beeline towards his brothers. A day and a half. He was fairly certain he wouldn't be getting much sleep tonight either. Wouldn't be the first time he'd pulled a few all-nighters. Pom-pom head. Thatch almost jumped straight out of his skin as Luffy burst into the kitchen with absolutely no warning, dragging a somewhat confused-looking rummy after him. "Food!" he yelled. "Please," he added, after a small pause. "Ah," he said, slightly panicking. His fellow commander stilled behind him. He knew his brother had been avoiding the newcomers, even if it hadn't been very obvious he was doing so. But Luffy was a kid and was even more blunt than most other kids, with a Marine Vice Admiral as his grandfather, who knew what kind of lies he'd heard about fishmen and merfolk. "All right, Luffy," he said, trying to block his view of the table behind him. "I'll be out in a second, why don't you wait outside?" Luffy's head tilted to the side. "Who's that?" "Ah, sheet. This is Namor, he's a commander, like me. He was just leaving. How about some jerky? I have deer? He asked, hoping to distract him with food. Cool. He grinned impossibly wide. Thatch really needed to get around to asking what devil fruit the kid had. There was no way that was normal. Thatch relaxed a bit, thinking he had him hooked on the idea of food. He turned to get the jerky, to keep with the distraction. But then, Luffy bounced past him. Hey, big shark guy. Even his spade pirate escort SCKED in a breath, hissing out a horrified, Luffy. The teenager either ignored him or simply didn't hear him. Thatch had quickly figured out it could be either one with him, because he kept talking, despite the tension gathering in the shark fisherman before him. Hey, big shark guy, tell me, do you poop? Do you poop? What? Namor blinked. He'd heard plenty of rude, demeaning things from others, pointing out his differences, but most called his intelligence into question, called him savage or dirty. He'd never been asked about such a basic bodily function before. Oh my god, Luffy, the other pirate groaned. Stop asking people that. Of course he can. The kid turned to his companion with a completely innocent look on his face. Oh, did you ask him? The pirate breathed out into his hands, looking completely done with situation, along with utterly mortified. Luffy. I've met fishmen before, remember? The captain told you about when we stopped at Fishman Island? The teen blinked and then smiled. Yeah. He said it was really cool, there was air and stuff even though it's really, really deep in the sea. The older man looked relieved. Right. Fishman, like. He looked up pleadingly at Namor, obviously having blanked on his name. As he was still in a bit of shock, Thatch had to come in to rescue the poor man. Namor, he mouthed quietly over the oblivious kid's head. Namor, the man continued smoothly, come from Fishman Island. Like Luffy waved his arm around behind his back, strangely fluid in a way that most limbs wouldn't have bent in due to their skeletal structure. That aside, it was fairly obvious he was trying to mimic a mermaid's tail. The other nodded. Mermaids. Yeah, they live there too. Anyway, all of us, other than Rook and Crib, have been there and met plenty of different fishmen and merfolk. So, I'd know what I was talking about, right? Luffy blinked up at him. I guess. Cool. He then turned back to Namor, who was still trying to figure out what the hell he was hearing. Thanks, big shark guy. He said with a huge smile. He hadn't even said or done anything to be thanked for. Surprising him farther, the kid jumped up on the chair next to him. Hey, big shark guy, can you do that kung fu thingy? He asked. It's karate, not kung fu, the other pirate said with a sigh, sitting down on the boy's other side. Kung fu's a totally different thing. The kid didn't acknowledge the correction, just stared, waiting for his answer. Slowly, Namor shook his head. No. I was never very good at it and decided to focus on other things. Alwo keeps on telling me he'll show me, but he never has time, Luffy pouted, kicking his legs. Mr. Bloody Nose Fishman Karate? The other pirate, Namor was really starting to wish he remembered his name, looked surprised. Luffy shrugged. He said he knew a little bit, but that pretty lady with him was a lot better. Yay. Thanks, Pom-Pom Head. He cheered as Thatch finally handed him an entire bag of jerky, along with a platter of cheese and fruit. Sitting on the other side of Namor, Thatch leaned forward onto his hand. Who's this Mr. Bloody? Sounds like a really intimidating nickname, he said, always nosy. Luffy laughed. Yeah. Ace was so mad, he doesn't like that S has a cooler epithet. Then he does. He giggled. Namor was more interested in what he'd mentioned before than an argument on epithets. You know another fishman? He wouldn't have thought so, with his choice of questions, which now felt more like ignorant curiosity than malicious. Luffy looked confused. No. I know you, that's why I asked if you can poop. And you can. That made a bit more sense, he guessed. Alright. Then how did your friend learn fishman karate? He knew humans and other races could learn the traditional combat of his race, but it was pretty rare. The kid stopped and frowned. Oh, right. I'm not supposed to tell people about that. S&A said I wasn't supposed to. Namor frowned, curious, but knowing better than to press farther. He had to elbow his nosy brother in the side to keep him from doing it either. Thatch winced and pouted at him, but abandoned the subject. Instead, he started telling stories about the crew. Most of them were pranks that had been pulled, a lot of them his own. Namor sat there quietly, listening to the increasingly crazy, but true, tales. Luffy laughed loudly and unapologetically, sometimes with food still in his mouth. The other pirate, who Namor eventually remembered as Rummy, snickered and choked at the more ridiculous parts, like when Rakuyo's mace, Tishtria, had somehow gotten stuck down one of Blamenco's pockets during a party where they'd both gotten blackout drunk and neither could remember which pocket she was in. The sentient weapon had not been pleased when they'd finally found her. Now, a cackling Thatch was describing the time he'd pranked the entire 2nd Division, by switching everyone's shoes around. With over 150 people in the division, it may have taken him a while to switch each and every one, but it had taken them even longer to figure out who had whose shoes. And that is why everyone now puts their names on any piece of clothing that they have, Thatch pronounced proudly. Namor shook his head at his satisfaction and the other two's amusement. Rummy looked over at the clock and stood up. All right, come on. Captain is probably wondering where we are right now. Luffy's head tilted and he looked as if he was concentrating on something. Yeah, he is. He scooped up what little was left of the fruit and cheese and gulped it down in a single bite. Namor swore his throat ballooned and then went back to normal as the food went down. Okay, now he really was curious as to what the kid's devil fruit was. The kid popped up to follow the other pirate back to the spades room. Before he even really thought about it, Namor spoke up. Hey, kid. Both looked back at him. Huh? Aren't you scared of me? He asked, wondering if he really wanted to know or not. Luffy blinked at him. Why? You're not a bad guy. And even if you were, Ace could beat you, so there's nothing to be scared of. Namor wasn't sure what he should feel about that, be grateful the kid didn't think he was a bad guy or be insulted that he thought his brother could beat him. I'm a fishman. You're a human, he tried to explain. Luffy frowned. So? Red is red. Okay, now he was really lost. What? Luffy turned to him fully, pointing at the commander. My blood's red. So's yours too, right? Who cares about the other stuff? It's all. He scowled, obviously trying to think of a word. Namor watched in awe and a slight bit of concern as his face turned red. Stupifital. Okay, what? He means superficial, Rummy sighed. I think, anyway. Luffy nodded vigorously. Yeah, that. S told me that meant it was stupid and didn't matter. He got the gist of whatever this S had tried to explain to him, at least. The older Spade apparently thought so too, because he just sighed and shrugged. Close enough. Luffy seemed to get distracted by something at that moment and grabbed onto Rummy, pulling him after him with a shouted goodbye and a promise to bring Ace with him for dinner, thanking Thatch for the quick snack. Thatch whimpered, muttering to himself how an entire bag of jerky and a whole platter of cheese and fruit could be considered a quick snack. Namor watched the child leave, smiling faintly. He was an uncontrollable, bottomless pit who was going to drive them all crazy, but he wasn't a bad kid at all. Sabo surveyed the bustling room. It was the day. Tonight, they'd take out the enemy base and then head out. Normally, he'd stay a bit longer to foster relations with whoever decided to lead the newly liberated people of an island they'd enfranchised, though this job was a bit different than normal, but he didn't have the time for that. That's why Koala was staying in his place. Chief. He turned to face Dusty, who looked nervous, shifting from side to side. We're ready to load the non-essential supplies onto the ship. Sabo sighed. Since he'd snapped at him, Dusty had been almost timid with him. Good job, he said. The other teen nodded and went to leave, before Sabo stopped him. Also, Dusty? He paused. Yes, Chief? Sabo gave him a quick, apologetic smile. Thank you for all your work. You've gone above and beyond what I've expected. Just, in the future, take care with your attempts at humor, all right? The 16-year-old nodded, his expression brightening considerably. Understood, sir. Sabo looked around, taking yet another head count, and his smile turned to a scowl when he noticed one in particular missing. Where the hell is Sam, by the way? Dusty winced. Sabo did not like the look of that. Well, sir, he got drunk last night and no we sleeping get off. Sabo blinked, hearing what he had said, but not quite believing that anyone, even Sam, would be that stupid. Excuse me? Dusty grimaced as he repeated himself, slower and more articulate. He got drunk last night and now he's sleeping it off. He scked in a deep breath, everything in him going still, seething in sudden rage. Dusty, would you please be so kind as to go inform Koala that I am in need of her assistance, post-haste? Dusty turned pale at the calmness in his voice and turned and sprinted in the direction he'd last seen the deputy. Sabo, on the other hand, turned and walked towards their sleeping quarters. Koala would catch up to him shortly. Koala turned from her conversation with another colleague as Dusty burst into the room, panting. Her immediate thought was that something had gone wrong with the plan and her heart clenched. Dusty? What's wrong? The Chief, he gasped. He said to tell you he needs your help, immediately. She quickly directed Sarah off to her next task and followed Dusty down the hall. What happened? What did he say exactly? He said that he needed your assistance, post haste. And, Sam? Oh, What had that idiot done now? Chief asked where he was, since he didn't see him helping, and I told him that he got drunk last night. The last part was spoken quickly, in a single exhale, as if they were trying to escape. Koala turned pale and started running. Sabo was going to murder that dumbass. Sabo had just made it to the door when he heard Koala yelling for him. He stopped, waiting for her to catch up. She did, almost tripping from how suddenly she went from a sprint to stop. Dusty ran straight into her back, like something from a comic. Sorry, ma'am. Koala waved him off. It's fine. Go back to what you were doing, we can't let this delay us. With a quick glance toward Sabo, who nodded his consent with the order, he ran back the way he came. Koala then turned to him, taking a deep breath. Don't murder him. The paperwork would be a beach. Sabo actually cracked a smile at that. That it would be. He watched as Koala winced at his tone. While typically pretty easygoing and informal, Sabo knew he had a tendency of reverting back to childhood lessons when he was what Koala called, superbly said. His back straightened, his shoulders pulled back, his chin lifted, his feet moved to be equal to shoulder length, and his hands rested by his sides. His words became more formal, more articulate, his tone was assertive and, at times, patronizing. He hated it, but for whatever reason, that's what his brain went to when he was absolutely infuriated. Though he did appreciate that it tended to unnerve many of his adversaries when he started to behave so aristocratically. All of that, along with his tendency to threaten to crush skulls like eggshells, had earned him the moniker of the Bloody Gentleman. But he wasn't going to crush Sam's skull. No, by the time he was through with him, the imbecile would wish he'd been so kind. Koala entered the room behind her friend, bracing herself for the shitshow she was about to witness. What made Sabo so good at his job was not just his strength, his intelligence, and his confidence, it was his conviction. Even with Koala's own past, her own dedication to end the world government's tyranny, she had nothing close to his drive. Born as he had been into the very system he was now working to dismantle, he knew all too well how it worked and the agony it puts those less fortunate through. As such, he couldn't stand seeing one of their own acting with such disregard for those lives lost to the present system. Sabo was by no means naive. He knew as well as she did, that even in the RA, there were those with less than altruistic goals in mind. He was rather famous in the RA for cracking down hard on misconduct. That Sam would actually try something like this with Sabo himself leading the operation, that he either had brass ballocks or was totally brainless. She was leaning towards the latter. Only one mat was left in the room, the rest having been cleared out already in preparation for departure. The man in question was sprawled out on it, snoring loud enough to wake the dead. She could see Sabo's jaw clench minutely, a subtle movement most would miss. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a flask, unscrewed the lid, and poured what she was guessing was ice-cold water on his face. The man flailed, suddenly awake and not happy about it. What the hell? He sputtered, wiping the water from his face. I would like to ask you the same, Sabo clipped. Would you be so kind as to explain to me why you have decided to forego assisting in today's tasks? Koala wanted to take a quick step back, and she wasn't even the one he was angry with. Proving he had the intellectual capability of a mentally incompetent fly, Sam scowled up at him, squinting. He was obviously hungover. I'm so done with your bullshit. Help the weak, lift the downtrodden, power to the people, F you. Now, she did take a step back, despite wanting to lay the a-hole out herself. The last thing she needed was to get in the middle of this. I beg your pardon? Sabo's voice could have frozen molten magma over. If they're too weak to take care of themselves, what's the point in helping them? He snarled. They'll just die later, it's a waste of time. Oh, he was really digging that hole deep, wasn't he? Koala could see Sabo's rapidly thinning patience, and it hadn't been that abundant in the first place. And then Sam pressed the button. That big, red, skull and crossbones button that nobody in their right mind wanted to press on Sabo. The only reason you care is because you think you need to apologize for being born noble, arghhhhhhh. He screamed as Sabo reached over and grabbed him by the face. His fingers, capable of squeezing with 44,000 pounds of pressure, dug into his skin. She bit her lip to keep from crying out. Sabo, even when stressed, said, and fed up, wouldn't do anything too hasty in this situation. She had to trust him to handle problem accordingly. Samuel, Sabo growled, his eyes hidden beneath the rim of his hat. I see I have vastly overestimated the strength of your character. That is my mistake. You have betrayed what it means to be part of the Revolutionary Army, you have disrespected its ideals, the loyal members who have shed their own blood and tears to accomplish our goals, and the citizens we are trying to serve. Koala, more than a little inappropriately, distantly wondered if the man could even understand Sabo's speech, he was screaming so loud. She knew he wasn't using more than a mere fraction of his true strength, he could crush steel cannons with ease, after all. He continued, his voice carrying over the yelling. You will return to base to face the commander himself. But I promise you this, he leaned in menacingly. You will not continue to mock the great men and women who risk their lives fighting for those you call weak. He threw the waste of perfectly good air to the side, where he fell to the ground, scared literally unconscious. Koala sighed, shaking her head. At least he was alive. Koala, could you please go procure Atlas assistance in escorting Samuel to a cell in the ship's brig? He asked, not turning to her or even looking away from the man he'd just scared shitless. She nodded, a bit concerned. Understood, Chief. She turned to leave, but hesitated at the door. Sabo? There was no verbal acknowledgement, but she knew that particular tilt of his head meant he was listening. You don't need to apologize for anything, least of all for who you were born to, she said quietly. You of all people should know that. With that, she left to go get Atlas. She honestly could manhandle him herself, but she'd rather not. And another witness there would help her when she claimed to have no idea where the bruises came from. Sabo gave a small smile as his friend left. She was right, of course, of all people, he should know that birth shouldn't dictate anything. Right, Ace? Ace. Honestly should have seen this coming. God motherfucking DMNIT. Rummy yelled. Language, dumbass. Canasta yelled back. And get your F butt over here. She did realize she was cussing too, right? Oh my god, Euchre sobbed into his hand. Well, this is going well, Crib muttered. In what universe? Rook asked. That was sarcasm. Oh. Blitz just looked done with all of them. And his little brother just sat there, smack dab in the center of all the mayhem, giggling with a huge grin. Oops, sorry, dummy. Captain. Ace sighed. And people said he had some screws loose. Luffy, apologize to Rummy, he stressed. Properly, this time, for breaking his nose. Luffy scrambled to his feet, and bowed clumsily. Sorry for breaking your hose. He then turned to Ace, frowning. Why am I apologizing for breaking his hose? I said nose, Lou. Oh. Shishishishi. He pretty much figured that was the best he was going to get from him, so he moved on. Rummy, stop and let Canasta take a look at you. Canasta, no injuring your patient any farther, please. Euchre, calm down. It's not the end of the world, he'll be fine. Crib, Rook, keep the commentary to a minimum. His crew began to calm down as everyone followed his instructions. Ace shook his head at Rummy's misfortune. He should really ought to know by now, anytime Luffy yelled gum gum and you got that dreadful feeling in your gut, you should kiss the deck ASAP. He looked around. Besides the Luffy-inflicted one on Rummy, none of his crew had injuries. And Ace himself was finally beginning to heal properly, since Lou had forced him to eat and he'd stopped attacking the old BSTRD. Of course, Ace was avoiding the old man anyway. He only saw him in passing, when they happened to both be on deck at the same time. On such a large ship, it was fairly easy to elude one man, even if he was the captain. Don't laugh at me. Rummy snapped at a still giggling Luffy. Canasta growled. Captain, permission to slap? Permission denied, Ace said quickly. Canasta swore. He really hoped Sabo would be here sooner rather than later. He knew his crew all liked Luffy, but Lou tended to test people's patience, even with those that liked him. He honestly had to wonder what kind of crew his little brother would gather. They'd all have to have the patience of saints. Or just be willing to put up with his special brand of insanity. He really didn't want to think that they'd all be just as crazy. He didn't know what kind of mission Sabo was on, since most of what his twin did was classified. But, he did know that for it to last 2 weeks, it must be important. He just hoped he was being careful. Is everyone accounted for? Yes, Chief, the Den Mushi said. Sabo breathed in and breathed out. It was finally time. The day had started off rocky, that was an understatement, but everything else had run smoothly. Their traps were set and their target was none the wiser. Inside the fortified building, 20 civilians were being held as hostages. A group of 300 terrorists were also in or around the area. The kingdom of Navid had previously been ruled by King Seer, before his kidnapping and execution. A kind man and a rare example of a good king, Seer had ruled his people wisely and fairly. The country wasn't very wealthy, in fact, they couldn't pay the heavenly tribute, which is why no assistance was given by the Marines when King Seer was taken, but it had been peaceful. The king's daughter, Callie, had taken over for her father, but any action she would have taken was immediately stalled by the kidnapping and ransoming of her people. The newly crowned, grieving queen had been backed into a corner and, in desperation, contacted the Revolutionary Army. Technically, Sabo hadn't been on this mission to begin with. He was called in once it was discovered what the terrorists were after and why, a plant that growled abundant on the island and had only one purpose, death. Dog's tail, as cutely named as it was toxic enough that a simple brush against exposed skin could cause severe rash. And if ingested, death would be short and brutal. Basically, they were trying to make a toxin so potent, it could kill a medium-sized sea king with only 2 milligrams. And who would buy such a weapon? You name it, other royalty, pirates, Yonko, and the worst of all, the world government. Such a poison, lethal and practically untraceable, would serve their assassins well. While they weren't able to find concrete evidence, not yet, anyway, Sabo was willing to bet money the government was funding this. They'd figure it out eventually. He called for a status update. The people he had stationed around the base replied, one after the other, finally ending with Tanaka, who gave an all-clear on her end as well. "All right, then, people. Let's get this party started," Sabo murmured, almost smirking when he heard a cross-sounding koala ask what about this was a party. He got out the small specialty den mushy from his coat. A small glass lid covered the button on top, because he wasn't stupid enough to carry this thing without it, which he popped open. In the words that his dear pyromaniac of a twin seemed to live by, when in doubt, set it on fire. 3 hours later, the civilians were back with their families and the insurgents were either injured and in custody or dead. Sabo ran down the checklist again as the others prepared to head out. "And if you need to..." "Sabo," Koala interrupted. "How long have we been partners?" He exhaled. 2 years. She nodded. "I know what I'm doing, all right? Atlas is staying to help and Tanaka's taking everyone else to base. We can handle things from here. Go." He bit his lip. He felt like he was being pulled in 2 different directions, one telling him to stay and make sure everything ran smoothly and the other demanding he go see his brothers now. He hugged Koala and went off to check with Tanaka one last time. As he passed his men and women, each wished him a good journey. Some, the ones that had met his brother, told him to say hey to Luffy for them. Luffy, despite his Luffiness, or perhaps because of it, tended to draw people to him. Sabo smiled and thanked them for their regards, promising to relay them to his little brother. He finally reached Tanaka, who was masterfully directing everyone. "Chief, heading out?" she asked with a smile once she saw him. He nodded. "I was coming to check on you before I did so, but you seem to have everything under control." She snorted and waved off his compliment. "I've been doing this longer than you have, you know." True. The devil fruit user was almost 15 years older than him and had been one of the first to join when the army had begun gaining traction against the government, 19 years ago. "Maybe you should have been made chief," he teased, though he was halfway serious. She could have done a good job. She just scoffed. "Stop. I don't want to deal with all that insanity, better to leave it to someone who can keep up with it all." She made a shooing motion, already turning back to the task before her. "Go on, get out of here. I know you're crawling in your skin to go see them." He opened his mouth to ask one more question, only to be interrupted. "And I've got that dumbass on lockdown," she said, seemingly reading his mind. "I'll let him sober up and stew down there on the way back." "Idiot deserves it," she sneered, shaking her head. He let out a relieved breath. "Should have known I didn't have to worry about anything with you in charge." He bid the older woman a farewell for now and finally began to head towards his own ship. A fairly simple boat, it was so average it wouldn't be recognized by anyone passing by. If the Marines knew how many times they'd passed by the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army at sea, they'd be absolutely furious. The mental image made him happier than any fancy ship could. He ran the dates and the information he'd found while waiting through his head as he readied the ship for his journey. From what he'd heard, the Moby Dick had been spotted around Hand Island 2 days ago in a northern direction and didn't seem to be moving quickly. Sabo was fairly close to the comm belt where he was, and if he chanced it and went through, he'd be able to get there in 3 days, for if something went wrong. And, even though it might add to the time it took him to get to his brothers, there was something else he needed to do. So, he pulled out the den designated for the Army's intelligence team and put in a call. "Hey, it's Sabo. I need you to find a certain Marine ship for me." A day after leaving Navid, Sabo was approaching one of the comm belts that flanked the New World portion of the Grand Line. If his calculations were correct, he should come through a little under 2 nautical miles away from his target, as long as the help he'd requested came. He wasn't quite desperate enough to attempt crossing the comm belt without it, so if he didn't show up, Sabo would have to get creative. Thankfully, he hadn't had the anchor down outside the belt for more than 15 minutes when he sensed a presence collect slowly, but steadily on his boat. There was only one person he knew of that could do that. He grinned, not moving his hat from atop his face where he'd sat down on deck to rest a bit while he waited. "Hey, Karasu." He sat up as the grim-looking man stared down at him, mumbling inaudibly. Sabo gently prompted him by tapping the side of his mouth. "Your speaker's off again." Though he couldn't see it, he knew from his eyes that the older man frowned as he reached up to fiddle with the side of his mask. "Apologies," he said, the speakers in the mask making his words come through loud and clear. "Are you sure you should be resting out here in the open like this?" Sabo shrugged. "I'm so close to the belt that nobody will bother me." He pushed himself up to his feet, setting a hand on the mast to direct himself away from it. As much as his observation hockey helped, the impaired depth perception of only having sight in one eye really wasn't fun, and there were only so many times he could walk into a ship's mast and retain his dignity. Karasu tactfully didn't draw attention to it, as he was familiar with his situation by now, and continued on with the task at hand. "As for that, you do realize that I am not an oversized carrier pigeon?" Sabo grinned sheepishly. "I know. But if Morgans can move his office building by news coup, we can move a ship by crow, right?" Karasu sighed. "Very well." He set down the bag he'd brought with him. "Let us get everything set up then." It took them 2 hours and Sabo taking a harrowing swim, but various lengths of shipworthy rope was tied and or wrapped around the ship. It honestly looked a bit ridiculous, but function over form, right? Poor Karasu, even with his mask and normally unreadable expression, Sabo could still tell he was dreading this. Sabo gave him a grateful smile. "I do appreciate this, Karasu. Really, I owe you one." Karasu just shook his head. "It's going to be a long night. And I somehow doubt you have actually slept since you left your last assignment, if not longer. Eat something and go rest. We shall both need to be at our best for tonight's journey." As much as Sabo wanted to leave immediately, he knew the commander had a point. "All right. Do you want something?" "I promise, no chicken." Karasu huffed, but followed him to the kitchen. Rikuyo truly had to wonder, had this kid been dropped on his head as a baby, or had he just been born like this? He didn't want to ask, 'cause he may be a pirate, but he wasn't going to be an a-hole to a kid. And he was fairly certain Fire Fist would use his characteristic attack on him should he bring it up. Still, he had to wonder as the kid giggled and seemed to carry on a perfectly normal conversation with a dog. Stefan even seemed like he was barking in time with the kid's questions and responses. "Shishishishi." The kid laughed. "That's funny. Mr. Sparkle sounds kind of stupid." Stefan gave a short series of barks. The kid cracks up again. "Really? Poor pom-pom head." Rikuyo blinked. "What? The actual F dash?" The kid finally turned and noticed him. With a big grin, way too big for the kid's face, he waved. "Hey, spiky mustache." "Why?" Rikuyo inwardly sobbed. "Why that nickname?" "Shishishishi. Mini Mustache was telling me funny stories." "Did Mr. Sparkles really use Polapal?" Stefan barked. "Polish? As soap? That's so funny." "Was he really shiny afterwards?" Mini Mustache said he really stank. "Ah. Right, that had happened. Thatch had switched Josu's bath soap with gemstone polish. He guessed the kid heard it from Thatch at some point. No, I wouldn't say he was shiny. But he had stunk to high heaven, that polish had reeked, and Josu still didn't know how he hadn't noticed the difference in smell when he was showering. He'd gotten his revenge on Thatch shortly afterward." The kid snickered. "And poor Pom-Pom Head's pom-pom hair got all messed up." It had. Josu had replaced the mousse Thatch used to style his hair with superglue. Thatch had complained for weeks about the damage to his precious locks. Rikuyo looked around. "Where's your brother, kid?" He blinked up at the commander. "Ace is taking a nap, but I got bored, so Pretty Doctor Lady was really nice and came to visit Mini Mustache with me." A cleared throat behind him drew Rikuyo's attention. The red-headed woman from the Spade crew, he believed she was the doctor, waved over at him from where she was sitting, curled up on the deck with a book. Her dark, almost black, red lips pursed as she eyed him up and down. He didn't need a translation for that look. It was the "make one wrong move and you'll be missing some very important body parts" look of death. He'd seen some of the nurses give that look to anyone stupid enough to PSS them off. The perfectly sweet, gentle smile she then gave the kid made it all the more terrifying for the contrast. "Luffy, we'll need to go back soon, so make sure to say goodbye, all right?" "All right," he chimed. "We'll talk more later, okay, Mini Mustache. You can tell me more funny stories." Stefan barked at him and then liked the kid's face. The kid giggled as Rikuyo's jaw dropped. Sure, Stefan liked other members of the crew and would sometimes let them pet him or even lay with them if someone was feeling bad, but he was more likely to bite anyone else's face off. Was he some kind of dog whisperer? Tishtria rattled up next to him. The mace had been fed the Nico Nico no Mi model, Lynx, don't ask him how, he had found her like that, and had become his near-constant companion. She vastly preferred her mace form to her animal form, but she still found ways to move around. He had to keep her spikes covered on the ship, though. The shipwright had gotten tired of repairing the grooves left in the deck or her wiggling herself about. Cool. The commander's heart almost stopped as the kid practically threw himself at the sentient weapon, sparkles in his eyes. Can you poop? Oh my god, forget Stefan, she was going to rip his face off. Kid, back, he tried to grab him, only to suddenly not be able to move. He's fine, the doctor woman said, blood dripping from her fingers as she held out her hand towards him. What the hell? Shishishi, the kid giggled. She ate a devil fruit and became a blood person. It's really cool, right? Alright. At this point, he really shouldn't be surprised at all the bats hit crazy devil fruit abilities there were in the world. I ate the Chi-Chi no Mi, she confirmed. Alright? He asked. Listen, just let me, kid, get away from her, she's going to. And, to truly make his day even more absurd, Tish didn't in fact chomp down on the hand reaching out to her. Instead, she practically purred as the kid carefully petted around the spikes. Oh, cool. The kid repeated with a blindingly bright smile. You don't? I guess there wouldn't be any way for it to come out, huh? He laughed. Rakuyo was absolutely floored. Tish even snapped at Pop sometimes. What the actual F dash? Alright, Luffy, say goodbye to your new friend, the doctor woman said with a smirk as she began walking towards the door. Obviously, she had noticed that he could have been knocked over by a feather at that moment, he was so shocked, and had found it amusing. We need to get back before Captain wakes up. Alright. He gave Tish a final pat and then bounded off after the spade doctor. Rakuyo simply stood there, frozen, until Tish growled up at him. Yeah, I'm coming, he said to the irritated weapon. He picked up his friend and carried her back towards the ship deck to continue with the rounds they were supposed to be doing. What was that about, by the way? Tish huffed. He shook his head. Fine, don't tell me. Wait, how had the kid known she didn't poop? He couldn't believe he was even asking that question. For him to ask to begin with, it must not have been obvious to him, and Rakuyo hadn't said anything. This just kept getting weirder and weirder. Ace regained consciousness to giggles and a strange, slightly familiar itch on his face. He screwed his face up lethargically, as he tried to figure it out. He sat up, blinking. Wah! Luffy. Giggling. Marker. Face. You little sheet. He lunged for him, grabbing him before he could scramble away. Who gave you that? His whole crew knew better than to give Luffy a marker while Ace was sleeping. His brother would always, automatically, play that connect the freckles game that Ace hated. As he looked, every one of his crew looked away. Except for Canasta, who steadily held his gaze as she pointedly sipped her drink. "Canasta," he growled. An eyebrow pet up. "Payback, dear Captain. It's a beautiful, beautiful beach." He cursed. "Just tell me you didn't give him a permanent one." Sip. F dash dot. He was never, ever going to ignore her, or forget his medicine, ever again. Right after he cleaned this sheet off his face. Shishishi. Stop laughing, Luffy. He couldn't believe he was having to do this. Ace swore he was going to get back at his little sheet of a brother. He wasn't stupid enough to try messing with Canasta. She was trained to stab people in various painful, non-lethal ways, as she kept reminding him. Adjusting his hat to shadow over his face again, he knocked on the door. "Come on in. Here it goes." F dash. The pain in the butt cook hummed away at the stove. "Who is it?" he asked without turning from whatever he was cooking. "Ace." Crash. Ace barely held back a grimace as he fumbled the spoon he'd been holding and it clattered onto the stove, flinging some kind of red sauce everywhere. Thatch swore, panicked. "DMN it." He grabbed a towel and mopped up his spilled sauce. It had been a few days since Ace had started coming in and actually eating, but he still wasn't used to hearing his voice. Besides, it wasn't time for dinner yet, and while Luffy would come in for snacks or stories, Ace didn't tend to just stop by. After he'd gotten his area cleaned, he was a bit fastidious when it came to his kitchen. Shoot him. He turned to face the other pirate. "Ace, you good?" he asked when he saw him, a bit concerned. He had on that bright orange cowboy hat that Izo said did not go with anything on Earth, but it was angled so Thatch couldn't see past the very tip of his nose. It was very obviously purposefully done. For whatever reason, Ace was trying to hide his face. Ace let out a big, irritated sigh, and Thatch wondered what he'd said to make him so irritated. "Do you have any rubbing alcohol? Or baking powder?" Thatch blinked. You'll have to talk to Marco about rubbing alcohol, but I do have baking powder." This was a kitchen, after all, but he exercised some rarely shown restraint and didn't say that. Ace sighed, sounding absolutely done for some reason. That'll do. Thatch, really curious now, got the baking soda out of the cabinet. What do you need it for? I just do, all right? The cook shook his head. Yeah, no, sorry. Not letting this one go, kid. Ace growled. Fing hell. Thatch turned to him, holding up the baking soda, shaking it tantalizingly. Ace cursed. Fine. He slowly, reluctantly, took off his hat and looked up, the look in his eyes daring Thatch to say anything. Thatch couldn't help the snort that escaped before he bit his lip hard. Ace's glare grew harder at the sound. He couldn't help it, okay? Because someone, it had to be Luffy, God, he loved that kid, had drawn on Ace's face with what he was betting was permanent marker. In fact, oh my God. Thatch really had to hold himself back, because it looked like he'd drawn lines in between his brother's freckles, like some kind of connect the dots, except with freckles. And each freckle was decorated with a very lopsided star. I'll get right on it, he said, his voice strained from trying not to laugh. He thankfully knew exactly what to do, since there'd been many pranks he'd pulled similar to the decorations on Ace's face. He quickly added a bit of water to the baking soda to make a paste and handed it to him. Ace nodded to him with a scowl. He wasn't entirely sure whether the scowl was for him or for the situation. Maybe it was both. Regardless, the paste was spread across his cheeks and Thatch handed him a towel to scrub with. Ace roughly scoured his face, making Thatch wince at the strength he was using. Hey, hey, hey! No need to be so rough, come here. Before he could catch himself, he'd taken the cloth from the younger man's hands and began gently rubbing the baking soda water paste in. The paste turned a dark gray from the marker coming off. All right, now go rinse your face and you should be good, he said, stepping away and looking up. He froze. Had he really just wiped this kid's face like he was well, an actual kid? Ace was giving him a what the F look that he was sure he was now mirroring, though slightly more panicked. Please, please, just spare my hair, he pleaded silently. But, instead of roasting him where he stood for invading his space and acting like an fing mom scrubbing something off her kid's face, he was not a mother hen. There was already one of those on the crew and Marco was at least an actual bird, which made so much more sense. Ace just went over to the sink and rinsed his face like Thatch had told him. With a mumbled, quick thanks, he left as though he was fleeing hounds from hell or trying to outrun an embarrassing situation. Thatch wished he could do the same. Oh God, this was mortifying. He wasn't a mother hen. He wasn't. Izo was repairing one of his kimonos when a certain red-headed idiot burst into his room and collapsed onto his bed with a defeated groan. Izo sighed and moved over to provide room. What happened? He asked once he was situated. Emma Muffer N. He muttered into the mattress. How are you a mother hen? He asked patiently. That was normally one of Thatch's nicknames for Marco, when he wanted to irritate the doctor. Izo blinked and set down his work. He had a feeling this was going to take a while. What? Take your face out of my sheets, I didn't understand that. Thatch flipped over. Ace. Now he was really confused. Fire Fist? What does he have to do with this? Thatch then told him the whole story of how the kid had come in with lines and stars drawn all over his cheeks and how he'd basically mothered him by scrubbing his face. Izo didn't really have anything to say to that. Except for this. And you weren't burned to cinders? Thatch looked at him. That's not the problem here. Yes, I heard you, Izo interrupted before he could get started again. But you aren't charred beyond recognition. Thatch looked down at himself, as if he just realized that himself. Izo sighed. If you'd done that 3 weeks ago, at the very least, you'd be looking into wigs at the moment. Thatch whimpered at the thought of losing his precious hair. Izo continued, now, he stopped attacking Pops, is actually polite to the others, even if he isn't exactly friendly, and he went to you when his little brother used his face as a canvas. He stressed the last part, as that was the most important. The first two could be chalked up to necessity on Fire Fist's part, ambushing Pops and being a little sheet to everyone else put his brother in danger, at least in his eyes. They'd never harm a child, but Ace obviously erred on the side of caution when it came to the little one. Realization finally dawned in the other's eyes. Oh. You think he's beginning to trust us, he said, a grin creeping onto his face. At least subconsciously, Izo allowed. I doubt he's willing to admit it even to himself, but I think he's starting to come around. The kid was definitely their saving grace here. By not only not harming him, but showing Ace that his brother was welcomed here, they'd passed what was most likely a major test for the older skepticism to finally start waning. He was poking at the idea hesitantly, though probably not willing to concede that there was nothing to be afraid of. Because that's what he was, afraid. Oh, he was angry too, so very angry. But that anger wasn't at them. He was doing a good job at directing it at them, so good he was even probably fooling himself, but he wasn't really angry at them. For whatever reason, the person Fire Fist was angriest at was himself. That kind of rage could only come from self-hatred so deep and dark, it destroyed everything around it. Izo saw it ease at times, it faded a bit around his crew. Around the kid, it was almost unnoticeable. If he'd met Ace while his brother was around, Izo probably wouldn't have even noticed it. He didn't know what it was from and he wasn't going to go poking around. He just hoped the kid could figure things out before it killed him. Alright, so they looked a bit ridiculous. Maybe more than a bit. Fine, they looked really, really ridiculous. A flock of crows lifting a small boat by supports that had been thrown together with whatever rope they had on hand, over the comm belt. Yeah, it definitely made for a strange sight, even for the Grand Line. Both Sabo and Karasu had ate and rested before starting their journey. Sabo had told his friend that if he started to get tired, to let him know. The last thing they needed was for Karasu to hurt himself or drop the ship straight into the middle of the comm belt with no warning. So far, no giant sea leviathans had peeked over the still waters. He was fairly certain they wouldn't be noticed, but he still didn't let his guard down. He expanded the range of his observation and settled in to keep watch. Ace didn't say a word to anybody when he re-entered the room. He went and sat in the corner with his head in his hands. Oh my fing god. Sheeting motherfucking PSS melons, goddamn son of a whoring beach, hot hell on a fing sheet cracker, sheet in the godforsaken ocean, build a house made of shipbricks and light it on fire, fing. Ace? He started. Luffy sat down in front of him, blinking owlishly. Those are bad words, he said simply. Ace grimaced. He always fing forgot. Luffy then reached over and patted him on the head. It'll be okay. S is on his way. Ace hugged him. It was fine. A bit of embarrassment wasn't going to kill him. He wasn't going to be able to face the stupid cook for a while, but whatever. He didn't like the BSTRD anyway. He had Luffy and Sabo when he got here. It was going to be okay. Really, what would he do without his brothers? Luffy laughed. Shishishi. Don't know. Ace smiled. Oh. How do you make bricks out of sheet? Oh my god. Don't repeat that to anyone. He hissed, his face bright red. Sabo was going to kill him. Sabo breathed a loud sigh of relief as they touched down on the other side of the comm belt. The crows that made up Karasu dropped the rope ends on the deck and then coalesced into the man, who immediately sat down. Sabo went over to him and put a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay? He nodded. A bit tired, but that's to be expected. I'll be fine in a couple of hours. Sabo thanked him again and told him to go eat and take a break. He removed the ropes, 'cause even for the Grand Line, it was weird, and set his course. It would be 2 hours till he reached his target. His stomach rolled. Seeing the old BSTRD always brought up a plethora of different, conflicting emotions. Anger, annoyance, fear, pain. But he wasn't a kid anymore. He was 17, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. He'd faced worse than this. But it wasn't him that was making him so anxious, it was that something was dead wrong. This made no sense, not even using Garp sense. What was happening? He breathed deep, trying to drive off the thoughts. He really should thank whatever god there was for Lindbergh. The propellers he'd installed would come in handy now. The cat minx inventions always were a big help, when they didn't explode in the user's face. Garp sat on the deck of his ship, the Mastiff, and watched the cold, dark waves of the Grand Line roll, munching absently on a rice cracker. It was amazing, really, how many dreamed of sailing these waters, pirates, marines, wild dreamers alike. But few would ever make it there, fewer would survive, and fewer still would thrive. A shadow of foreboding, a cloud of malaise, enshrouded it, though most were too blinded by promises of fortunes and adventures to feel it. He sighed, for once feeling all of his 73 years. A familiar face, features dulled by the over 18 years that had passed by since, grinned at him. He'd hated that DMN grin. Roger.DMNU, you BSTRD. You just had to start this, didn't you? Garp stopped chewing as he faintly sensed a vaguely familiar aura coming towards him. This was a surprise. He waited as he approached, too silent for any normal human to hear. Old man. Slowly, he swallowed and took a drink. The other brat, he greeted. I thought you wouldn't be done for another week. A cold hum acknowledged his unspoken question. I have found that C4 tends to expedite many processes, including the annihilation of enemy outposts. He wasn't wrong, that was for DMN sure. He took a bite of another rice cracker. And? Why are you here? Despite appearances, you are, in fact, not an idiot, he noted frostily. To you, it makes perfect sense to haul Luffy out to sea to teach him the ropes, figuratively and literally. Even dropping him off with Ace makes sense, in a completely insane way. But to do so when he's on Whitebeard's ship? No. As much as you may respect the man, you wouldn't do that unless something was wrong. Unless you were desperate, he hissed. So, what happened? He snapped a cracker in half and, while taking a bite with a frankly unnecessary snap of his teeth, he handed the file that had been sitting in his lap back to him. It was marked confidential and Garp could be discharged, or worse, executed, for this. But this wouldn't be the first time he followed his heart over his duty. Holding a baby in his arms, knowing that the innocent smile giggling up at him had been condemned before it had even had the chance to be formed. The brat took it and there was a rustle of paper as the file was opened and skimmed through. He knew the exact moment the brat realized what had happened. The half-gasp, half-sob and crinkling of paper being crushed told him. How long? He choked. A few months, Garp told him. So far, there's no evidence to support it, just rumors, but they'll find it. Or create it, the brat added darkly and then swore viciously. Garp let him get it out of his system. He knew what devil he served. Some days, he judged it better than the other devils in the world. Others, he wasn't so sure. The file, pages now creased with rage, was thrown onto the deck. He was honestly lucky it hadn't been torn into oblivion for what it represented. Brat, he said, stopping him from leaving. Take care. He didn't respond, but he saw a quick shadow of a trench coat fluttering as he jumped over the railing and heard the caw of a crow. He let out a sigh, leaning back into his chair. Garp had never been good with children. He was too rough, too used to tough love. Ace and Luffy had never known any different. Luffy, the kid, probably didn't give much thought to it. Besides, Gramps hits hard, Gramps is scary. Ace was just an angry kid, who gave as good as he got. Sabo, however, was sharp, even as a child. At 5 years old, he'd seen the corruption in the nobility, in his own parents, and decided he didn't want any part of it. The understanding that took and then the guts to leave, was beyond what a normal child, hell, a normal adult, would be capable of. He'd seen Garp's inadequacy and he'd hated it. As a child, he'd held back, not wanting to alienate his chosen brothers from their only grandfather. But he was older now, he'd seen more, became more settled in his role, and he made his dislike known. Garp may bluster and threaten to give the boy a fist of love, but they both knew. Garp was aware of what he'd done and what he hadn't. He may have kept them alive with the secrecy, the training, the warnings, but he'd utterly failed them as a grandfather. Sabo was so absorbed in his thoughts of why he'd learned, he just barely remembered to mutter a thank you and a goodbye to Karasu after he'd brought him back to the ship. Thankfully, Karasu was an understanding person and simply bade him farewell before scattering into a flock and heading back to the north. After he left, Sabo erupted into a long, vicious swearing fit. His mind, as stupid as it was, couldn't help thinking that his parents would have been horrified by his language. His time in the Grey Terminal and with Ace and the bandits had given him a rather extensive vocabulary of foul language he rarely pulled out of his hat. But when he did, he could make sailors blush. And a hedgehog. He ended savagely. He'd learned that one from Ace. He was so glad Koala wasn't there to hear him. She'd kick his butt. He let out an explosive breath and collapsed into a chair in the galley, his head falling onto his arms. God damn it, he said, his throat tight. How was he going to tell Ace? Whenever even the thought of the possibility of someone knowing his heritage came up, his twin got quiet and contemplative. A dark, almost dead look in his eyes would appear and scare the shit out of Sabo. He knew Ace was asking himself that question, that stupid FING question that no one should ever have to ask. F them. F them all, the world government, the Marines, the nobility, the so-called gods of this world, F dash them. What made them the ones to decide a person's worth? What made them the deciders of what was right and wrong? What made his brother's very existences a crime? Because they were afraid of what their fathers did or would do. Neither of them had ever met their fathers. Ace actively hated his and Luffy really couldn't care less about a man he'd never met. And Garp. FING Garp? Sabo wasn't blind, okay? He understood the man's reasoning for how Ace and Luffy were raised. He even admitted that his actions were probably what kept them alive to this day. That didn't make it okay, though. Ace grew up questioning his very existence and still did so now. He knew Luffy and himself had helped with their acceptance of him, but that didn't erase years of loneliness, pain, hatred, and fear. Luffy had a borderline phobia of being alone, to the point he'd rather be physically beaten. He knew Garp cared. He wouldn't have told him about that DMN file otherwise, but his actions, as well-meant as they were, had caused the most important people in the world to him undue pain. What grandfather showed up every few months to beat the shit out of his grandchildren, then disappear with a command to become Marines? Children weren't soldiers to give orders to, especially not 2D brothers who were more tenacious than common sense would recommend. And Sabo knew he was stubborn, too, but they took it to a whole new level. He knew the reason he stayed with the Marines, despite what they might eventually do to his grandsons. He'd made a choice, the Marines, who at least had to put on a front of caring about justice and what was right, or the pirates, who didn't give a flying F and did as they pleased. Garp chose what he believed was the lesser of the devils of this world. Sabo couldn't stand the sanctimonious bullshit. He'd rather know someone was a BSTRD than find out from a blade in his back. He didn't hate the old man. How could he? He was the closest thing to a grandfather they all had. He loved them, paranoia and overbearingness aside. He could have sold them out, left Ace to die as a baby, refused to take care of Luffy, taken Sabo back to that cold house with his parents. He hadn't. He'd provided for them, best he could, he'd kept their existences secret, he'd tried to prepare them for a world that was cruel and unfair. He didn't hate him, he just. What was he supposed to say? Ace's question, Luffy's loneliness. How could he ignore that? Sabo bit his lip to keep from screaming. If he started screaming, he'd want to punch something. If he punched something, he wouldn't stop till he'd destroyed everything he'd laid his hands on. And he needed this ship. So, he breathed, shoved all the emotions roiling inside him down deep, deeper into his soul and locked them away. They'd escape at some point and he'd have to deal with it, but that was a worry for another day. Right now, he needed to get to them. He had no time to waste. So, he set about his appointed task and pushed everything else to the side. And, with one last thought towards the Marine ship and the crazy BSTRD he was leaving behind, he set off once more, towards the last known location of the Moby Dick. Don't you dare die on us, you old BSTRD. Sabo finally started to breathe normally as he drew closer to his destination. After a day and a half of sailing, during which he'd had to call again to get an update on the ship's location, he was finally only an hour away. It was almost lunchtime and his stomach was making its displeasure known. He hadn't had much of an appetite since seeing Garp. He only ate enough to keep him going as he made his plans. It wouldn't be the first time Sabo had been too busy to care for his own needs, and he could hear Koala, Hack, and even Ace in his head, admonishing him for not looking after his own health better. The day before, he'd made a call to Dragon to inform him of the situation. The leader of the army had listened to everything Sabo had had to say and, with his usual rationality, he'd calmly gone through contingencies with him. While normally Sabo could be counted on for logical thinking in a crisis, this whole situation was hitting a bit too close to home for him, so he appreciated the man's composure. Keep me apprised of things as you move forward, he had told him. I'll keep an ear out for any hints that the Marines might be moving in your direction. Understood, Sabo had agreed. Thank you for your help, sir. I'm sure you're worried too. The man had hummed noncommittally, but after practically being raised by him, Sabo could read in between the lines. Dragon had given Luffy up to keep his son from being dragged into a life on the run, the uncertainty of the future inherent in running a rebellion of this magnitude. At one point, Sabo had really questioned Dragon's choice, but now he understood. I'll keep you informed on Lu, he said with a slight smirk, knowing that even if Dragon did say it, he liked hearing stories about the son he hadn't gotten to meet yet. That's not. There was no need to continue to hear the token denial, so he went ahead and hung up. He had a lot of things to do and little time to do them. Dragon looked down at the now silent Den Mushi and sighed. Maybe he really should try to teach Sabo proper Den etiquette, which included not hanging up while someone was speaking, but it was honestly probably too late for that at this point. After informing Dragon, Sabo began making calls to others as well. One was to Koala, whose patience he could practically feel waning as they spoke. If they even think about it, she said, eerily calm, I'll have them defecating their own internal organs. She promised to handle things for Sabo's extended vacation. Other calls were made to select allies and sources as he attempted to gather more information. From what he learned, the Marines were playing things very close to their chest. Small, discreet squads had been sent out, asking questions that, on their own, seemed harmless and even a bit silly. Any inquiries into why were given vague answers, mostly passing them off as some kind of routine census questions. The Marines had never done censuses. Sabo was betting they didn't want any rumors getting out about there being a pirate prince, god, Ace would hate that title, before it was confirmed. They probably didn't want it to get out at all, considering all they'd done after Roger's execution to expunge any sign of the Pirate King's legacy from the world. Sabo knew some people from Batarilla were in the Revolutionary Army, people who'd lost wives, sisters, mothers, daughters, and their potential children to the Marines' desperate, indiscriminate search. He'd always found it hard to be around them, knowing what he knew and not knowing if they'd blame Ace, not wanting to know if they would. And the government tried to play Dragon off as a minor annoyance to the people, but Sabo knew better than anyone what his boss was capable of. The army had been gaining more allies, more supplies, and more support in the last few years. They were building a force that could drag those fake gods from their pedestals, and Sabo couldn't wait to see it happen. Regardless, the world government didn't want to appear weak or anything less than in full control. So, any action taken against the army had to be done secretly and slowly. Luffy's existence would be harder to find and harder to justify looking for. Still, Sabo didn't doubt the government's ability to harm him if they did find him. He was really surprised that Garp had even gotten his hands on that file, considering his involvement. As the hero, he was too important to touch, but the fleet admiral still had to know about Luffy, even if he didn't know about Ace. Did their friendship make Sengoku pass on the information? To keep his mouth shut? It was possible. Sabo leaned back in his chair, absolutely not looking forward to what he was going to have to do. Convincing Ace to go along with the plan that was forming in his head was going to take a literal act of God. Thankfully, he knew the one thing that could snap Ace out of his stubbornness. He kind of hated that he had to pull out the big guns, though. "Come on, Ace," Luffy whined, pulling at him. Ace, taking full advantage of his height and weight over his little brother, resisted. "You go on ahead, I'm not that hungry." Luffy shook his head vigorously. "No. You didn't come with me yesterday, either. Come on." Ace had had an, for once, opportunely timed sleep attack and had passed out right through dinner. Breakfast and lunch had also been avoided, one because he'd still been asleep, the other by claiming he needed to have a talk with Rummy, which he had. His first mate had finally found a way to get down to the Black Lady and retrieve the Den Mushi that he was confident would work. They'd spent most of lunchtime going through the plan. Whether because they were getting sloppy or, more probable, it was a result of Luffy's way of wrecking confusion and havoc wherever he went, fewer people were guarding the ship's dock down below. Rummy and Rook could slip past, grab what they needed, and return with, hopefully, little difficulty. Ace. He looked back down. Luffy was practically laying on the floor, his arms stretched as he tried to pull him away. "Luffy." Then, he felt something bump him from behind. "Mao," he said, turning to look at the caracal cat his crew had adopted. For its species, Mao was massive, and bumping its head against Ace was enough to make him have to correct his stance to not stagger. "Damn it, Luffy, stop trying to order my crew around." When he turned back around, Luffy wasn't there. All that he saw was rubbery arms stretching out of sight. Looking up, he saw Luffy about 7 feet away, bracing himself. "Oh, sheet. Luffy, and oh, Rocket. Ah. God damn it." Haruta sat next to his father, looking out over the deck of the Moby, frowning. "Pops." The older man hummed, showing his attention. "Is it really a good idea to leave the ship so unguarded?" The commander asked quietly. They could just leave. Pops had privately told the commanders to reduce the number of guards on the ship deck, mainly the one to the Spade ship. When asked why, he had just said that there was no need to watch over it so heavily. Haruta was sure there was something more he wasn't saying for whatever reason, but Pops always knew what he was doing, so of course he agreed. Still, he had to ask. "If they do so," he rumbled, "then that is their choice. We cannot control what they do." Haruta saw where he was coming from. He really didn't know how he felt about Fire Fist. He thought the guy was kind of an a-hole at first. Then, the kid was dropped off, anyway. And, surprisingly to many of them, Ace was a good brother. Protective, maybe a bit too much. That burn the kid gave him was totally unnecessary, DMN it, but also doting in his own way and shockingly patient. From what he'd observed, the kid, Luffy, was a ball of chaotic energy that did not stop for anything. The fact that Ace could put up with that was honestly impressive. So, he wanted to see what it'd be like to have him as his brother, not as an enemy. That wouldn't happen if the crew disappeared off into the night. "All right," he agreed, still a bit hesitant but understanding what his father meant. Suddenly, the wall a few feet down from where Pop's seat was blown out. The people nearby yelled, confusion spreading as splinters of wood rained down on them. Haruta started, grabbing his sword. "What the hell? Shishishi. DMNIT, what have I told you?" "Oh." Haruta quickly put his sword away. The last thing he wanted was another burn. Ace kept grumbling as he got up, yanking his little brother to his feet by the collar. "DMN it, Lou, how many times?" he asked as he dusted both of them off. "Do not rocket somewhere without telling me first, especially not on a ship." "I did tell you," the kid pouted. Ace scowled, completely ignoring the stares that the two were gathering. "Saying rocket right before blast-off is not a warning, Lou. We've talked about this. Unless it's an emergency, you tell me, hey, I'm going to use the rocket, before you even start stretching back, got it?" "It is an emergency." Ace growled. "This isn't the old hags, Lou. The food isn't going to disappear on you, so no, it's not an emergency. Getting to food is always an emergency. Ace looked up to the sky, as if pleading for patience. Haruta wished him luck. God damn it, again? One of the shipwrights whimpered, sounding like he was on the brink of tears. Somebody get that Blitz guy, someone else sighed. Right, they'd had the Spades shipwright fix most of the damage caused by the two brothers. He'd heard the guy was good, so at least Fasa wasn't as stressed out about it now. Luffy giggled, either completely ignorant of the chaos he was creating or just not caring. Haruta wasn't really sure which one it was. Come on. Pom-Pom's food is good. Lou, I don't. Despite his attempts at protesting, the fire user seemed to have given up. He had a resigned look on his face as his brother dragged him towards the kitchens. Haruta shook his head, a bit amazed. That kid was completely crazy. If it wasn't the Moby he was destroying with his antics, he might actually find it funny. Though, hearing about what happened to Rakuyo 2 days ago did make him crack up a bit. Rakuyo was convinced the kid was mentally impaired in some way. He just wondered if the kid didn't have a bit of a mischievous side, pretending to talk to both Stefan and Tish to mess with people. He looked up at his father, and then did a double take. Pops? I don't think that's a good idea. Pops nodded. Marco has already told me that. By the tone, Haruta knew his brother's words had gone in one ear and out the other. He took a deep breath, wide-eyed as he slowly turned back to look at his family, now sweeping up the remains of the wall. Wheeleel, sheet. The fist was going to throw a literally bloody fit if Pops actually tried to adopt the kid. Come on. Thatch turned to see a surprising sight, Luffy, dragging a very reluctant-looking Ace through the doors of the dining hall. Thatch blinked. He hadn't seen the fire user since that embarrassing moment almost 2 days ago. Luffy had been taking takeout for his absentee brother after finishing his own meal. The others in the room, almost 500 pirates altogether, half of the crew currently aboard the Moby Dick, all watched the two new faces, some more discreetly than others. The ones that were too obvious were met with a downright murderous glare from the older brother. Hey! Thatch called out, trying to get the two's attention. You're early, I'm not quite finished yet. Luffy pouted, while Ace looked like he'd rather be anywhere else than here. Thatch waved them over. Don't worry, it'll only be a few minutes. Why don't you come here and sit while you're waiting? You can have some of these appetizers. Luffy bounded over, Ace following behind. What is it? He asked. Thatch handed him a plate. It's chicken wings with a variety of sauces. Luffy immediately reached over and grabbed one. That's the ghost one. It's a bit SPK. Luffy immediately turned and spat out the wing. It's hot. He breathed in and out, trying to cool off his mouth. Before Thatch could react, Ace reached over and grabbed a piece of bread from another plate. Here, eat. Luffy took the bread and scarfed it down. Ace shook his head. Damn it, Lou, ask before you eat something. You know you can't handle spicy food. Booey Lugu, Luffy whined, his mouth full of food. Ace just sighed. You'll never learn, will you? Thatch watched the actually somewhat heartwarming scene. The kid really was a good brother, despite his temper. He also made a mental note, no spicy food for Luffy. Richard, a sniper with Izo's division, pointed down at the floor. You are going to clean that up, right? Ace looked down at the spat-out chicken and it abruptly caught fire. There, happy? Well, that was one way to do it. Boarding the Moby Dick was honestly way too simple for it to be a Yonko's flagship. Using the skills Sabo had trained for years in the Revolutionary Army, he just coasted up and acted like he belonged there. You'd be amazed at how much a confident, familiar attitude can make even the most suspicious of pirates believe that you were supposed to be there. He greeted the watcher as if he knew him, which obviously took the man by surprise. But, now questioning if he really did know him and had just forgotten, the tall man welcomed him on board. That was one of the problems with having such a massive crew, it was nigh impossible for everyone to know everybody else. Sabo might be a crew member that hadn't been there long enough to interact with much. Maybe he was from an allied crew, or maybe from one of the other Mobys stationed elsewhere in the world. How was this guy supposed to know? So, Sabo jumped right onto the deck with no difficulty. He smiled at the others, saying how long it had been, playing to their uncertainty. He continued on through the crowd, his gait sure and swift, as if he had somewhere to be and knew where it was. He even strolled right by Curiel, the 10th Division commander, and wasn't halted or even looked at with suspicion. Really, the lack of questioning was kind of disappointing. The Whitebeards needed to step up their security. No doubt, being a Yonko crew also gave them a sense of security. After all, who would dare mess with them? Sabo's job was to mess with the so-called gods of this world. He dared. Using his observation, he was easily able to find his brothers. Of course, they're where the food is, he muttered dryly to himself, a slight smile creeping on his face. Entering the mess hall, his eyes were immediately drawn to them. Luffy was stuffing bread into his mouth, with Ace shaking his head at him. He could hear his twin admonishing their little brother for not looking before he put something in his mouth. A red-headed man stared at them, looking somewhat confused. Maybe I should just set these aside, he said slowly, moving the plate he was holding away. He'll just keep on grabbing one from wherever you set it, Ace replied, sounding irritated. Sabo wasn't sure whether that was at Luffy or the redhead, who he was fairly certain was the 4th Division commander, Thatch. Once food's in his sight, you can kiss it goodbye. That was true. Now that he had them in his sight, Sabo felt his anxiety dissipate a little. Neither looked injured, though Ace looked a bit thin. Whatever bruises Lu had gained while with Garp had faded already. He felt like he could breathe again. But, now that he wasn't worried for them as much, he could feel another emotion, aggravation. Towards Ace, specifically. Lu couldn't really help being kidnapped by his grandfather and dumped off on a Yonko's ship. Ace, on the other hand, could have chosen to not being a complete and total reckless dumbass and try to fight someone who was considered the strongest man. Sabo gritted his teeth as his gloved hands curled into fists. Ace. Thatch started when someone yelled Ace's name. The kid looked around with a deadly scowl on his face, only to freeze when he saw someone coming towards them. Thatch didn't recognize the guy, but the top hat with the blonde hair looked vaguely familiar. Had he seen him in a newspaper or something? To his surprise, instead of snapping at whoever that was, Ace gave a cautious smile. Hey, what were you thinking? All talking and movement in the hall ceased, as Thatch and everyone else there stared, frozen, as the blonde boy stalked towards Ace. God damn it, you colossal ignoramus, he hissed. What in the world possessed you to go and do something this stupid? I swear, am I the only one of us with some self-preservation and 2 brain cells to rub together? What the hell is going on? Jozu asked, coming up behind him. Thatch shook his head slowly, not taking his eyes off the apparently furious blonde stalking toward them. I have no idea, he replied quietly, stepping back a bit. He had the feeling he shouldn't get involved in this. Ace's tentative smile turned to a dark scowl. Hey, I'm not stupid, jackass. The look the blonde gave him right then could have frozen over Alabasta. Thatch had been a part of Pop's crew for years, had met people way more threatening, and even he wouldn't want that kind of glare directed at him. Are you certain of that? The top-hatted boy upon closer look, he did look to be the same age as Ace, maybe a bit younger snapped. So quickly, they didn't even know what was happening. The other kid snatched 2 pieces of bread from a plate on the table he'd just passed. The pirate that had just been carb-thieved cried out in protest, but nobody paid any attention to him. Luffy! The blonde called out. The kid's head popped up, his cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk's, and his entire face brightened when he saw the blonde. After a big swallow that had many people cringing, as they could visually see the mass of carbs going down his throat, he waved excitedly. Hey! Ace actually took a step back, bringing up a hand to stop whatever was about to happen. Do not. And just like that, the blonde kid stopped in front of him and slapped the 2 slices of bread on the sides of Ace's face as he asked, What is Ace? Thatch had no idea where that was going, but he thankfully didn't have to wait long before Luffy answered his unspoken question. With a peal of laughter, he replied, An idiot sandwich. Thatch along with a few others choked. Holy shit, did he really just? By the red creeping across Ace's squished face, he had. Thatch couldn't help it. He cracked up. That, of course, caused Ace to erupt. Don't call me that, you jackasses. Then don't be one. The blonde retorted, stepping back quickly to avoid a punch to the face. Luffy simply laughed. Ace is a sandwich. I'm not a sandwich, Luffy. He roared as he tried to grab the other kid, who danced away. Get back here. Come get me, then. He challenged him right before taking off, with Ace chasing after him. Hey! What the F dash? Stop. DMN it. Ah? Thatch watched in slight horror as Ace and the newcomer ran around the room, knocking over chairs, jumping on tables, running into people and then using them as human obstacles, and sending food flying into the air. F dash, Jozu swore as he ran after them. DMN it, stop that. Then he got a chair flung in his face. Thatch winced. Hey, hey! Luffy yelled with a smile, waving his arms. I want to chase S2. Before he could start running, Thatch scooped him up quickly. He didn't even want to think of what damage he could cause if he joined in. Hey, pom-pom head, let me go. He demanded, squirming in his hold. Wait, hold on, Thatch said. Who is that? That's S. Luffy told him, which didn't really help much. Wait, no. S was that guy who knew Fishman karate, right? The one Luffy mentioned when he was talking to Namor. Oh, God. Thatch turned to see Blitz standing there with Euchre, the Spade's navigator. Blitz just looked done with everything, while Euchre looked strangely terrified. It's Mr. Bloody, the shipwright sighed. I don't know if I should be celebrating or crying. There was a loud crack and then a clatter, accompanied by indignant yelling that made Thatch flinch. Then, he swore. Sheet! Luffy had slipped out of his hands while he was distracted and was now running after his brother. The cacophonous noise from before had been a table that had been split down the middle, probably from somebody landing on it, and all the dishes on top of it had been sent falling onto the floor. At this point, Thatch felt like he should be the one crying. Jozu got up with a groan. Who the hell is that? Mr. Bloody, Blitz told him. That doesn't tell me much, Jozu said with a scowl. He's the third brother. Wait, what? Jozu, after picking himself up off the floor, echoed his question. Euchre whimpered. He's terrifying. Blitz rolled his eyes. You think all three of them are terrifying, including Luffy? Luffy? Terrifying? Nah. Thatch could see crazy or wild, but the kid was anything but scary. They all just watched the pandemonium caused by the three brothers. Ace was beginning to pull out the fire. Mr. Bloody apparently had armament hockey, judging from the black coating on his arms as he fought back, and Luffy was just causing general trouble by trying to catch one of them, only to miss and end up hitting something, or someone, else. Blitz groaned as yet another table was broken, and then one half of it was picked up and flung by Ace. Dear God, they're all absolutely insane. This is going to take forever to fix. Thatch did not envy the man. But he had more pressing worries. My food, he whimpered, as much of the dinner that he'd prepared had ended up on the floor. Luffy at least was snatching it up and scarfing it down in the midst of the chaos. At least he was enjoying it. And now it was on the walls. And was that cheese on the ceiling? How the hell had that happened? Never mind. He forgot Luffy could stretch. Marco looked around, taking in the utterly destroyed mess hall. Food was flung everywhere, it was even on the ceiling. How the hell many of the tables and chairs were now in pieces, and some had been tossed around the room, and Marco had been in the infirmary when a few of his siblings had come in, complaining about crazy kids and top hats. He took a deep breath. God damn it, you are. Ow! Ace scowled over at his brother, who had just whacked him again. What the hell was that for? Smack. Stop hitting me. And stop using hockey to do it, damn it. Sabo held up his trench coat. Look at this. It's burned, you crazy pyromaniac. Ace stuck his tongue out. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to have bruises for days. Sabo scoffed. You'll heal quickly. I'm going to have to get another coat. This is the fourth one in less than a year. Ace was about to snap back, but stopped when he heard giggling. Luffy then plastered himself to Sabo's side with a huge grin and a rubbery hug. Hey, hey! Look, Ace, Sabo's here. Ace's hackles lowered and he smiled. Yeah, I can see that. Shishishi. Sabo wrapped one arm around Luffy's shoulders. Hey, Lou. It's so good to see you. He squeezed, leaning over him so his face was hidden in Lou's hair. They stayed like that for a minute, long enough for Ace's trouble detector to start pinging. Then, he sat up. God, Lou, you need a bath desperately. Ace leaned over to look. Oh yeah. Their little brother smiled, not caring one bit that he was splattered, head to toe, with various components of lunch. There was cheese in his hair, which had transferred to Sabo's nose, and jelly on his cheek. He was fairly certain that his shirt had been sprayed with ketchup, though it was hard to tell since it was red on red. A roll of lunch meat was stuck in the roll of his pants. Never mind, Luffy finally noticed it was there. The point was, he looked like a disaster. Ace tried to choke back a laugh, but it escaped all the same. When both of them turned to him, he couldn't help it, he started laughing. Holy shit, ha 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 ha. You like haha like when we'd fight over dinner at Dayton's. Luffy started laughing, too, and Sabo wasn't far behind. Soon, all three of them were rolling on the ground. That's bwahihi, definitely not the kind of first impression I wanted to make on a Yonko crew, Sabo snickered once they'd calmed down and were laying beside each other. They probably think I'm crazy. Ace snorted. You are crazy. Pot, kettle, dear brother. Shishishi, you're both crazy, Luffy replied. Ace and Sabo both craned their necks to look at their brother incredulously. You have absolutely no room to talk. Luffy just laughed, the little sheep. Sabo sighed. We all really need a shower. Ace couldn't disagree with that. I know where a bath is that should be empty right now. Sabo sat up. Alright, then. Let's get to it. After their showers, during which Luffy busted up one of the shower heads, stretchy arms, combined with too much strength and slippery surfaces, made for a bad combination, the brothers piled onto Ace's bed. Sabo leaned against the wall as Ace laid back on the headboard, with Luffy sprawled out between them, taking as much space as his 5 feet and 5 inches would allow. For the first time in a while, since he'd woken up on the old BSTRD's ship, Ace finally felt at ease. He had Luffy's smile, and Sabo was watching his back. No matter how bad things seemed, he'd be okay. His brothers were here. He knew he needed to soak in that feeling, 'cause Sabo would be taking Lu back to Dawn soon. As always, Ace was caught between being relieved and a bit sad. On one hand, the new world definitely wasn't the place for Luffy to be, not yet, and he worried about him being there. On the other, he always missed him when he left. Sabo himself was too busy to stay very long, and it was always an entire process to get a hold of him at any other time. Maybe he was a bit pathetic, relying on his brothers so much. Maybe, at his age, he should be more independent, more confident. Luffy was telling Sabo everything that had happened since he'd been dumped on board. Thankfully, both of the older brothers were now fluent in Luffy speak, so Sabo could follow Lu's totally scattered, tangent-filled account of his time on the Moby Dick, and knew what questions to ask when the exact details weren't forthcoming. After he'd been told everything that had happened in the last week, Sabo sighed, shaking his head. "I guess in your defense," he told Luffy, "you were left unsupervised." Ace scowled. "I was with him." The longer Sabo's pause at that statement lasted, the deeper Ace's frown grew. "Sabo." He sighed again. "That's honestly worse than him being alone." "Eh?" Luffy, of course, just giggled. "Don't laugh at that, you little sheet." Ace snapped, then turned to his blonde twin. "And what the hell is that supposed to mean, huh?" Sabo looked at him deadpan. "Ace, my dear, darling brother, in all of your infinite wisdom, you decided to challenge a Yonko. You were just lucky that it was Whitebeard." Ace scowled. "I could have taken him." Sabo looked completely unimpressed. "Eventually," he added under his breath. Yeah, I'm sure," his brother deadpanned. Ace resisted the urge to stick his tongue out at him. That was something a kid would do, and he was 17, he wasn't a child. Sabo leaned back, practically collapsing against the wall with a long, drawn-out sigh. Ace, forgetting his irritation, felt a spark of worry for his twin. He looked tired, as if he hadn't slept well the last few days. He knew Sabo tended to forget about his own needs while on missions, but there was something different about this. Beneath his frustration with Ace's, admittedly, lack of self-preservation, he almost seemed scared. "Sab?" he asked quietly. Sabo, hearing the concern in his voice, waved it away. "I'm fine, just tired. Don't even get me started on this last one sometimes, I'm truly amazed by how stupid people can be." Not like he'd say much even if they did get him started. Most of Sabo's missions as the Revolutionary's chief of staff were so sensitive, he couldn't say much about them. Even to Ace. Luffy looked back and forth between them. "Sabo?" Sabo repeated his prevarication to Luffy, who seemed to buy it just as much as Ace had. Both of them knew their brother too well to not see how agitated he was. Ace was willing to bet he just didn't want to talk about it at the moment. He probably wanted to think about whatever it was and look at the problem from every angle possible, that's just how he was. So, Ace bit back the part of him that wanted to demand answers and smiled. "All right. Lu, want to tell us everything that's gone on since the last time?" Lu grinned. Oh, I played fetch with the Tiger Lord. Sheet. He may have just shot himself in the foot there. Why in hell would he try to play fetch with the FING Tiger Lord? Was he insane? Marco turned to the door just as a sheepish-looking Thatch stuck his head in. "Pops? Marco. Good, you're here. Did something else happen, you are?" Marco asked tiredly. Thatch laughed awkwardly. "No. Well, sort of." "What is it, son?" Pops asked. "Come in and have a seat." Thatch walked in, closed the door behind him, and sat down next to Marco. Pop's room was appropriately huge for their towering captain, and there were several normal-sized chairs for his smaller sons to sit in when they visited. Marco had been informing their father of all that had occurred over the day when he knocked. He noticed a piece of paper gripped tightly in his brother's hand. It looked like a wanted poster. "What is that, you are?" he asked. Thatch looked down at what he was carrying. "Something was bothering me about that blonde kid." The kid called him S, but when the Spades talked about him, they called him Mr. Bloody. That felt familiar to me, so I went through the bounty posters we had and found this. He handed it over to Pops and Marco watched as the man actually looked a bit surprised. Pops was rarely ever surprised by anything anymore, so now he was really curious. "Who is he, then, you are?" he pressed. "His epithet is, the Bloody Gentleman," Thatch said. "His true name is unknown, but he's the second in command of the Revolutionary Army." Marco blinked. "Well, DMN. Things just got interesting." So, we have Garp's grandson, a super rookie, and the second in command of the revolutionaries here? And they're all somehow siblings, you are? Thatch nodded. Sounds about right. What worries me is the blonde. With him being a Rev. Marco understood what he was saying. Revolutionaries were rather notorious for being secretive assholes with hidden agendas, who also hoarded information like a dragon hoarded gold. They played their cards close to their chests, and nobody knew what cards they held until they were ready to play them. He respected what they were trying to do, but that didn't mean he wanted to work with them. He didn't like the idea of someone else having all the knowledge in a given situation. Even if he was here for his brothers, this bloody gentleman could and probably did have extra plans they weren't aware of. Pops handed the poster back. Tell Haruta to lock down his office, but leave the boy be for now. There's no need to stir up trouble. Haruta led their intelligence division, and he was probably having a conniption right now, since their newest guest's presence and profession had quickly spread throughout the ship. Knowing him, the first thing he did had been to lock down every single piece of information he had had. Marco nodded his understanding and got up to leave. He had to go see Curiel about security, since apparently, their guest had walked right past him. He wasn't going to get any sleep tonight, was he? After a rather stressful 3 hours listening to everything Luffy had gotten into back on their home island, he'd neglected to mention when he started that he had been the thing the Tiger Lord had been trying to fetch, and Ace had felt his heart stop when he figured out what had actually happened. Luffy dragged the both of them to the kitchen for dinner. Ace had to inwardly cackle at Thatch's face as the three of them plowed through the meal he'd prepared. Thankfully, the guy had tripled the amount, which was definitely smart. While Sabo may not generally eat as much as him and Luffy, it was DMN near close. Luffy talked the man's ear off, telling him random stories, some about their crazier adventures back on Dawn, some of Luffy's visits to Ace on the Grand Line. He didn't say anything about his time with Sabo. As loudmouthed as their brother was, he could be counted on to keep a secret when it counted. Ace and Sabo mainly kept to themselves, shoveling food down their throats at an ungodly rate. Now that Sab was there, Ace felt more at ease, letting his guard down enough to actually eat as much as he wanted, which was a lot. Thatch kept glancing between the three, his eyes growing wider and wider. After dinner, the three retreated back to their room, where Ace's crew was waiting. Euchre cowered in the corner, away from Mr. the Bloody, as everyone beside Canasta cautiously greeted him. Canasta took one look at his brother and called him an actual dumbass and told him to get some FING sleep. Canasta gave no FS, and that's honestly why Ace liked her. After that, his crew gave various excuses as to where they needed to be and left them alone, knowing by this point that they'd want to be alone. Luffy bounced around the room for a while before finally falling into Sabo's lap and falling asleep. They sat in silence for a few minutes, just taking in each other's presence, until Ace finally shifted and spoke. So, when will you be leaving? Sabo didn't answer immediately, running his fingers through Luffy's hair. I actually need to talk to you about that, he said, with a grimness to his voice that Ace didn't like. What is it? He asked. Does it have anything to do with your last mission? Not really, he said, shaking his head. His curls flew in his face. He was in need of a haircut. After I got done, before I came here, I went to see the old man. Ace couldn't help wincing. While he trusted his brother to not actually kill the old BSTRD, he knew Sabo's relationship with their grandfather was frosty at best. Please tell me you didn't fight the crazy BSTRD. Sabo's head snapped around to glare at him. You have no right to say anything about fighting crazy BSTRDS. You tried to fight Whitebeard, you moron. Ace threw up his hands. I beat Jinbe. That's not even the same league, eh? Close enough. No. And if you actually think that Jinbe is anywhere close to Whitebeard, you're an even bigger idiot than I thought. Okay, so Jinbe wasn't anywhere close to Yonka level. Still. No. I haven't even said anything. Ace protested. I know you well enough to know what you were thinking. I made a decision that I thought through well before. Idiot. I am not. Ace stopped, a thought occurring to him. Wait a FING minute. You snuck onto a Yonko ship? How's that any different? I am here because of you, Sabo hissed back. I'm smart enough to not PSS off an Emperor of the Sea on a whim. Ace wasn't done yet. Where did you even come from? You were supposed to take another week to get here. Sabo looked away and muttered something. What? Please tell him he didn't hear what he thought he did. West Blue. West, you went through the comm belt? SHHHHH. Sabo tried to shush him. Ace rolled his eyes. You know it takes either a cataclysmic event or some mention of you-know-what to wake him up, don't even try. You seriously went through the comm belt to get here? And you call me an idiot? I asked Karasu for help, it was fine. What could Karasu do? Ace was so confused. Think Morgans. .o. Okay. He shook his head. Did it look as ridiculous as I'm imagining? Probably worse. Ace snorted. Nice. Sabo shook his head. Listen, Ace. I talked to the old man, and I found out why he's been bringing Luffy out to sea. Ace pet an eyebrow. You mean he actually has a reason? I figured it was just Gramps being Gramps and being absolutely insane. Sabo looked at him, something dark in his eyes. His blind eye, normally covered by his hair, was now showing, giving him a kick to the heart, as it always did when he saw it. What if he'd gone after him? What if he'd listened to Luffy? What if? Ace. They know. After he finished telling Ace everything he'd learned, Sabo watched his twin carefully. Ace stared at the wall in front of him, but he could tell he wasn't really seeing it. He was seeing the bars, the alleyways, and the broken gray terminal where he'd learned that his very existence was begrudged because of a man he'd never met. Sabo bit his lip, wanting to say something, anything, to make this better. But he knew nothing would. There was nothing he could say that Ace would hear, that he'd believe. And you're sure? He asked again. Sabo nodded slowly. They've been sending out small teams of 2 or 3, asking questions about people in our age range. They're being more cautious than they were at Batarilla. They probably don't want to cause a big stir like that again. You mean by executing PRGNNT women? Ace asked, a bite to his dry tone that had Sabo wincing. And what about Lou? Sabo looked down at their still sleeping brother. Unlike you, there's little to nothing they could do to justify looking for him, not without admitting that Dragon's more of a threat than they'd let on. They're poking at the issue, but I doubt they'll run the risk of showing their hand by overdoing it. Ace let out a sigh. All right. You're taking Lou back, then? God, he wanted to scream. He knew what that idiot was thinking and hell fing no. I'm not leaving you, you absolute dumbass. He growled. And, no, I'm not taking Luffy back to Dawn this time. Ace turned and glared at him. If you stay here and they come for me, you'll both be in danger. He snapped. Take Lou back and DMN it, Ace, think. He pleaded. They haven't gotten to Dawn yet, but if they keep following the pattern, they'll get there soon. You and Lou are notorious in the kingdom. They'll find out about you, especially if some of those morons you beat up in the pubs start talking. And if they find out about you, they'll find out about him. Ace froze, practically stopped breathing as it finally sank in. He's been practically attached to your hip since we were kids. Sabo continued, needing him to understand. All it would take would be for someone to mention brothers, and they would look closer. And if they looked closer at Lou, they'd probably find out everything. And what if they find Dayton and the bandits? They wouldn't last long if they were tortured. Ace's face grew paler and paler as he kept talking. Sabo hated the look on his face, but he knew he had to hammer it in to make him listen. It's not just you in danger, eh? It's all of us. His throat tightened, making the next words that came out choked. So, for once, listen to me when I say that we need to be smart about this. For once, don't let your goddamn self-loathing win. Neither of them were criers, even as children. Luffy was definitely the crybaby of the family. He and Ace had grown up too quickly, too rough, to allow such emotion. Still, he thought he saw a glimmer of tears in his brother's eyes before he looked away. His own burned. He took a shaky breath. So, when I tell you my plan, don't just disagree immediately, okay? I've thought about this every single moment since I found out, and this is the only way I can think of to keep us safe. Okay? Ace nodded slowly, staring blankly at the floor. He wasn't entirely sure he was even hearing him, but he continued on anyway. He'd know soon enough. Okay. Listen, then. This is what we need to do. That's absolutely insane. Ace couldn't believe what just came out of his brother's mouth. That was his plan? Luffy had better plans and his plans were always, well, guess I'll see when I get there. Do you have any better options? Sabo growled. Ace started to say something, then stopped. He really didn't. Going on their own was a horrible idea, even though that's what he really wanted to do. He didn't like relying on anyone, much less them. There was nobody else they could ask for help either. If they tried to go to Dragon, that would put the revolutionaries in the spotlight, and Ace knew from Sabo that they weren't ready for that yet. He also just didn't want to ask that BSTRD for anything, when he's the one who left Luffy to that crazy old man. Shanks would definitely help Luffy, but Ace would rather not bother him. The man had already saved them once, and it wouldn't do to rely on him again. Gramps was a hard no. Even if the old man wanted to and he knew he loved them, but he had a shitty way of showing it. He was a Marine and he would always be a Marine, and that made him their enemy. Who else? What else could they do? Ace didn't care about himself. He couldn't no matter how upset it made his brothers. He loved them and they loved him despite his cursed blood. That's what made everything worth it. No matter how many cursed him, hated him, wished him dead, he had them and that's all he needed. Sabo caught his eye and gave him a grim, but reassuring smile, one that said, "This SCKS and I know it, but I'm here and I'll always be here. Ace, please. At least till I can think of another way? We need time, and this is the only way I can think of to buy some at the moment. We'll get through this. I mean, honestly, when hasn't the world been against us?" Ace let out a breath of dark laughter. He was right. It had always been them against the world. Even back when their world was a tiny backwater kingdom in what most would consider the weakest blue. The scale may be greater, but the situation was nothing new. He looked over at Luffy. Their little brother was snoring away, unaware of what was about to happen. Unlike Ace, Luffy never cared about his father. He never let who Dragon was define him in any way. Ace had to envy that, sometimes. That ability to just not give a single sheet. Most things Ace did were despite his SPRM donor. Luffy did things for himself and himself alone. When he learned of Luffy's father and just what that meant, Ace swore he'd never let Luffy go through what he'd been through. That utter certainty that the world would be better off without you, that your worth was tied to the actions of someone you'd never met. Roger. Luffy and Sabo were all the family he needed. He'd burn the world down to protect them if that's what he needed to do. He'd bury his pride and accept help from his enemy if that kept them safe. Okay, fine. We'll go with your plan. I hate this plan. Sabo sighed. I know, Ace. But this is what we agreed on. I know that, his brother growled. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Luffy. He called over to their little brother, who was chasing Mao around the room. He stopped, still holding on to the cat's tail, which caused it to fall face first. Oh. Sorry, kitty. Mao gave an irritated, high-pitched trill. Luffy just giggled a bit sheepishly. Ace shook his head as they both looked on in amusement. Let go of Mao's tail, Lu, we're going. Luffy immediately dropped the feline's appendage, much to its relief. Where? Somewhere cool? Sabo eyed his brother. So, he already knew that he wasn't going home. He'd thought he'd guarded his thoughts well, but who knew with Lu? No, Ace said shortly, as he picked Luffy up and swung him around for a piggyback ride. Luffy immediately settled in happily. Sabo shook his head. Softy, he muttered with a smile. Ace scowled, his cheeks a light pink. Shut up. Ace moved to Sabo's left, protecting his blind spot. Sabo set a hand on Luffy's back in a quick, reassuring pat, before continuing out the door. Let me do the talking, he reminded Ace. Yeah. I heard you the first time. I'm not stupid, you know, Ace retorted. No, he wasn't. What he was impulsive and very liable to say something reckless if he got mad. He could just imagine him snapping and ruining the plan because of his goddamn temper. He sighed. Let's get this over with. Excuse me, Mr. Phoenix? Marco turned to face the three troublemakers. It was the blonde who'd spoken, and he stood in front of his brothers. Luffy was riding piggyback on Ace, who scowled heavily while avoiding looking at anybody else in the room. Do you need something, Yua? He asked. I'm a bit busy right now. I was hoping for an audience with your captain, the blonde answered. May I ask for your assistance? Marco eyed the blonde carefully, Thatch's discovery from the night before coming to mind. This bloody gentleman may not be as strong as himself or the other commanders. He definitely wasn't as strong as Pops. But he could pose a threat in a different way than strength. Still, for all that they were pirates, and a Yonko crew at that, the Whitebeards didn't go out of their way to cause trouble for the common folk or for the revolutionaries themselves. Hopefully, that simple fact would be enough to deter any shenanigans. All right, he agreed. This way, Yua. He called over to one of his fellow commanders. Blamenko. I'll be back. Go see Thatch and Fasa when you have a chance, they need to talk supplies, Yua. His brother waved his acknowledgement of the request and turned back to his task. He then moved around the three kids and motioned for them to follow him. He knew Pops was in his room at the moment, practically threatened within an inch of his life, that being his sake mysteriously vanishing, to rest by both Marco himself and his nurses. The stubborn old man needed to take better care of himself. A knock on the door interrupted Whitebeard's inspection of yesterday's reports. He set the papers down as he bid his visitors to enter. Marco came in, with the three brats behind him. Hey, Pops. These three need to talk to you, Yua. The blonde boy bowed slowly, holding it for a few seconds. Whitebeard, an honor to meet you. My apologies for the disturbance yesterday. In my worry for my brothers, I forgot myself for a moment. It will not happen again. Whitebeard laughed. So, the brat had manners, huh? That mess has seen worse in its time. Marco grimaced, crossing his arms. Don't remind me, please, he muttered. No doubt he was thinking of the great jelly sandwich incident 3 months ago, which had taken the entire 4th Division 3 days to clean up. Whitebeard had been greatly amused. Luffy suddenly smiled and waved excitedly. "Hey, Newgate." Whitebeard chuckled as the blonde started and turned to stare at his exuberant brother. "Hello, Luffy. How are you?" "I'm hungry," he said loudly, right into Ace's ear. The other boy winced and leaned away, shooting the younger one a glare. The child ignored it. "We're going to see Pom Pom Head after S says whatever he's gonna say." "S, how long till we can leave?" The blonde, yes, sighed and shook his head. "Just give me a few minutes, Lou. I promise, we'll go straight to breakfast after I get finished, okay?" Luffy nodded. "Okay. But hurry up." S pinched the bridge of his nose in a motion Whitebeard had frequently seen Marco do when his siblings were being a bit too absurd. "Lou, calm down." He sighed and shifted back around, correcting his stance to something more formal. "I understand that I have no right, but if I may, I would like to make a request of you, sir." "And what would that be?" "It has come to my attention that I have some time off from my job. I would like to spend some time with both of my brothers before I have to take our little brother back home." Part of that was a lie. Though he had to admit, the brat had an excellent poker face. And perhaps it wasn't a lie at all, but a stretching of the truth. Whatever it was, there was more to the story than what he was saying. But Whitebeard had lived a long time and, as some of his children liked to say, had honed his fatherly instincts in his time as both a captain and a father. And those instincts told him what he needed to say in response to that request. Gururara. He laughed. Why not? That dot had gone better than Ace had thought it would. He definitely hadn't expected the BSTRD to just immediately agree. Luffy giggled in his ear and laid his chin over Ace's shoulder. Ace, well used to Luffy using him as a pillow, just tilted his head a bit farther to the side. Sabo bowed again, thanking the old man. Marco, the pineapple head, looked like he was really wishing for a drink at the moment. Luffy was still giggling in his ear, and Ace bit his tongue to keep from proving Sab right and saying something stupid. "We thank you for your hospitality," Sabo said. He was really laying it on thick. Ace chalked it up to his own concern about the situation they were in. As much as he hated it, they needed this to work, even if it meant sking up to the old man. "I only have a short amount of time, so we shall try not to impose upon you or yours much longer than necessary." He gave another, short bow. "We will not bother you any longer now. Please have a good rest of your day." Yeah, it was best to end things here. Ace's temper was getting shorter the longer he stood there, and he could feel Luffy's patience waning as well, though his was less about the people and more about the delay in getting food. Sabo knew them well enough to know it was time to get going. Whiteboard laughed. "Did Dragon teach you those manners, brat? I remember him being a rude little punk." Ace saw Sabo's back go from straight to iron. No. His tone, which had been respectful up to this point, turned cold and biting. He, in fact, did not. "Excuse us, please." He nodded sharply and turned, passing Luffy and Ace. His blue eyes had turned arctic with remembered rage, no doubt recalling where he had learned his manners from. Ace fell in behind him, shuffling Luffy around to his front, putting his back to the two older pirates. Luffy frowned at both him and Sabo, but before he could potentially say anything, Ace froze as Whitebeard said something else. "Have you given any thought to my offer, boy?" His offer. "If you still have a heart to fight, become a son of mine." If Gold Roger had a son? Nobody would want that demon child. He wasn't sure if it was the voices of his past, or that Sabo was here to watch Luffy, or just the stress of everything he'd just learned getting to him, but that was the last goddamn straw. In a very familiar motion, he swung Luffy around and into Sabo's waiting arms. Sabo, having heard the motherfucker's comment and being smart enough to put two and two together, had spun around to stop Ace, but ended up with an armful of Luffy. Once his little brother was clear, Ace turned to fire and threw himself at the Yonko, screaming. "F you and your DMN offer? Ace!" Sabo screamed as he tightened his grip on Luffy, using just a bit of hockey to keep hold of the rubber boy. Luffy squirmed in his arms and Sabo wasn't sure if it was because he wanted to stop Ace too or if he wanted to join him. With Lou, it could be either. Or it was neither and something completely out of left field, which was something Luffy did frequently. Neither of the other pirates looked concerned. In fact, he could swear he saw a bit of amusement spark in the Yonko's gold eyes. The first commander looked irritated, but his eyes were on his captain, not on the downright moron of a rookie attacking a FING Yonko. "Eos." Luffy whined. "Food. God damn it, Luffy." He loved his little brother, he did, but sometimes he had to wonder what the hell he was thinking. Ace didn't hear him, though, because he was too busy getting punted through a wall by a hockey-coated fist. Moron. DMN it, Sabo swore as he jumped through after his twin, trying not to flinch as flames scorched the wood. "It's Ace." The fire is Ace, and Ace won't hurt you. He hated that he had to tell himself that. Ace was being an idiot. Luffy did not pout as Sabo carried him under his arm and sprinted over to grab a still-swearing fire Ace. He didn't. He was scowling. There was a difference. He was pretty sure there was a difference. He didn't like the stupid black hockey stuff covering Sabo's arm and preventing him from wiggling out of his grasp. Stupid Gramps used it too, and it hurt. He was made of rubber, punches weren't supposed to hurt. Fire Ace flew back their way, probably trying to attack Old Man Bugate. Wait, that wasn't right, it was Newgate again. He felt Sabo flinch slightly as Ace tried to go past, but he reached up and grabbed him with that hockey stuff on his other hand. Don't even think about it, he hissed. You complete and total idiot, what are you doing? I'm turning him into charcoal. Ace hissed back, the fire starting to reassemble into their brother. You idiot, you can't win and this isn't helping, so stop already. Sabo was getting mad. He was also really scared and worried. Luffy stopped moving. Ace fell back beside them, most of his body solid again, but flames liked his shoulders and back as he glared at the hole they'd come through. Luffy hadn't seen that glare in a while. Ace was also really scared and worried and really, really mad. Those stupid voices were back. Luffy kicked out at Ace, wanting them to shut up. Ace started and looked down at him as he kicked a second time. Luffy. Shut up. I don't like those voices, they're stupid, Luffy scowled. Both of them stopped and looked down at him. The fire around Ace started to disappear, and Sabo started to relax again. Ace looked away, muttering under his breath, sorry, Lou. Sabo sighed. Alright, you already attacked a Yonko right in front of his second-in-command. I think that's your obligatory reckless action for today. Can we go? Luffy nodded. He wanted food. Ace looked from them to the hole and then back. He swore and, with visible difficulty, spun around and walked in the other direction. Come on, Lou's probably past hungry now. Yes, finally. Food. Dammit, Luffy, wait for us. Marco looked at the broken and scorched wall and then back up to his father. Did you have to antagonize him like that, Yua? He asked. Fasa's going to be said. Gururara. He's a fiery little brat. Pops laughed. Marco sighed. At least Ace had taken the fire with him. Last thing he wanted to worry about was one breaking out on the Moby. His father hummed thoughtfully. What do you think of the blonde boy, Marco? Marco looked up and shrugged. He's definitely hiding something, Yua. Not sure what yet. Pops nodded. Revolutionaries don't get time off, to the best of my knowledge, he said. He was silent for a moment, thinking. Keep an eye on them, son. He nodded. Yes, Pops. The three brothers barged into Thatch's kitchen as if the bats of hell were chasing them. Food! Luffy yelled, startling Thatch. Holy sheet! He swore. Dammit, Luffy! Swore. Stop! Luffy jumped into a chair and practically vibrated as he grinned up at Thatch. Pom-pom head, food, please. Thatch thanked whatever gods there were that he'd started breakfast a bit early. Alright, give me a minute. He plated up the food, setting it on the table. Today is a full Rommel breakfast, complete with eggs, bacon, baked beans, mushrooms, grilled tomato, black pudding and toast. Should even be enough to fill those black holes you three call stomachs, he said proudly. He'd really gone all out this time, and he wanted to gloat a little. Shoot him. While he was sure Luffy didn't give two sheets about what he put in his mouth as long as it was edible, maybe the other two would appreciate his work. Thanks for the food. Luffy yelled, while the other two were more reserved. They started plowing through the massive mound of food like they were having a race to see who could get done faster. Luffy was winning. Thatch frowned when he saw that Ace was favoring his right side a bit. Did he get hurt somehow? Ace is an idiot. Luffy abruptly stated, making both Thatch and Ace choke. Just raised his glass in salutation without saying a word before continuing eating. Luffy! Ace hissed. How is Ace an idiot? Thatch asked, confused. Ace attacked Old Man Newgate, Luffy explained. And now S is mad at him. He'd thought the kid's assassin days were over. Jackass can take his offer and shove it up his butt, for all I care, Ace grumbled. Ace finally spoke up, warning. Ace snarled. Ah, so Pops asked for him to join the crew again and it set him off, huh? Go figure. Thatch laughed. I'm kind of surprised he didn't say anything to Luffy OW. Thatch jumped as a fire literally appeared under his butt. What was that for? He yelped as he patted the fire out. Ace glared at him. Don't even joke about that. Luffy would never join you. Because Thatch didn't know when to shut up, he just had to press. How do you know? What about it, Luffy? Feel like joining Pops? No. Luffy said, before he even finished. Thatch pouted, even as Ace smirked at his brother's response. Why not? Thatch whined. I can't join his crew, Luffy said again. 'Cause I have to be captain. The Pirate King can't be on somebody else's crew. But he can join mine if he wants. You too, pom-pom head. He finished with a grin. Thatch just blinked at him. Okay, he'd heard Luffy say he was going to be king of the pirates when he first met him, but that kind of just got pushed to the side with all the other craziness that had ensued afterwards. The sheer brassball it took to offer a Yonko to join a rookie's actually, he wasn't even a pirate yet, could he even call him a rookie crew? Even if it wasn't to his face, goddamn. Thanks for the offer, but I'm happy where I am, Thatch replied. Luffy huffed in disappointment. And I don't think Pops would go for that either. Sorry, Luffy. Luffy pouted. But I want you to. He couldn't help but feel a little flattered. S reached behind Ace's back and poked Luffy's cheek. It can't be helped, Lou. Besides, it's rude to try and steal a member of another crew from under their captain's nose. Red Hair Shanks did the same thing whenever he got too drunk at an impromptu party between the two Yonko crews, though mostly to Marco. So, Thatch was kind of used to it. He glanced at Ace, who seemed to have calmed down and was now finishing his plate. Thatch reached over and deposited another spoonful. Ace glanced up and nodded silently. Thatch had been wondering something ever since he'd seen the blonde brother. Hey, I have a question for you too. Which one of you is older? The two older brothers froze. That's not. I am. Ace. Ace bolted out of his seat as the blonde reached over, enraged. It's true. Ace cackled as he dodged a fist. You bstrd. S snarled. Better than being in butt. You're that too, jackass. Dumbass. Thatch watched as the two began chasing each other around the table. Okay, no. Alright, knock it off, he said. Not in my kitchen. Neither seemed to be listening. It doesn't matter who's technically older, S continued arguing. It's me. Ace retorted with a smirk. Thatch was fairly certain this was the happiest he'd ever seen the younger pirate. Even with Luffy there before, he'd always been a bit on edge, no doubt too worried for his safety to feel free to joke around like this. Seeing him like this was actually heartening. Even if it might result in the destruction of his kitchen. We are twins, DMN it. Nobody cares. As Thatch took in that surprising piece of information, he heard a loud burp. That, somehow, got the two quarreling brothers' attention. Luffy. As they'd been distracted, Luffy had eaten everything remaining on the table including what had remained of the older brothers' meals. You little. Ace grabbed Luffy's cheeks and stretched them out. What the hell? With his face stretched out like that, it looked kind of funny when he stuck his tongue out. Inders Eepers. After they finished scolding their little food thief of a brother, they bid farewell to the cook and continued about their day. It was Sabo's turn to carry Luffy and they followed Ace to check on his crew members. Rummy was in the room, filling out the logbook. Canasta had gotten bored and had strolled into the medical wing, demanding something to do much to Marco's annoyance, from what they'd heard. Euchre was helping Blitz with repairs in the mess hall from which they'd been chased out by Ace's own irritated shipwright. Mao had somehow become acquainted with the Whitebeard's resident hound. Sabo had his suspicions on exactly who had introduced the two, and was now sunbathing with him on the deck, and Crib and Rook were training, as they always did. With that done, his brothers took him on a tour of the Moby. Sabo glanced around, making mental notes of where everything was. While it wasn't necessary at the moment, it never hurts to be prepared for any situation. As they walked through the halls, Sabo noticed a few of the Whitebeards eyeing them cautiously. Or, rather, they were eyeing him in particular. So, having a big bad revolutionary on board, visibly looking around, was too much even for a Yonko crew, huh? Sabo bit back a smirk. They weren't completely conceited, then. While he truly wasn't here to spy on them and didn't particularly care to without being ordered he wasn't going to correct them. They wouldn't believe him, so what was the point? Sabo hushed his brother, already knowing what Lou was going to say. I know. Don't worry about it, okay? Luffy had caught on as well, probably picking up on their uncertainty with that ability of his. For all his resources, Sabo hadn't been able to figure out what exactly it was. Observation hockey wasn't that intuitive, and it didn't allow someone to talk to Sea Kings, from everything he'd heard. Dragon had mentioned that Lou might have the ability to hear the voice, but couldn't elaborate any more on what that was. Whatever it was useful, for sure. Anyone else hanging around got chased off quickly by Ace's glare and accompanying snarl. Fuckers, he muttered under his breath. Sabo kicked him in the ankle. Language. Ace hissed. Stop using hockey, DMN it. He's heard worse than that at this point. Being raised by mountain bandits definitely did not help one's vocabulary, but still. Let's not make it worse, right? You were saying some very not nice words earlier, too. That was true. But Ace was a BSTRD sometimes, and it needed to be said. Even after deciding that they were twins, instead of continuously arguing over who was the older brother like when they were kids, Ace still sometimes decided to lord his extra 3 months over Sabo's head. He hadn't meant to reveal that the two of them were twins in front of the commander, but whatever. It wouldn't really matter not until Ace's parentage came out and obvious though wrong conclusions were drawn. If his brothers were to be hunted for who they were born to, he didn't care if he was chased after for the same reason. Maybe 3 targets would be harder to capture than 2, and Sabo would be all for causing the BSTRDS more trouble. Luffy laughed. Oh. Ace wouldn't tell me, can you make bricks out of sheet? Sabo's head snapped around to look at his little brother, then at his twin, whose ears had turned red and who was very pointedly not looking back at him, while picking up his pace. Ace, he growled. His brother took off running. Get back here, Ace. Luffy laughed as Sabo sprinted after their brother. See? BSTRD. Ow, Ace whined. His entire body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder. He leaned against the railing of the ship, his legs stretched out in front of him. Sabo had taken Luffy to find fishing poles or stuff to make them. While that stupid cook fed them well, they were obviously putting a serious dent in their stores. Ace had argued that the BSTRDS deserved it, only for Sabo to give him a look and tell him to shut up. The less problems they caused for the larger crew, the better, since their survival depended on it at the moment. Ace reluctantly agreed and had sat down to wait for them as they went on their search. Stupid S, he muttered. Didn't have to use hockey. He rested his head on the railing, looking up at the sky. It was as clear and blue as the ocean below it. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, he took in the sea air and gave a small smile. As a kid, he dreamed of setting sail and making his own mark on the world. Even with the insanity of the Grand Line, the crazy weather, the crazy creatures, the crazy people, nothing could beat being on the open sea, seeing it stretch out far and wide around you, with the sea wind at your back. They had all promised to live life with no regrets, and no matter what else happened, Ace would never regret setting sail. Waiting on something, you are? Ace opened his eyes and stared at the blonde pirate. Alright, seriously, though, who the hell did this guy's hair? He really did look like a pineapple head. It wasn't even Luffy being a rude little sheet at this point. Why do you want to know? He asked. Marco shrugged. Curiosity? Curiosity killed the cat, Ace responded. But satisfaction brought it back, you are, he replied with a chuckle. Then you're kind of screwed if I don't give you the satisfaction of answering, aren't you? Marco snorted. Guess I am. Well, you are. Ace thought of not answering, just to be an a-hole. But Sabo's voice popped in his head, reminding him of their situation. Do your best not to antagonize them, Ace. He sighed. God damn it. We're going to fish. Lou went with S to find fishing poles. You could ask Flamenco, you are. He's in charge of supplies. Thatch could also help. They'll find them, Ace replied, certain. Even if Thatch wasn't that bad of a guy, okay, he was a really good guy, but Ace wasn't going to admit it. Ace wasn't going to go around asking commanders for favors. He'd seen that Flamenco guy around, but he'd never tried to talk to Ace, and Ace didn't want to approach him either. The less he interacted with them, the better. Marco looked down at the stubborn kid. He'd looked away, drawing into himself, wrapping his arms around his knees. He looked even younger like that. Marco held back the urge to sigh. Stubborn as sheet, you are. The kid's gray eyes surveyed the deck and everyone on it. Marco's brothers were avoiding the spot they were at, keeping a decent distance away. Still, the kid looked tense, as if just waiting for something to happen. He really had to wonder what the play here was. Both Ace and Luffy were too straightforward to be all that good at espionage. And despite Haruda's insistence that the blonde could be using them, Marco highly doubted it. From what he'd seen, Mr. Bloody Gentleman cared too much about them to potentially put them in harm's way. But his father had told him to keep an eye on them, so he would. Ace and Marco both looked up to see Luffy running up to them, carrying 3 fishing poles and a wide grin on his face. The blonde brother followed behind him at a more constrained pace, and while he did smile at Ace, he was also watching Marco carefully. Marco moved aside slowly as the kid launched himself at his older brother, dropping the poles. Hey, Ace, look. We found them. Ace smiled. Finally. I was starting to get bored. What took you so long? He teased. Luffy stuck his tongue out. This ship is so big, there are a lot of rooms to look through. S picked up the poles, standing them against the railing. May we help you, Commander? Marco looked over and shook his head. No. I was just talking to your brother, you are. The blonde nodded, humming his understanding in such a way that it was clear he didn't believe him. Lou, why don't you and I get started? I'll be right back. Luffy picked up 2 of the fishing poles and started to pull his other brother away. Ace resisted for a moment, frowning at S. Where are you going? The bloody gentleman pet an eyebrow at the two, then pointedly looked over at Luffy as he replied, I'm going to attempt to coax Mao back down the mast. That apparently made sense to Ace, because he just sighed, shook his head, and followed their younger brother over to a better fishing spot on deck. He glanced back once, sending Marco a warning look. Marco simply nodded his understanding, which just made his frown deepen. So, Marco said after the two were a fair ways away, did you need to say something to me, Yua? You know who I am, right? S asked conversationally. Marco looked over at him. The kid's face, what he could see of it anyway, hidden under his hat and hair, was perfectly bland. We know that you're the Revolutionary's chief of staff and that you've been dubbed the Bloody Gentleman, but we haven't been able to find your actual name or really anything about you. That's really impressive, Yua. Our information specialist is losing his mind over it, he added. The kid definitely smirked at that. Ah, yes. Haruta, the 12th Division, right? His skills are not to be taken lightly, the army would love to have him. So, he knew about Haruta, then? The different division jobs weren't exactly a secret, but they weren't widely talked about either. Please inform Commander Haruta that I have no intention of stealing any secrets your crew may have, he said. Whether he believes that or not, it's the truth. You do have another purpose for being here, though, Marco stated. Did you really think that excuse would work? Revolutionaries don't get vacations, Yua. According to Pops, anyway. S shrugged, unfazed by being called out. Special circumstances do sometimes apply. As for my reason, it's to be with my brothers. That is the only reason I need. He turned then to Marco and gave a short bow. Have a pleasant afternoon, Commander. I shall be taking my leave of this conversation now. He then turned and walked in the opposite direction of where his brothers had gone. Where are you going? Marco asked, not really expecting an answer. To get Mao down before she falls. Marco blinked, surprised. 1, that he'd answered, 2, that hadn't been a lie so he could have a private talk with him. Why is she up there, Yua? Ace seemed to understand what S was talking about, so it must be something that happens regularly, but in the week or so the Spades had been on the Moby, the cat had never tried to climb the mast before. She saw us with fishing poles, was his nonsensical answer. Before Marco could question it, though, he continued, Luffy used her as bait once, and now she tries to hide every time she sees him pull out a fishing pole. Oh. Yeah, he'd probably climb a mast to avoid that too. Was it bad he didn't even question the idea of the kid using a giant caracal cat as fish bait? God, what had his life become? Luffy kicked his heels against the edge of the ship, completely ignoring Ace's muttering. God damn it, Lou, get your butt off the side of the goddamn boat, or so help me. Ace tended to forget to watch his language around him when he was irritated. Luffy didn't really know why he had to anyway. He was raised by bandits too and had plenty of really awful words to use whenever he felt like it. Ace also knew better than to try to pull him back himself. After a few accidental gum-gum rockets off the side of the lady, Luffy would latch onto the side as he was being pulled away, and if he managed to wiggle his way out of his brother's grip, he'd go whoosh and then splash. Ace didn't try to grab him anymore. But whatever. Luffy was getting bored. Pom-Pom Head was cool, but he was almost always busy. Newgate was a funny old guy, but Ace really didn't like him. He had Ace and the Spades and Sabo, now, of course, but there were so many other people, and Luffy wanted to meet them all. Some of them looked really cool, like the guy with that really nice ball weapon cat. But Spiky Mustache was avoiding him for some reason. He heard he was scared of him, but that was stupid. Luffy, whack. Luffy looked over to his brother to find that he'd fallen asleep again, this time whacking his head on the railing. Ace was really clumsy sometimes. Well, he might as well keep fishing till Sabo got back. He just wished he had bigger bait. Sabo really wanted to slap his little brother upside the head at the moment. Mao, please come down from there, he asked for the 20th time. I promise, Luffy isn't going to use you as bait. Please come down, you're starting to worry people. He'd climbed up the mast, holding on to the edge of the crow's nest, where Mao had been. But the mast was so massive, in proportion with the huge ship, that the terrified cat had actually managed to climb higher, digging her claws into the wood. And her devil fruit had activated at this point, making it even harder to get her down unless he wanted to be skewered. The cat had somehow gotten her paws on the Toge no Mi at some point and was now a spike cat. No matter how he looked at it, there wasn't anything he could do to get her down without potentially hurting one or both of them. He sighed. He was tempted to just leave her up here, but the last thing he needed was to cause another scene. And if a new world storm hit, she'd be blown away. God damn it, Luffy. Shishishi. Hey, S. Luffy waved at him as he approached, perched hazardously on the railing. Ace sat awkwardly on the deck next to him, with his face planted into the side of the railing Lou was sitting on. Sabo stopped, processed what he was seeing, then sighed heavily. Luffy. How long has he been out? Luffy thought about it for all of a nanosecond, then shrugged. A while. His head went bang. Well, at least he was a Logia. Even if he wasn't, his twin had always healed incredibly fast, even before eating his fruit. Sabo turned and plopped down next to his unconscious brother, keeping his good side out to where the ship's crew went about the deck. Even though his current plan rested heavily on relying on the Yonko's generosity, Sabo knew better than to take it for granted. Ace excelled at pissing people off, and Luffy was Luffy. Precious, but completely wild and unrepentantly chaotic. Even if Whitebeard himself found it amusing, there were hundreds aboard this ship that might not feel the same. As Luffy hummed and Ace snored, Sabo went through his mental list of what needed to happen. Koala would get back to him on the Marine's movement soon. Bello Betty would let him know what went on in the east. And he would love to know how suspicions had even arisen about Ace's existence, but his sources for that kind of information would take longer to get answers. He sighed. This plan of his was, admittedly, thrown together in a rush of panic necessity. Still, it had its uses. At the very least, the government would want Ace in custody and off to the execution platform before they even thought of revealing his parentage. Therefore, launching a full-on assault against a Yonko fleet would be hard to justify. Basically, they were riding on the coattails of Whitebeard's reputation. At least they wouldn't be able to publicly go after Luffy. Ace was a pirate and a super rookie at that, so the government had a good reason to try to capture him without bringing Roger into it. Luffy was still a civilian at the moment, and despite his proclamations of becoming Pirate King one day, he would remain one until he turned 17 and set out on his own. Even so, that didn't mean he was completely safe. If they really wanted Dragon's son captured, the Cypher Pauls could be called out. For this, it would most likely be Cypher Pole. They'd all have to be on guard. Sabo leaned sideways with a drawn-out sigh, gently pressing his shoulder against Ace's, and listened to Luffy's humming. He'd do anything to keep them safe. He wouldn't let the government take them away. With his resolve made, he settled in to guard his brothers and make sure Luffy didn't end up in the water. For someone who knew they couldn't swim, he loved pushing his luck. But why did he feel like he was forgetting something? Alright, no, this was going to bother him until he figured it out. What was he missing? He couldn't afford to miss anything right now. A single mistake could cost them. Sheet, what was it? He ran everything he knew through his head, but he couldn't think of anything. Give him a break, it had been a long week. Sheet. He counted the dates. Garp called him the 17th. He left on the 25th from Navid. It's been 3 days. Holy sheet. January 1st was 4 days away. How is she? She's been waiting by the den for days. It normally doesn't take this long. Do you think something's wrong? What if they're DEA? Shut the hell up, you dimwits! The morons lurking around the corners of the doorway screamed. Ah! Sorry, boss. The red-haired woman puffed aggressively on the 3 cigarettes in her mouth, wishing she had something to throw at them. Did they really think they were hiding from her? They were practically taking up the entire doorway. Dumbass. She looked back down at the still silent snail, scowling hard. DMN thing wouldn't ring. Normally, she'd at least get a, "Hey, they're alive," from that crazy BSTRD, but there was nothing. Her scarred hands trembled as she took the spent cigarettes out of her mouth, ground them out and dropped them in an ever-growing mountain next to her, then lit another 4. It wasn't like she cared. Those 3 brats were more trouble than they were worth most days. But the crazy BSTRD had made her their guardian, and that made it her business where they were and how they were doing. The house had been quiet more times than not this last year. No crazy little sheets running around, causing havoc while laughing at the top of their lungs. Even the mealtime fights had become more subdued without stretchy limbs flinging everywhere, grabbing whatever was in reach, which was everything, or fiery tempers, igniting actual flames that they had to scramble to put out. Or, more recently, monstrously strong grips cracking wood and bone to get to the food before it disappeared. She thought she'd enjoy the quiet after she'd gotten rid of them. After they'd all grown up and set sail that they'd all said they would. The house hadn't been this quiet in almost 18 years and, no, she didn't like it. Her eyes caught the calendar on the wall. The X's marking out most of the month seemed to mock her, reminding her that another year had gone by. Reminding her that that angry little sheet she'd been practically blackmailed into raising was yet another year older. Reminding her that it's been almost a month since she'd heard anything from that monster they called Gramps. She took a deep breath, breathed out a lungful of smoke, and then, "DMNIT, Garp. Call me, you BSTRD. I can't believe you." Sabo threw his hands in the air. Luffy, who was rocking back and forth on the bed watching them, scowled. Stupid Ace. Ace growled. I'm not stupid, Luffy, stop saying that. And, for the last reeking time, he caught himself, but kept glaring at his blonde brother. This is no time for any kind of party. Sabo rolled his eyes. You're turning 18, you moron. There's no way we're just going to ignore that. Yeah. Luffy agreed vehemently, a determined frown on his face. Ace bits his lip, hard. It doesn't matter, he near snarled, that acidic feeling rising in his chest again. He'd had this DMN fight every FING year. The moment they'd found out Ace's birthday, stupid Dayton said all sorts of stupid shit. When she was drunk they'd fought him tooth and nail to be able to celebrate it. After Sabo left, Luffy would ignore any and all protests from him to do something on that day, normally a dine and dash at a particularly fancy restaurant in High Town. Now, he had both of them harassing him about it and goddammit, he didn't want to hear about it. We're not really in any position to be celebrating anything, he repeated, looking pointedly at Sabo. We're not even on our own ship, with our own crew. It's fine. Luffy said. Pom-Pom Head will help. I don't want his help, Ace snapped, a bite to his voice that he hadn't directed at Luffy in years. Sabo sighed. It was a sigh that Ace recognized, one that asked how the hell his brothers had survived without him all these years. Ace really didn't know the answer to that question, either. He honestly gave all the credit to Luffy's asinine kind of luck that practically warped reality in his favor. Ace is, unfortunately, right. A full-on party is a bit out of our means right now. But, he pointed at him, eyeing him severely. That doesn't mean we're not doing anything. We'll just have to be discreet, this year. Luffy popped up with a wide grin, salivating a bit. Meet, discreet, Lou, Sabo breathed, used to Luffy's penchant of mishearing things. That means we have to be careful and subtle in our approach to doing this. OHH.SO it's a mystery. Ace took over from there, since Sabo looked like he was going to start banging his head against the wall in frustration. It's like when we snuck out of Dayton's to escape shitty Gramps, training us to death. At the reminder, all three of them shuddered. Oh, okay, Luffy said. Ace happened to be looking over at Sabo and saw a weird, almost angry look come on his face. But it was gone immediately and he was back to his I'm not taking your shit right now face. We don't need to do anything, he repeated, pushing that weird expression out of his mind for now. Sabo gritted his teeth. We shall, and that is final. Sab was getting mad. Still, Ace wasn't scared of his brother in the slightest, so he kept pushing, even as he held back the urge to lash out, to end the conversation with yelling and punches. He'd gone down that road before and he would control his temper with his brothers, 'cause he knew, deep down, that they only argued this point because they cared. It wasn't their fault he never liked his birthday. Sabo's right, Luffy chimed in. No. Ace, Sabo warned, seeing where this was going and not liking it at all. Ace took a deep breath. I said. No. He practically heard his brother's patience snap. Luffy, he hissed. Cover your ears. Why? Just do it. In a rare show of obedience, Luffy covered his ears and Sabo exploded. God FDMNIT, for the last time. Well, there went handling this calmly. Should we do something? Lily, a member of the 14th Division asked. Sue, a member of the 7th, shook his head hurriedly. Hell, no, man. Those three are actually FING crazy. A member of the 2nd, Larry, shrugged. Hey, if they get rid of each other, we don't need to worry about dealing with Fire Fist trying to murder Pops or whatever that Rev is planning. Hey! What the hell, Larry? They all jumped as something was thrown inside the room, and the yelling grew louder. All in favor of getting the hell out of Dodge before things start setting fire? Sue asked. Agreed. They promptly got the hell out of there, with Larry being elected to go tell Commander Marco that their guests were wrecking shit again. What happened? Rummy sighed. He'd taken one look at the room and had wanted to immediately turn and walk out. Unfortunately, as Ace's first mate, he couldn't do that. Luffy looked up and waved. Hey, dummy. Ace and S had a fight. I can see that, he said, trying to hold on to his patience. Why? Ace is being stupid. I am not. His idiot of a captain rounded on his little brother. Yes, you are, S refuted. You're being the unreasonable one. No, I'm not. I'm the one actually trying to figure this out in a feasible manner. Just let it go. No. God damn it. Don't swear. Screw that. Enough. Oh, thank God. They both shut up and Rummy gladly stepped back as Canasta walked in. What the hell are you two going on about? I'm asking them. Luffy, please hush. Luffy's mouth clicked shut. The twins looked at her, then at each other, then turned to opposite sides with a huff. It was times like these Rummy remembered that they were teenagers. S was normally too calm and methodical, and Ace was just too inhumanly strong to be considered a child. But when all three were together, they seemed to bring out each other's youth. Canasta growled. "It's nothing for you to concern yourself over." Proving she did indeed wear the pants in their crew, not even Rummy would do dare, she cut Mr. Bloody off. "If it's to do with our captain, we'll DMN sure concern ourselves with whatever it is. Now, out with it." Both brothers, sporting impressive bruises, eyed each other, clearly debating whether to answer or not. "It's Ace's birthday." "Luffy!" the two yelled. "Oh." Rummy blinked. "Wait, seriously?" Euchre asked behind them, poking his head in past the door. S groaned. "If we're going to have this conversation, could everyone please just come in and shut the door?" The rest of the crew, oh, dear God, why was Rook's nose bloody, came in and Crib shut and locked the door behind him. They filled in the room, sitting wherever was comfortable. As they did so, Ace scowl deepened and Rummy didn't think he was imagining his shoulders drawing in, attempting to make himself look smaller. Their captain absolutely hated talking about himself, for whatever reason. He'd never told them anything truly important about himself. He hadn't mentioned Luffy till the Garp had dropped him aboard that first time, and even finding out about his narcolepsy had taken an exercise in patience. Canasta had almost murdered him for that. S sighed once everyone had settled. "All right. So, here it is. Yes, our birthday is indeed coming up." "Right, twins." Rummy always forgot, since they didn't look anything alike. "Due to our current situation, my dear brother does not want to celebrate it." We were arguing between not acknowledging it at all. That option was followed by a harsh glare towards Ace, who scowled back, or a small, private celebration between just us. "When is it, exactly?" Crib asked. "January 1st. "Huh, New Year's babies?" Blitz huffed. "Well, I've heard some of the Whitebeards saying there'd be a New Year's celebration. Why not commandeer some of their party supplies? We'll just tell them we're having our own New Year's party, if they even ask." "Good idea." Ace, stubborn a-hole he was, shook his head. "I told you, I don't want. I wanna." Everyone turned to Luffy. The normally loud, exuberant kid had been almost worryingly quiet this entire time. He looked solemnly at his brothers. "I wanna celebrate Ace's birthday, 'cause Ace is awesome. S2. And, they'd won." Ace's bullheadedness crumbled in the face of his little brother's sincerity. S smiled, but not in satisfaction of getting his way. His smile was shy, almost fragile. It was the most emotionally vulnerable expressions any of them had ever seen on the blonde's face. "Okay, then. Operation Birthday is a go." Rook cheered, his voice slightly muffled and a bit slurred by holding his still bloody nose. At the reminder, Canasta whirled around. "And what the hell did you two do?" "It was his fault," Rook and Crib said in unison, pointing at the other. "I'm sure both of you screwed up somewhere. Now come here." Well, those two were out of commission for a while, most likely. Canasta would bandage them up, kick their buttes, and then slap more bandages on top. Redheads, man. Marco breathed out and then knocked on the thankfully still irked door. "Excuse me, you are? Is anyone in there?" He couldn't hear any fighting, so hopefully it was over and they hadn't destroyed too much. He waited for a moment before the door creaked open and one of the spades, Rook, poked his head out. He'd heard from the others about him and the swordsman training on deck, and apparently, they weren't half bad. The man had bandages across his face and toilet paper stuck up his nose. "Oh, hey," Rook said, nodding to him. "Sorry, but can you come back later?" Marco blinked. "What? Oh, dear God, move." Rook was yanked back and Blitz's head stuck out. Why weren't they opening the door? "Okay, there's a couple of holes in the wall, but nothing too bad, considering," he said frankly. "I'll have them fixed before tomorrow, all right? And nobody's dead, either." "Speak for yourself," a muffled, disgruntled voice came from inside. "You'll be fine, stop complaining." Marco scowled at that voice. The spade doctor had had the guts to walk into his infirmary earlier and demand something to do. He could understand getting bored, but where was her manners? He ignored the fact that they were pirates and manners were more of an unnecessary bonus than a requirement. Blitz just sighed, looking incredible put upon. Marco knew the feeling. "Excuse me, I have to deal with these idiots. I'll have everything fixed by tomorrow, promise." With that, he shut the door in Marco's face. Marco almost knocked again, but then stopped, shook his head, and walked away. He wondered which one of them snored like the sea train. Rook winced, gingerly touching his nose. As much as he enjoyed training with his friend, Crib did have a bad habit of taking things too far sometimes. Currently, Crib was pouting in the corner, keeping as far away from Canasta as possible, as the doctor swore under her breath about reckless idiots. Rook was going to try to avoid drawing her attention himself. Her and Needles were a scary combination. Blitz was already examining the holes in the wall, cursing under his breath. Rummy, the poor guy, looked to be contemplating his existence. Euchre looked the same, except more scared than fed up. As for the three troublemakers themselves, Ace had conked out again, and was snoring loud enough to wake the dead. Luffy had curled up next to him and started to take a nap. And Mr. Bloody had, at first, kept watch over them, only to fall asleep on Ace's other side. Canasta had covered the three with a blanket, only for it to get stolen by Mr. Bloody, leaving Ace and Luffy without. Ace, with his devil fruit, was perfectly fine. And now Luffy had burrowed his way underneath him, practically using his older brother as a living, breathing blanket. And, to top everything off, Mao had laid down at the top of the pile and was being used as a very furry pillow. It was actually kind of adorable. Mr. Bloody could, and would, crush his skull in a heartbeat. Ace was an absolute monster in strength, and Luffy was just Luffy and was just as crazy as the Grand Line itself, basically, a bunch of crazy scary assholes, but they actually looked their ages like this. It reminded him that they really were just kids. The twins may be turning 18 soon, but still. He smiled. Larry seriously wished he was anywhere right now but here. Like, in bed, or even better, on a mission Cation. That's the nearest island with what we need. If you're having trouble with supplies, just don't feed those thankless bottomless pits so much, Tang said bluntly. I will not let our guests go hungry, Commander Thatch immediately refuted. We'll have to cut down on desserts and the like till we get supplies, but nobody's going hungry on my watch. Commander Fossa grumbled. Maybe they wouldn't have as much energy to wreck our FING ship if their food was cut back. Commander Thatch shot him a truly impressive glare, coming from someone who rarely got angry. I said no. I wrote down our stock, Commander Blamenko interjected. We'll be able to scrape by if we decrease portions and try using more readily available materials for repairs. I know that's not what anybody wanted to hear, but that's what'll have to happen. He sighed. The New Year's party will be a bit sparse this year. Commander Namor growled. We've been through worse. Some of us could stand to go on a diet anyway. Commander Thatch laughed. DMN, Namor. Going for the throat there, aren't you? Or the waistline? He laughed again. The other commanders all smirked or at least looked amused at Commander Thatch's attempt at humor. Tang looked ready to shoot them all. All right, great, fine. Now, get out of my space if that's all you wanted. She shooed them away. And despite being all commanders and well above her in rank, they all allowed it and filed out the door. As soon as it closed, Tang let out an explosive breath and collapsed into her chair. FING hell. Tell me about it, Larry agreed, coming to sit at the table, taking care not to disturb any of the maps scattered across it. There was an order to the disorder and Tang might actually shoot him should he mess it up. I need a FING. Mission Cation, she ummed. Mission Cation was a term used solely by and for the 2nd Division. With no solid leader in years, the 2nd Division was like a beehive that somehow surrounded a powder keg angry motherfuckers just a short cord away from detonating. The 2nd mainly consisted of navigators and the like, but somehow, there was not a single true navigator among them. Oh, Tang, Larry himself, and many others had studied their butts off, but book knowledge only got you so far with the insanity of Grand Line weather. A true navigator in this crazy but sea had to have a borderline prophetic sixth sense for it, along with the knowledge of what to do in a given situation. They had plenty of the 2nd, none of the 1st. That kind of talent was 1 in a trillion. Mission Cation was when members of the 2nd Division were sent out to map areas and provide details of any strange happenings in terms of Mother Nature being a batshit crazy beach there. While an important job, for sure even as massive and as old as their crew was, there were still places yet to be seen. They tended to be more of a vacation than a mission. It was one of the few ways they could get a chance to relax. Add in the fact that they didn't even really have a steady leader since every commander was too busy with their own division to keep up with 2 at the same time for long. Each of the other 13 commanders would take turns juggling both their own division and the 2nd as well. Every 2 months, they'd switch. This time, it was Commander Namor. He was pretty sure it'd be Commander Izo next. He always lost track of the pattern, okay? He had too many other things to worry about than that. Thatch and King Du were both exempt from this. Thatch because of a certain incident a couple of years ago that had Tang banning him from rotation for all of eternity, and King Du because well, he had absolutely no sense of direction whatsoever. So, yeah. Larry was fully aware they were all cranky fuckers, night or day, rain or shine. But, seriously, could anyone blame them? I heard the freeloaders were wrecking shit again, Tang said. Larry nodded, his frown deepening. We heard them fighting in their room. The blonde guy was yelling something about Fire Fist being a stubborn-butted idiot. Did they get rid of each other? she asked, darkly hopeful. Larry shrugged. If they had, I'm pretty sure we would have heard by now. Tang slumped in her seat. DMN. Hey. They both looked up to see Leon, a member of the 1st Division, frowning down at them. Chill, all right? Pop says they are our guests besides. The youngest is a child and I don't think he has a malicious bone in his body, so whatever he does is really an accident. And if Ace is going to join. If Fire Fist joins, it'll probably be only to make us let our guard down before he tries to assassinate Pops again, Tang interrupted, her tone dry as a desert. Leon's frown deepened into a scowl. God, Tang. You're such a pessimistic beach. Tang smiled sarcastically and waved her middle finger at him. He snarled and turned around, stalking away. Larry watched him go. Tang definitely needed a mission cation. Or an actual vacation. Yeah, that would be better. Maybe when the last batch returned. About 30 or so members of the 2nd Division had gone to Nighty Night Island, an island in the New World where it was apparently nighttime all the time. Eni's lobby existed and that was in paradise. A perpetually nighttime island wasn't really anything to blink an eye at. The guy who was leading had been a part of the crew since he'd been a little kid, so nobody was worried about him leading even if he wasn't the most ambitious of people. Though if there was anywhere on the island that was good at making cherry pies, he might get distracted. Ace stretched out his arms, working out the KNKS in them from sleeping on the wood floor. Luffy was still cuddled up next to Mao and Ace didn't have the heart to wake them, so he covered him with the blanket, laying abandoned at his other side. Luffy simply cuddled in closer with Mao and gave a happy sound. Ace smiled, feeling way more relaxed than he had earlier. As much as he hated his birthday, hated what it had meant for his mother, hated that she'd died to bring him into this world, he was so thankful he had Lu. And Lu wanted to celebrate his birthday, celebrate him, so Ace would bite his tongue and deal with it. How long have I been out? He asked quietly, as he sat down next to his blonde brother. The others had left again, probably to do something with their time other than staying in this room. They were pirates, he couldn't blame them for getting bored in their situation. You had an attack around 4:30, woke up briefly at 4:45, and then fell asleep with Lu until he glanced at the clock, 6:50. Ace nodded. Sounded about right. What didn't sound right was his twin. Sabo had gotten out his notepad and started drawing. His brother was actually really good and a picture of Luffy's sleeping face atop Mao's fur coat was taking shape. That was normal. But his jaw was clenched tight, it had to hurt. His hand gripped the pencil way too tight and his voice as he spoke to him was perfunctory and biting. Sabo was well and truly set off. Ace sighed. Apologizing would do nothing, not when they knew it'd happen again. Sabo had never liked fake reassurances, neither of them did. SAB. It's fine, Sabo said, his hand stilling for a moment. Well, no, it's not fine. It's really fing terrible, actually, but I know better than to try and have this argument with you. Ace looked away, unable to say anything to that. So, he asked something else. You normally don't lose your cool like that, even when what's up? He could hear his teeth gritting. Nothing, just tired and stressed. Ace let out a breath. Really? Sab, you may be able to lie to everyone else in the world, but not to me. Twins, remember? That got a reluctant snort out of him. Oh? I thought you were older? He poked back. Ace smirked and shrugged. One of us has to be. BSTRD, Sabo retorted, the insult softened by his small smile. Ace nodded. Yep. With everything else wrong with his goddamn lineage, being a BSTRD was at the bottom of the list. So, gonna tell me, or do I have to drag it out of you? Sabo sighed, shutting his notepad with finality. 6 years. More than half a decade. He stared down at the soft leather cover of his notepad. I missed 6 years, Ace. 6 years of you and Lou's lives. I missed growing up with my brothers, missed the fights, the meals, the holidays, the birthdays. Ah. So, that was it. It wasn't your fault, he reminded him. Sabo rolled his eyes. My fault, that celestial dragon's fault, the world's fault, who cares? I still missed it, I didn't even remember you existed, his voice shook. I don't. Even if everything's going to shit, I don't want to miss another one. If we die, I don't want to regret how we spent our time. We're going to live life with no regrets. God damn it. Ace swore. He heard what Sabo was really saying and he couldn't argue with it. He hadn't been going to much for Lou's sake, before. Now, though, it needed to happen. If one, stupid, pointless FING party could make that guilt and pain inside his twin lighten, even a little bit, he really couldn't argue with it. Okay, SAB okay. Garp eyed the snail in front of him cautiously. He'd already called ahead to tell Sengoku he was on his way. His old friend had been fit to be tied and his yelling had been heard through the ship from Garp's room. Even though Senny was considerably more dangerous, it was the call he was about to make that concerned him. Curly, Dayton and him went back a long time, not quite as long as him and Senny, but still. Her brother, Baton, had been a friend of his from childhood. When Garp had chosen to go into the Navy at 18, Baton had stayed behind. He'd gotten busy climbing up the ranks, taking on pirates and eventually Roger, so when he returned home at 40 years old for the first time since leaving, he'd been shocked to find out that Baton had died. A pirate attack, they'd said. He'd found a 17-year-old Dayton, who'd told a different story. There had been a pirate attack, yes. But the Goa Kingdom doctors had refused to treat a backwoods commoner, leaving Baton's wounds to become infected. Having lost her only family, Dayton turned to a life of crime, building up a bandit family and retreating to Mt. Corvo. Despite her apparent apathy for others, he knew she wasn't that bad. For the most part, the Dayton family stayed in the mountain, only venturing down for supplies they couldn't get themselves from the wilderness. That was really the only time anyone needed to worry about their valuables. Dayton, as much as she liked to deny it, was soft-hearted. That being said, that wouldn't stop her from trying to murder him over the den once he told her everything that had been happening. He hadn't even told her about the Marine's suspicions about Ace or Luffy yet. Cowardly as she was, Garp had made a bit of a miscalculation when giving his grandsons to her to raise when her boys were in danger. She lost all of her normally hyper-developed sense of self-preservation. For all intents and purposes, she was their mother, after all. The closest thing any of them had had to one, anyway. It was one of the earliest lessons you learned in the wild: don't mess with a mother bear. He breathed in and picked up the receiver, dialing the number. Garp. Her voice came through immediately. Where the hell are those brats? He breathed out. Dayton, listen. Insomnia was such a beach. Narcolepsy was, just in general, but it was the insomnia that got to him the most. Randomly falling asleep? Dangerous, definitely, but he didn't exactly live a safe life anyway. He'd accepted long ago that his sleep attacks might get him killed. The cataplexy was terrifying, but kept mostly under control when he had his medicine. He, thankfully, rarely had sleep paralysis or hallucinations, not since he was 11 and his symptoms first started. Insomnia, though. Being unable to shut his brain off as everyone else slept was the absolute worst. There was a lot of things in his head that came to the surface when there was nothing to distract him, things he really didn't want to think about at all. Like how this was his fault if he wasn't who he was, if his DMN-SPRM donor hadn't been who he'd been, his brothers, his crew, wouldn't be in danger right now. 'Cause the Marines wouldn't care, they'd go after anyone connected to him. That's what they did with that BSTRD, after all. He'd barely escaped once because his mother sacrificed her life for his. He didn't want anyone else to die for him. Ace gritted his teeth and shook his head. He couldn't think like that right now. He leaned back, staring up at the clear night sky. It was beautiful, how the stars glinted off the waves, the full moon casting its light as well. He let out a breath. This was the one good thing about being the only one awake at this time: the stillness, when everything just stopped and the world didn't feel as harsh. It was a double-edged sword. The silence made his thoughts almost unbearably loud most of the time. But sometimes, he was lucky and the universe took pity on him and slowed down for a moment. Just for a moment, the sea, vast and unchanging, lent him its stability. The sea had been there for millions of years, unbending to the demands of the various creatures that traversed it. And it would remain that way forever. The sea could not be tamed, and those that respected it knew that. The sea gave everything in the world life and could take it away in an instant. Something Gramps had told them when they were kids, and he'd just got done training them, suddenly butted its way into Ace's head. Listen, boys. The sea is a fickle thing. It provides life for the entire planet, but it'll kill you just as readily. Respected it. Won't coddle you. Of course, he then let that lead into how he wouldn't coddle them either, and another round of training that was really FING child abuse started. That time, he ended up having to drag Luffy out of an ant's nest. The ants were of course the size of goddamn dogs and 1,000 times more vicious. Sometimes, he serious had to wonder what the hell was up with Mt. Corvo. Some of the things that lived there just did not belong on an East Blue Island, in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes he wondered if Garp had brought in some of the animals from the Grand Line, so they could toughen them up. Staring out into the moonlit distance, he silently agreed with the old BSTRD. The sea was really a fickle thing. It gave him his freedom, but that could be taken away so quickly and he'd never find the answer. He just wanted to know if it was good. That he. Sabo sighed. DMN it, Ace. He looked down at his sleeping brother with a frown. He'd come up onto the deck, only to conk out so very close to the railing, where nobody could see him. At least get someone to come with you, he muttered as he bent over and hefted Ace's limp body over his shoulder to take him back to the room. He knew that asking his brother to ask for help was an exercise in futility, though. Really, both of them had problems asking for help. They'd both had to grow up quickly when they were still just little kids. Neither of his parents had exactly been the nurturing type, and Dayton was the only real parental figure for Ace, and she. As much as he respected her, now, she should not have been given a baby to raise. Especially not one with Ace's baggage. Sometimes he wondered if the Marines had figured it out when Ace was a baby and found him, would Dayton have just handed him over? The bandit obviously cared more than she liked to say, but he still had to wonder. The point was that neither of them had much support during their early years. The army had saved him somewhat, but Ace had practically had to raise Luffy mostly by himself. And how Sabo hated that. Hated that he hadn't been there. One child shouldn't have to raise another. Thank God Luffy turned out, barely, normal. At least he knew when he needed help and needed others. Sabo really gave most of the credit for that to Ace and some to Makino. Ace, he breathed, the answer to your question. I really hope you find it soon. He could try to tell Ace every single minute of every single day that he was absolutely worth everything, but Ace wouldn't believe it till he let himself feel it. So, no matter how much it hurt, no matter how angry he got, Sabo bit his tongue and continued to show how he felt, rather than say words that would quickly get drowned out by all the bad inside his twin's head. Actions had always meant more to them anyway. Thatch? Blamenko asked quietly, leaning over the table. Is it just me, or are those kids planning something? Thatch leaned in closer to whisper back, Nah, man, definitely not just you. They're planning something. It was lunchtime and many of Thatch's hungry brothers and sisters had packed into the mess hall. Still, most of them had enough sense to not try and eavesdrop on the two commanders' conversation. With how many of them there were, even on a ship as big as the Moby, privacy was rare. So, even if they heard anything, they'd pretend they didn't. It was a weird sort of politeness, but then again, they were a weird group of pirates. But, back to the question at hand. The little one came up to me earlier, Blamenko told him. Alone? Thatch asked, beyond shocked if that were the case. But Blamenko shook his head. No, not really. The revolutionary was a few feet away. Still, the kid started asking all these questions about what we were doing for New Year's. Thatch nodded. Yeah, I got asked about that too. Luffy just ran up, spit his questions out rapid fire, and then ran off in Blondie's direction as soon as I answered. He'd been too surprised to do anything but answer, and when he'd finally gotten around to trying to ask why he'd want to know, the little monkey scampered off. I guess they probably heard about it from some of the others talking, but I'm wondering why they're so curious. The seat next to Blamenko was pulled out and a scowling Haruta with a plate full of food plopped down in it. I don't trust him. He said plainly. That Rev is up to no good, I'm saying it now. Yes, we've heard, Aizo responded dryly as he gently set his plate next to Thatch and sat down. You immediately suspect everyone who isn't family, Haruta. The little one's just a kid, he's probably excited about having a party and his brothers are indulging him. You're too skeptical sometimes. Haruta growled back at him. So you want me to just go up to the guy and be like, hey, here's a list of all our allies, islands, and extremely sensitive information that could be disastrous in the wrong hands, and just trust he won't do anything with it? Obviously not. But we've never done anything to bother them, so I doubt the revolutionaries would go out of their way to make enemies with us, Aizo replied calmly. He has a point, Haruta, Blamenko agreed. Haruta just rolled his eyes. Watch. I'm going to be right and everyone will thank me for keeping our business away from his grubby revolutionary paws later. Thatch honestly doubted it. Haruta just wanted to protect their family, he knew that. But he also thought that the blonde wanted to do the same for his brothers. Looks good, Sabo said, glancing over Ace's shoulder. Ace snorted. They could be worse, I guess, he said, looking at the sandals he'd been working on. Luffy tended to lose his shoes at least once a week, mostly due to rocketing himself places and his shoes getting flung God knows where. Ace had learned how to make the sandals his little brother seemed to favor when they were little and had just replaced them as they'd gone missing. It was easier than trying to find where the hell they'd ended up. His expertise had eventually helped him in learning how to make the casa hats with Tama, but that was a whole other story. Here, Lou. He tossed the finished sandals towards his brother. You'll get splinters in your feet if you're not careful. Shishishi. Thanks, Ace. He laughed before sprinting off in the other direction, probably on his way to irritate Rummy. I'll give it 4 days before he loses that pair, Sabo remarked dryly. 2, Ace countered, and somebody's going to get smacked in the face with them as they fall off. Sabo thinks about it for a moment and then nods. It'll be Thatch. Marco. Stakes? Loser has to be the one to call the old hag and tell her what's going on. Deal. Ace smirked. You forgot about her, didn't you? Sabo looked away. Shut up. Ace laughed. You did. Shut up. All right, men, gather round. Rook commanded. Time for reports. How goes preparation for the operation? Blitz groaned. Who made him in charge of this? Myself, Rook responded. Now, look alive, people. Quiet down or I'll stab you, Canasta growled, holding a needle threateningly. Rook took a quick step back behind Crib, eyes wide. Sorry. Looked like somebody had a bit too much to drink earlier. Why are you hiding behind me? Crib hissed. Can we please get on with it? Rummy interrupted, sounding, and looking, completely done with all of them. Rude. Rook slid out from behind his friend, eyeing the cranky doctor cautiously as he cleared his throat and continued this time a bit more calmly. Anyway, how's everything going? Well, using Luffy to ask questions has worked so far, Blitz interjected. Poor suckers don't know how to deal with the kid. And nobody would ever suspect him of anything sneaky, Euchre added, almost under his breath. That was true, though. The teenager didn't have a sneaky bone in his body. He was too loud and blunt to hide anything. And none of the Whitebeards really knew how to deal with his energy, so they'd get blindsided by his questions and blurt out the answers. It was a perfect plan as long as Luffy didn't spill the beans. Crib, who apparently could read his mind, said as much. I don't think we need to worry about that, Canasta said, thankfully having put the needle away. As blunt as he can be, he knows how to keep a secret when it counts. Blitz nodded. Yeah. Kid always knows how to surprise people. Rook snorted as a thought came to him. Yeah. Remember Fli Flail? Nuu, Euchre whimpered. Please, don't bring that up. Blitz gently patted his friend on the back. There. Sorry, Rook winced. Fli Fla Island was that weird one where everything was upside down and the one they went to right after that crazy grandpa had dropped off Luffy for the first time. Poor Euchre had ended up being the one to babysit, and it had ended with a very traumatized navigator swearing on the life of his great-great-granny Petunia that he'd only looked away from the kid for a second. And, honestly, Rook was fairly certain he could have blinked and the result would have been the same. Monkey D. Luffy laughed in the face of sanity. Other than that, Blitz continued, very pointedly moving the conversation along. How's preparations going? Do we have a plan? A shaky one, Rummy answered. Canasta and I are in charge of food. Blitz, you and Euchre are getting at least some kind of party decorations. Nobody cares what they are, just figure something out. Rook and Crib are on watch and diversion in case anyone gets curious. And Mr. Bloody and Luffy are going to make sure our captain stays put. Yeah, the captain might try to make a run for it. Rook didn't know what the problem was with celebrating Ace's birthday. Mr. Bloody seemed perfectly fine with it, but he also wasn't dumb enough to ask. Some sheet was just too sensitive to go poking at. Rummy then began handing out information: what food would be available, where and when to sneak in to grab it, the date and time of the Whitebeard's party, where the decorations were stored on the ship, etc., etc. How the hell did you get all this? Crib asked, looking a bit overwhelmed. Rook was definitely feeling the same, since he couldn't really see Luffy, whose way of relaying information was more like a 5-year-old on a sugar high telling you about their day than an actually coherent conversation telling him all this in any kind of understandable way. Let's just say I'm happy Mr. Bloody is on our side, Rummy said. Ah, yeah, the revolutionary spy made way more sense. Sir? Koala, Dragon greeted, looking up from his desk. Do you have a report? She stepped into the room fully, closing the door behind her. Yes, sir. I've heard back from our people in the east. That, then. Dragon set down his pen and leaned forward, his chin resting on his crossed fingers. Continue. Lily reports that the Marines are steadily making their way to Dawn Island, sir. Their estimated arrival is in about 4 days. Not long, then. He wants to know if you want them to head there themselves. We have 2 teams about 2 days out from the island. Even if they made it, it wasn't likely they'd manage to suppress every mention of the boys. Sabo had told them they'd even caused trouble for the nobility in Hightown, so they were fairly notorious even after 2 of them left. He sighed. Tell him to go ahead. I have a few people I want to be brought back. After having 3 children practically dropped on her doorstep, Dayton didn't deserve to be tortured for raising them. Even if she hadn't done a great job, she'd done more than Dragon had for his son, and he wouldn't forget that. Well, everything was going to shit, but at least he had donuts. Munching away like there was no tomorrow, Garp let the chatter around him fade into the background. He was sure the blonde brat was with his brothers at this point. Boy probably made a beeline straight for Edward's ship right after he got done with Garp. Thankfully, the boy had brains. He had no idea where he'd inherited those from, considering his birth family was a bunch of sheet-faced dumbass, and there was no way his son would stand by while Luffy was in danger, so a plan was no doubt in the works. Whatever they decided, Garp wouldn't get to be a part of it. The high-up bootlickers would be watching his every move from this point forward. He'd done what little he could by getting the boys together on Edward's ship. And hadn't that been a kick in the teeth, Eddie wanting that little flaming brat in his crew? Man adopted too many kids. Garp questioned his sanity. But, still, there was no way in hell the man would allow anyone he claimed as his own to be taken without a fight. If the brats were smart, they'd stick with him for a while. Even if it irritated him at the thought of them being pirates and a revolutionary, at least they'd be free. Garp, are you listening to me? Sonny's voice broke through his musings. Yeah, Senny, I'm listening, he responded absently. No you aren't. Damn it, Garp, this is serious, Akainu is. A beach. He finished. No. Yes. The Marine was trying his best, but no matter how still he attempted to hold himself, he knew he was still trembling. Is this it? Why yes, Admiral Akainu, sir, he stuttered out in sheer terror. Why couldn't he report to Admiral Akiji instead? He'd heard that he was pretty relaxed and didn't tend to melt his subordinates in lava if they messed up. The Magma Man let out a low growl and a terrified squeak almost made it past the Marine's lips. Oh God, he was dead, he was so going to die, he didn't want to die, get me a den, now. He thundered as a red glow appeared around him and the smell of burning leather began to fill the room. He yelped something that hopefully sounded like an affirmative to the command and ran out of the room, grimacing. He thought he was going to need to change his underwear. Boss! Dayton huffed, snuffed out another cigarette and rose to her feet. What? The two morons, Deck and Rig, came barreling in the door. Boss, Rig huffed, out of breath. Boss. She waited. Well, spit it out. Some people are here to talk to you. Beck blurted. F-. Without a word, she lit another cigarette, grabbed her axe, and turned to the others. Any of you sorry BSTRDS say a word and I'll be makin' your afterlives a special kinda hell, got it? She growled. Yes, boss, Magra said quietly. Nobody else responds, but for once in their miserable existences, the Dayton family actually looked serious. She took a deep breath and blew out a trail of smoke. All right, let's get this over with. She turned and stomped out the door, expecting to never walk back in. Of all the things Roddy thought he was walking into, this was not one of them. His commander's son, raised by a couple of mountain bandits in the backwaters of the east. Curly Dayton was a large, angry-looking woman with nicotine-stained teeth and behind her were a bunch of rough-looking bandits. Curly had a giant axe and she looked ready to use it. Roddy was really hoping to avoid a fight. He didn't know how he'd explain that to the boss. Or the chief, for that matter. The hell do you want? The bandit woman snarled, looking at him and the others with suspicion. Roddy stepped up, in front of his companions. Curly Dayton? Who's a skin? Dragon sent me, ma'am, he said, keeping his tone respectful. He has offered you and your men safe passage and lodging with the Revolutionary Army. The bandits behind her looked at each other, then back to their boss. Boss? One with weird red hair asked. Curly huffed, still clenching the handle of her axe in her hand. And how do I know he really sent you? He said to tell you that tiger wrangling is a horrible pastime and he still blames you for nearly becoming forest floor fertilizer. Was he incredibly surprised to hear that come out of his normally stern, no-nonsense leader? Yes. Did Roddy know what that meant? No. Was he going to ask? Definitely not. Curly snorted. Brat. She turned. All right, boys, get whatever sheet together you don't want to lose. And get some food for the journey. Yes, boss. The men hopped to, and the revolutionary was actually impressed with how easily the red-headed woman commanded them. He would have thought that leading bandits would have been more like trying to control a band of feral, dirty, disease-ridden squirrels. She turned back to him. I didn't think Dragon would be sending anyone for us. She frowns. He does realize this won't stop the Marines from finding out the truth, right? Those brats ran wild, here, the terminal, even in Goa itself. They caused way too much trouble to hide it now. He nodded. We're aware. We're controlling what we can. She nodded once and then yelled, Dogra. Yes, boss. A short, bald man ran up to her. Go down to Windmill and tell Makino to pack whatever she needs, we're leaving, Curly said. Hey, Perry Pete said behind him, we only came to get Curly Dayton and her bandits, if you start telling other people, it'll make it that much harder to leave. Curly glared at him. Makino raised your boss's kid before he came up to me and she still came up here to see the brat when Garp finally abandoned what little sanity he had left and brought him here. She deserves to be told. Roddy shushed Perry before he could say anything else. All right. Is she the only one? Curly nodded. There's a few others down in the village that knew of Luffy, but she's the only one who knew the truth. "Ollie, go down with him," Roddy told one of the other revolutionists. "Make sure we do this as discreetly as possible." "Got it." He sighed. "Okay, then, let's get moving. I want to be out of here and leaving this island behind by dawn." "Sir." Curly turned and ambled into her soon-to-be former home, presumably to pack her own things to leave. This was going to be an interesting journey. Mississippi Koala. "Ma'am." Koala stopped and turned to see a runner sprinting towards her and barely resisted the urge to swear. Having a runner scream your name like that, coming at that kind of speed, never meant anything good. "What is it?" she asked. "Talk fast, I've got a meeting in 5 minutes with some of our South Blue correspondents." She turned and continued walking after he caught up. He huffed. "We heard from Roddy in the east. They've made it to Dawn Island and are currently evacuating the bandits." Koala breathed out. "Good. Any news from the ones we have watching the Marines?" "Yes, ma'am. They don't seem to be rushing, so it looks like our calculations for their arrival will be spot on. Roddy and his team have 2 days to get out of there before they arrive." She nodded. "Well, look at that, it was good news for once." "Good. Tell them to double time it. The faster they leave, the better." "Yes, ma'am." With that, the runner sprinted off, back towards the East Blue communications room. She continued on, her heels clicking quickly against the stone floor. She really hoped Lindbergh's division wasn't having any problems. They couldn't deal with 2 crises at once. Whitebeard watched from his chair as his children scurried around the Moby, getting ready for the night celebration. Thatch especially, was shouting orders and fussing over the placement of the decorations, making the old pirate chuckle. His son did like everything in place for his parties. "He's going crazy again," Izo said from beside him, hiding his smile behind his fan. "Gururara, let him," he laughed. "It's good for the soul to cut loose once in a while." Izo shook his head, lightly fanning himself. "I think we cut loose more than once in a while, Pops. Our last party was just right before the little one was shot on board." Whitebeard hummed. Yes, it was. It had been a wild one, for one of their allies coming to see the main ship. Ace had thrown an axe at him during it, if he remembered correctly, and he wasn't going senile just yet. "And what do you think of the brat?" he asked. "He's too young," Izo clipped. "I do not know what Garp was thinking when he left him here. He knew his son, and he knew what he was thinking about. But with over a decade of no news from Wano about his sister, he knew the man wouldn't want to talk about it. As long as he's on this ship, the child will be unharmed," he said instead. Izo didn't respond, lost in his memories, no doubt. "Hey!" There was a loud crash following the yell and curses flew through the air. Izo let out an explosive sigh. "By the seas, what? Excuse me, Pops. I need to go make sure our idiot isn't losing his mind." "What little of it there is," he muttered as he snapped the fan shut and walked into the crowd. Whitebeard watched, trusting his children to take care of things. Most had been on the sea, on this ship, long enough to know what to do in most situations by now. If they needed him, they'd come. He was more concerned with the fact he'd not seen any of the Spade crew today. Even Luffy, rambunctious as he was nowhere to be seen. While he was always accompanied by either his brothers or one of the crew, the brat had become known around the Moby as someone who would get into anything he could. He figured the kid would be running around, excited for the upcoming party. He knew Thatch had told them about their New Year's celebration and he hoped the brats would join. Perhaps he'd go ask himself. If nothing else, it might show his sincerity to Ace. Whitebeard didn't like the look in the boy's eyes. He was too young for them to hold such pain. This world could be a cruel place, especially to those who were different. "I will set you on fire." Yeah, Rummy huffed. "Just go with it, okay?" Ace glared at his second as the man backed away. He seriously contemplated following through with his threat when he saw him holding back a snicker. "Looks good, Captain." He flipped him the bird as he went to yank off the party hat he'd just put on him. "Ace." He turned to his blonde brother, who looked absolutely done with everything as he readjusted the matching party hat on his head. "If I have to wear this, so do you," Sabo hissed, glaring at him. "This wasn't my idea," he argued, pointing at Blitz. "Consider it payback for all the extra work you idiots caused me," Blitz snapped, hanging up party streamers with euchre. "I didn't do anything," Sabo said drily. "Shishishi." Suddenly, Ace had rubber arms wrapped around his waist. He took a step back to absorb the shock and looked down at Luffy's grinning face. "Ace," he chirped, jumping up and down, clapping his feet together like an actual monkey. "What's got you so excited?" he asked, a smile creeping onto his face despite everything going on. Luffy's energy was just too infectious. The little sheet stuck out his tongue. "Duh. It's Ace's birthday. And S's celebrating too, so it'll be awesome." He then looked up and frowned. "Where's your hat?" Blitz decided these crimes against humanity monstrosities were required, Sabo answered. The party hats were rather ugly. Actually, Sabo was right, they were an affront to all intelligent life on the seas. They were neon, clashing with pink and acidic green swirls and bright eye-scorching yellow polka dots. Fluffy antennas stuck out of the top, with matching glittered tops that sprinkled the FING glitter down on their heads every time they moved. God FING it, he wanted to sneeze. They look cool. But your hats look better, Luffy said. Sometimes, Ace honestly questioned Luffy's sanity. Nothing about these things was cool. Then, in typical Luffy fashion, his brother grabbed his cowboy hat and Sabo's top hat and through a lot of manhandling, complaints, chaos, and sheer dumb determination, Luffy-style their normal hats were squished uncomfortably back on. With the FING dumbass party hat strapped on top. Fugo sure Rummy bit off every single swear before it could leave his lips and finally just settled on a sigh. I have nothing. No words. Just nope. He plopped back down, grabbed a keg of alcohol, and knocked it back. I don't have the mental, emotional, or physical capacity to deal with this right now, so I'm just not going to bother trying. Rook looked over at his crewmate, wide-eyed. You good? I don't know how he kick me. Crib cried through his bloody nose. Stop whining, it's not broken, Canasta snapped. You know he can stretch, did you really think you'd be safe in the corner? He at least knew to hit the deck when limbs started flying, she said, gesturing to Euchre, who was still hugging the floor. Blitz looked them both over, focusing on the abominations on their heads. Not too bad, kiddo. Luffy's back was turned, so Ace risked a quick middle finger at his shipwright. Blitz just flipped him off right back. You're all crazy, Rummy mourned into his drink. That was honestly fair. But, as Ace had been told before, you kind of had to be crazy to be a Grand Line pirate, so, whatever. Well, let's get this show on the road, people. Canasta barked, clapping her hands. Nobody here's getting any younger. Haha, Sabo deadpanned. An age joke on our birthday, how original. Stuff it, top hat. Where is he supposed to stuff what? Luffy asked. Nothing, sweetie, Canasta patted him on the head. She looked around. Wait a minute, dummy. Where's the cake? That's not my name. Cake, Luffy yelled and then sprinted out of the room, tripping on his own feet and rolling out the door. Luffy, wait. Ace called out, scrambling to his feet. I got him, Sabo called as he ran out after the teenager, tossing his party hat on the floor. Hey, you're supposed to keep that on, DMN it. Blitz swore. How did you forget the cake, dumbass? How was I supposed to find a FING entire cake, when those three have basically started a food shortage, without letting anyone know what we're doing, huh? How about you? You were in charge of food, too. I was scrounging up enough meat to satisfy those bottomless pits over there. Ace was honestly starting to wish he'd just dug his heels in and refused to do this. No matter how sad it made Sabo or if it upset Luffy. This was a complete and utter clusterfuck. Thatch really did not know what the hell was going on. He was in the kitchen, putting the final touches on the food for tonight's celebration, when Hurricane Luffy came barging in, screaming about cake. Luffy, please, he begged. Just explain what's going on so I can understand you. I'm looking for cake. Luffy said, literally sticking his head into the basket they threw dirty dish towels in to be washed at the end of the day. Why did he think there'd be a cake under there? Luffy. Oh, thank God, the sensible one was here. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, the blonde revolutionary said. No problem, Thatch replied. Just wish I knew what he wants. A cake. Luffy blurted out, cutting off whatever the older boy was about to say. What kind of cake? Thatch asked, feeling a bit desperate. Cake wasn't really a traditional thing for New Year's. Though, if the Spades were having their own celebration, maybe it was just something they did? Thatch couldn't really judge them if they did the game of strip poker they always did on Thanksgiving wasn't exactly traditional in the conventional way either. Thinking of it, why did they always play strip poker on Thanksgiving? Big. Luffy chimed in, dislodging him from his thoughts. No, S tried to cut in. Really big. Luffy absolutely ignored his brother. Luffy, no. The teenager turned and scowled at him. Yes. It has to be big enough for you and Ace, too. Why just the two of them? Thatch asked, now very confused. That's a secret. Wah. S let out an explosive sigh. Luffy. For the last time, stop saying something is a secret after you've already talked about it. It just shows you have something to hide. Luffy frowned. But I'm not hiding anything. Luug. Never mind. Yeah. Subtlety, thy name was not Luffy. Thatch decided to never tell the kid a secret. Okay? Thatch decided to not question it any farther. This was not a rabbit hole he wanted to go down. Well, I don't have any cakes to give you. The very exaggerated pout that followed made him feel even worse. But, he added quickly, I do have a pie. It was one that had gotten a bit burnt due to certain idiots not paying attention and had been set aside so he could salvage what he could later. At this point, Thatch knew none of the brothers would give two sheets about a little burnt crust and would probably swallow the thing whole given half the chance. Yay! Luffy cheered and leapt towards him as he grabbed it out of the fridge. Thankfully, the blonde grabbed the back of the kid's shirt, pulling him back as he took the pie from him. Thank you for giving this to us, he said. I do appreciate the hospitality you have shown us while we have been here, Commander Thatch. He punctuated the sentence with a short bow, still holding on to Luffy with a death grip. Thatch laughed, a bit uncomfortable with all the formality. Kid, seriously, just call me Thatch. We're not all that big on formalities around here. The revolutionary gave him a short, prim smile and a nod. Good day, Commander. Bye. Luffy called as his brother carried both him and the pie away. Holy sheet, these kids are going to give me an ulcer, Thatch breathed. And, I sound like Marco. Nuu, he hummed, adding his salty tears to the pot of black-eyed peas he was stirring. Hey, y'all, sorry to do this, but this is not a chapter, it's an announcement. I absolutely hate doing this. I know seeing a FIC has a new chapter and it's just an announcement is absolutely annoying, but I really don't know how else to do this. So, I've decided to go through all of the stories I have on AO3 and clean them up. Some will be left as is, some will be rewritten so I'm not cringing internally whenever I see them, and then the rest will be officially abandoned and deleted, mostly the ones where I really don't know where the hell I was going with them. For the last, they will be up for adoption for anyone who would like them. So far, Dammit Garp will be left as is, though I may be going back and rewording some things. To anyone who might be reading this and have seen my other fics, Owls in the Night, My Young Justice Story, A Lone Lion Comes Home, Voltron, Lightning Strikes the Heart, My Hero Academia, Hello Future, I'm Your Past, Naruto, The Star of Morning, Lucifer, and The Choices They Made, Blue Exorcist, are all up for a rewrite. The Crimson Sunrise, Shadowhunters, Ever, Aragon and Fablehaven crossover, Blue Butterflies, Merlin, To the Stray Dogs, Bungo Stray Dogs, and A Hero's Comeback, Naruto, are either undecided or on the cutting room floor. I know it's been a while since I've updated and I'm working on CH16 now. I've been getting frustrated with how I've honestly never finished a story and I think doing some spring cleaning, so to speak, may help. I tend to hyper-focus on a show, want to write something on it, and then realize I have no idea where to take it or get stuck on one detail and it screws me over for everything else. So, yeah. Fun. But I'm going to do my best to see this through and I hope y'all enjoy the ride. So, please don't be too mad at this announcement. Pleading face, folded hands, light skin tone.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.